Welcome, everybody. This is day number 2 here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's the Big House Brawl in Crandon, Wisconsin. And like it said here in the preview, we're entering our midway point of the season in the pro divisions. And Robbie Floyd, welcome to Crandon. What do you think so far?
I think this is an awesome venue. It's a perfect day for racing. Some puffy clouds in the sky, blue skies. The track, it's hit a lot of moisture the past few days, but things were starting to dry out. They did some more track preparation. We've had some Sportsman class racing up to this point. I'd like to welcome everybody watching around the world on the Motortrend channel on YouTube. It's going to be a great day of professional racing.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Robbie just said, and I want to thank all the troops that are tuned in. I know for a couple of units that are watching us all in Okinawa, Philippines, and Camp Pendleton in California. I want to thank you guys, and for anybody else that's serving our country, thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully for the next couple hours we can take your mind off of where you're at and you can enjoy some really kick-butt off-road racing and enjoy what's going on here back in the States, because without you there's no way we could be doing what we're doing right now. So thank you so much for serving our country and taking care of us. Thank you.
Well, this is our second day. It's round 8 of Torc the Off-Road Championship. Round 7 was yesterday. But it looked very much like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We saw awesome racing in each one of our categories. We have 3 pro categories you're going to be seeing today: the pro 2-wheel drive, the pro lights, and the pro 4-wheel drive, not necessarily in that order. And a special class we're going to see today that we didn't see yesterday.
Well, in fact, this is what we had a chance to witness yesterday in Pro 4. And to be honest with you, I kind of think that the first 2/3 of the race was kind of a snore, because it kind of was. Johnny Greaves pulled a hole shot once again here at Crandon, what he's notorious for. But it's the last lap and a half, 2 laps, that really made up for the first part of the race. Lap number 1, there's Adrian Cheney just pile driving into Mike Jenkins. Jenkins drove off just fine. Meanwhile, Adrian Cheney had to park for the day.
Well, blowing out the berm here, and then literally it's like a motocross berm. He went way up over the top. Had a few bobbles, but no problems. Johnny Greaves is out in front until a little bit later on in the race. He started to lose a little bit of tire pressure in his Toyota there, and that's when he started backing up just a little bit.
Yeah, we weren't aware of. We were trying to figure out where you can see the left rear tire going down right there. He made that last about 4 laps, I think it was. The sidewall didn't blow, but here's where everything started taking place on the white flag lap.
Yeah, that grenaded. Johnny Greaves was out in front. Scott Douglas was fast in second. You see him lose his left rear right there, but watch the truck in third. Mark Jenkins comes from third here into second and was closing in with only 100 or 200 feet left and still several truck lengths in between.
And there's the picture at the line. Now look at that.
That's about as close as it gets. That's what 33 1,000ths of a second looks like.
And look at the points, how that has changed just in one day. Johnny Greaves obviously with the top spot with 155. Mark Jenkins, and how about Mike Jenkins? Easily his best run of his career. And we're like I say, we're at the halfway point, sitting third with 132 points. Scott Douglas, Adrian Cheney, still neither driver out of it with a 127.
No, we saw the aggressiveness of Cheney. We saw Douglas there till the tire went away. Mike's been fast this year. Mark, he took the win, and Johnny's been fast at each and every one of the races. No surprise that Mark Jenkins took the win yesterday. And Crandon won last year. He won that race as well. So
he's on a great string. I mean, he has got the momentum. You'd think
and
Johnny Greaves,
Mark River too.
Yeah, exactly. And I had a chance to talk to him in depth last night, and I really told him in the last 2 years things have really come together for him. He's got a little bit different driving style and working for him. And he told me specifically, he goes, I was driving comfortably and I wasn't fast enough. So now I'm driving to a point where I'm scared, and now I know what it takes to win. I know how to handle myself racing when I'm scared. So if I'm scaring myself, I know I'm fast. And that's pretty much what he said, and it's working for him. He's one of the most entertaining. He reminds me so much of a very upset Walker Evans, because if you had a chance to watch any kind of off-road racing back in the day when Walker was out there on a track, there was a Walker Evans at one level, and then when he got ticked off, oh man, he raised the bar well above any pole vault height that I know of, and was just racing like a crazed wild man. And right there, that's what Mark Jenkins is doing right now, and he's on a 3-win streak.
You're absolutely right. This is Amsoil country. I'd like to thank all the fans for coming out here this weekend. As always, the Pro 4s are lining up. We've got 8 guys looking to line up there this afternoon, and our partner Kelly Snyder's down trackside with the inside scoop on all the action.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm standing down here with all the Pro 4s and staging. This is typically the time that they're very focused, getting ready for the race, but we saw Mark Jenkins finishing up his mom's famous chicken salad before the race, so they seem to be a really relaxed back here, getting ready for the second day here at Crandon. But what I did see that was kind of neat was Johnny Greaves cleaning off his shoes in the grass with with rocks and paper towels saying, I really got to keep the traction on this throttle foot as good as I can out here. It's a game of attrition here at Crandon. If you remember yesterday, after that yellow, he hit a massive boulder out there, causing a front left flat. Then the last lap blew up that back tire on that same exact boulder. So if these guys can survive the track and all the elements that come with it, that's who we'll see at the end of the race on top of the box, guys.
Thanks, Kelly. And another factor with this racetrack are the rocks that have been pulled up. And you've said throughout the years, it used to be so much worse, but you can only get so many, and they just keep unearthing these bad boys time after time.
Well, it's kind of crazy because it's like I really don't know how it works from a scientific standpoint, but I'm told that the harsher the winter, the more deep the frost is in the ground. When I say the frost, how deep the dirt freezes, the more that when it thaws out, it pushes the boulders back to the top or the rocks to the surface.
It probably separates like we think like in cracks in sidewalks. Whenever the water gets in there, it freezes, it pushes the crack even wider. So maybe it does the same thing with the rocks. But one thing I know is nobody had better go anywhere. Those watching online and here in person, they're watching the track, getting ready. The Pro 4s are lined up, and we'll see them right after this.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using, and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Welcome back here. It's day 2 of the Big House Brawl at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway as we get ready for the Pro 4x4 start. We've got trucks at the line. They're staged up. They're getting ready. They're strapped in. They're doing that final preparation. It's kind of fun watching these guys meticulously take care of their drivers as they get belted in. And it's a whole process, man. And they kind of do it the same way every single time. And it's like a fighter pilot getting ready for takeoff. There's a checklist.
Yep, and there's the guys lining up, and there's Cowboy, in case you aren't familiar with Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. And he's basically the guy that, makes sure everybody's right, keeps them in line. Larry Pegram was up here, a guy who races in the Sportsman in the 1600 or the Super Buggy class. He said that guy is so animated, so enthusiastic, but when he pointed at him, he was nervous. He's like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Don't kick me out. And again, he'll just clear the line, make sure everything's okay. It looks like Mark Jenkins not in his truck yet. Gets to shake the hand of Cowboy there. It looks like the guy is trying to buckle up and get in at the very last moment. Something we may see today that we have not even mentioned in Pro 4s is, will we see CJ Greaves on the starting line? The number 33, I do not see him in this race, in the Pro 4x4, but can he still race in the Crandon Cup later, the Busch Run?
I don't know what the call is. I thought you had to at least take the green flag in the points race. Like, say, if he's going to race in the Pro 4, he would have his Pro 4 truck in the Cup. He'd have to at least take the green flag in the Pro 4 for the points race. There's Adrian Cheney pulling up at the last minute. So.
But in that race, which we haven't talked much about, we will get to see at the end of the day. We'll see the Pro 2s and Pro 4s, those guys that sign up, go at it together in kind of a staggered, somewhat staggered start. But the 2s and 4s are on the track at the same time.
Yeah, what's coming up is the last race this afternoon is the Forest County Potawatomi Community Challenge Cup, and it's the Pro 2s going against the Pro 4s. And they'll both start off at the starting line. Row 2 will be Pro 4s, row 1 will be Pro 2s, and it'll be a full straightaway in a turn 1. Staggered start plus 12.7 seconds due according to qualifying yesterday morning for Pro 2s and Pro 4s. So it sounds like a sizable gap. Yeah, you can see what Kelly Snyder was talking about earlier. There's Mark Jenkins cleaning off that left, all important left foot and right foot, so before he crawls inside. So that kind of tells you what the dirt is like, or the track is like at that part of the dirt. You see Mark Kwame in the bootlegger, the Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey sponsored ride. And it's so cool to have Mark is such a cool guy to talk to, and he's just having so much fun. No, to kind of go back to what we were talking about the Cup race, it works out. They kind of figured out a formula where there's a big gap at the start between the two classes, and there is, and it sounds like it's really huge. But the thing is, the theory is that with 2 laps remaining, the Pro 4s have caught the Pro 2s, and then it's game on for 2 laps.
Right.
And it has worked. It has absolutely worked.
And Pro 2s have beaten the 4s.
And Pro 2s have beaten the 4s in the past, and vice versa. Last fall for the Amsoil Cup was one of the closest races we've seen in a long time, where C.J. Greaves beat his father, C.J. in a Pro 2, Johnny in his Pro 4. I think it was by 1 wheel across the line. So that was very, very cool, emotional weekend for Team Greaves and the Monster Energy gang from Toyota. So, I mean, it can be done, and it's really neat how it came about. It's a very exciting race. It's neat to see how quickly or slowly the Pro 4s gain in the Pro 2s. And keep in mind, the first part of the race, the track is very, very wet and slippery.
The 4s should be great.
Yeah, they are big-time advantage to them. But then as the track dries out, that advantage goes away. So, and then as that advantage goes away, now they find themselves starting getting into the Pro 2s. They have to work their way through the traffic. So they really find themselves at a disadvantage, because not only is the track gone away, but now they have to work their way through traffic. So it has worked, and it's a really fun, exciting race to watch.
Well, what does that mean for us? It means even more fun times, because you're seeing, different trucks of different abilities intermixed within each other, and it's always a race to the end, much like we saw the Pro 4s by themselves yesterday. So.
Well, I'll guarantee you this: by the end of that race, we'll both be winded and out of breath, and it's that fun to watch. You can see Adrian Cheney will be starting on the outside. You said you were here till 10-something last night. Did you talk to Adrian and ask him what happened in that one turn, that bonsai move that he put? No, I didn't see him. There's certain drivers you kind of stay away from.
Oh my gosh! Don't go there.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's one of them, but you kind of pick and choose your moments of who to talk to and what kind of incidences.
I hear he meditates. I hear he meditates before, like literally, like he's got his zone. Like you see the guys or the yoga people sitting there with their hands. Yeah, he does. I hear he goes in and like don't go there, right? Right before race time.
One thing I do want to try and find out is, he was born and raised until he was like a teenager or so in South Africa.
Right. Moved
to Wisconsin, central Madison, and went to high school and college there. Then moved to New York City. Him and his ex-wife have a company there and doing very well. But then I look at his lineup, and he now, his mailing address is St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. He does have a home there as well. But I'm like, okay, when did you?
He's got too much money.
But yeah, it's like, really, you want Virgin Islands, Adrian? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like that. But South Africa. I mean, Grant Langston, who does a lot of the TV stuff, does color commentary for Torc, the Off-Road Championship. But I believe that Ricky Johnson's doing the color duties today. It's a different world over there, but we see a lot of South African interest in motorsports.
As we look at the great crowd, there's some of the fans along the split rail fence that's over there by the pit wall or pit road on the side of the racetrack along that long straightaway. Now that I got the attention of all the fans here at the racetrack, I see some fans watching the screen right now and they're paying attention. I think now is a great time. If you look out at that racetrack, you see all the guys out there in those bright green shirts, all the corner workers, all the flaggers, the safety crews in those fire seats, all the firemen, the EMTs. Crandon, as a big, huge family here of the Off-Road Nation, sitting on the side of that hill, how about putting your hands together and thanking all those guys out there in that racetrack that have been putting themselves out in harm's way to keep our drivers safe. How a big round of applause and thanks, everybody. All volunteers too, by the way. What a great we got. There's always one in every group, man. A clown out there taking a bow.
Hey, did you hear that, sir? That's Scott Rain that just said no.
He lives in Texas.
Yeah. The good crowd, and you say it's even bigger or twice as big come the summer race.
I would venture to bet that every single number of campgrounds has been already sold out, and it's not that you just go and grab a tree and park a tent underneath it.
Yeah, I don't know if
they've got plots already planned out and everything. You're in plot number 3 or 4 or whatever, and every single one of them, I would venture to guess, is probably sold out. And they've been buying property probably about a half mile down the road back into the woods, and it's going to be a huge. Well, I want to say it's the 45th anniversary. I think this fall we're going to be celebrating with the Amsoil Cup. And there's Cowboy here. We're going to see some Larry Pegram animated cowboy action in just a second here. He has a blast doing this. And after this weekend, I think with as much attention he's getting, he's going to like us. We've even calling him up quite a bit here.
You would never think he likes rap music either. I mean, you look at him and he just has a totally different demeanor. I bet you he can tear it up on the dance floor. I mean, he just looks
Think
like...
he's a big and rich fan?
Yeah, I think so.
We're just moments away from the start. Here's our lineup in Pro 4x4 on the pole out of Columbus, Ohio, driving the Popcorn Suttons Tennessee White Whiskey Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink. Ford is Mark Kwame, alongside him from Holland, Michigan, driving the Nitto ATE Transmissions number 10 Toyota of Ross Hook. Mike Jenkins from Plano, Texas, and the Traxxas number 47. Scott Douglas out of El Cajon, California. He's running in the Amsoil Boyle Exhaust Toyota Tire number 7. Johnny Grease from Green Bay, Wisconsin, in the Max Tire Monster Energy Toyota. Mark Jenkins in the Traxxas Cooper Tires number 25. Adrian Cheney in the Monster Energy and the Outdoor Energy Drink 4-wheel parts. Chevy and CJ go. CJ Grease in the lineup and then make the call. Grease pulls the whole shot.
Johnny's out front, right? Yes, the 2-2 of Johnny Greaves with a massive start from the outside. And you're seeing CJ out there?
No, I saw him in the lineup, but he isn't on the line, so another interesting turn of events there. How about Mark Kwame? Second on the track? Are you kidding me? The Popcorn Suttons White Whiskey number 5 of Mark Kwame running second.
Made the most out of that inside start gate, huh?
Wow! Scott Douglas third. Mike Jenkins is running in that 4th spot. Adrian Cheney 5th.
So we saw the aggressiveness of Cheney yesterday. He's in that orange machine. You see him back in 5th spot. We'll see if he has a little different approach to it today. Mark Kwame looks good, the number 5. Strong in second, but he has Scott Douglas all over. Douglas trying to square it up on the inside, couldn't get the grip he was looking for.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm so happy for Mark. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And I just wondered, that all of a sudden he kind of said, you know what, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Holy smokes, as he backed it in.
And there's Scott Douglas backing it into him, literally. And that's just going to let Johnny Grease pull out even farther. Remember, we still have a competition yellow we have to deal with, and we've not completed one lap here at Crandon.
Now, I just wonder if Johnny Grease has a combination that's perfect for this racetrack, especially at the starts. He runs that 5-speed sequential, so all he has to do is slam gears. It's not a manual, but it's not an automatic either, so it's kind of like automatic. Still has to shift, but with no clutching. Meanwhile, everybody else is running a 2 or 3 speed under overdrive. I don't know what I'm talking about. They run an automatic 3-speed, and these guys are probably not having the gearing quite as much as Greaves was at the start, being able to pull the whole shot like that.
And it looks like Adrian Cheney doing a perfect over and under, trying to get by Mike Jenkins, and Cheney takes over that position, moving up into 4th place now. So Adrian Cheney, the winner of our first race this year.
Teammates with Mark Kwame. He's just pile driving the inside of Mark Kwame right now. Cheney trying to get around the number 5 Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey entry.
Where is Mark Jenkins? That's the big question, because he was so fast yesterday, but not in the top 5 right now.
He's just behind his brother Mike, so just out of the picture, there he is.
So maybe he has the truck set up a little bit more for later in the afternoon, as we've talked about throughout the day. Welcome everybody watching on the Motortrend channel on YouTube. It's Johnny Greaves out in front. And in 2nd place, Scott Douglas, Mark Kwame, and Adrian Cheney, 2 teammates going at it in 3rd and 4th. Mike Jenkins, followed by Mark Jenkins and Ross Hook, rounding out the field. This is the fastest track. Oh, and hook it up a little bit there. Either catching a little bit of side by there, or I'm not sure what happened going in that first turn. Mike Jenkins, the attitude of that truck really got upset for a moment.
Man, I just wonder if Mark Kwame's always been a really nice guy, and he kind of drove like a really nice guy. I'm kind of wondering if he got tired of being a nice guy, because it's a whole different guy behind that wheel.
Scott Douglas taking that outside line. You see all 4 wheels digging for traction. This is the Pro 4-wheel drive, Pro 4x4. The first race of the day here in the pros for us. There's the finish line, or the start line, taking the green flag. That signifies everything is good. Keep going. Scott Douglas crosses Cheney again, trying to work that outside. You see it crossing up, swapping out, and just behind the Jenkins brothers going out, hammer and tong as well.
Scott Douglas kind of all by himself, kind of in that tweener zone. There, nobody in front of him really, nobody behind him really. No pressure from the back or the front. So I just wonder if he's okay with saving his truck for the first half and going from there, because right now he's about almost 4 seconds behind Johnny Greaves, our leader, but he's like 2.5 in front of Well, actually now Adrian Cheney.
Cheney gets in front of Kwame, and look who's starting to move up now. Mark Jenkins has made his way past Mike Jenkins up into 5th place. That was yesterday's winner. He was the winner at Park River. This is a guy who's been kind of getting on a roll. He won last year's race number 1 here at Crandon, so he has some history as well. But we still have not reached that competition yellow. If Mark can move up, maybe 1 more, 2 more spots, he'll be a guy to look for at the end.
Yeah, keep in mind that, wow, Adrian Cheney unloaded that suspension in turn number 2, up on 2 wheels. Never lifted a degree.
He likes setting up in the air, doesn't he? I mean,
look at him, he's off the track to the left side of the screen. That is actually a dirt road that goes off the track up to the highway. And he used it as a berm somehow.
6 more to go. Ross Hook starting to put some pressure on Mike Jenkins there. Ross moving his way up. Good to see some aggressiveness out of him.
Yeah, that little tire Toyota kind of moving forward a little bit. We'll see what he's got for the second half.
Cheney.
Oh, right rear tire.
Yeah, I think he knocked the bead off one of those in-air maneuvers where he tries setting up. I think he just knocked it off. And he's got to make it to that competition yellow, maybe. I mean, he still has, what, 2 more laps to
He's
go.
got a hope that this time by they'll go to the competition yellow. I haven't gotten any signals yet.
He'll get 1 more. He still has 1 more before then, I believe.
Yeah, this will hurt him. This will take him out right here. If this next time by is not the competition yellow, his day pretty much is called, done. But he's got no choice. He's got no choice. He's got to go in right now. Is the competition yellow coming out this time by? Okay, we still haven't gotten a sign yet.
So we have 3 laps have been complete.
Yep.
It looks
No,
like.
it won't happen for a while yet.
So we'll see. Adrian Cheney, again, more troubles yesterday of his own doing. Today he's having mechanical problems, and the fact that his rear tire has gone off, they're having to change that there. Let's take a look. Watch the way he sets up on this next jump. Watch this. Right here, and that's what we saw. He likes to set up in the air.
Oh, yeah.
You see, he popped.
That little puff of white smoke.
The original time, I said he really likes to set up in the air, doesn't he?
You know what? We're going competition yellow next time by. 1 lap too late for Adrian Cheney.
Or not. As long as he can get him back out there before if he's been lapped, he still might do it. This is a long track.
He might get back out in the lead lap. Yeah,
that's all he has to do.
Yeah. So if he comes around turn 1 before, oh boy, it's going to be close. It is going to be close because here comes Greaves. He's going to parallel the hot pits right now.
Look for the orange truck to his right now if they pull back and see if Adrian Cheney's still there.
Cheney's got to come out now. He's got it, but he's not out. He's on the track now. He's a lap down because he'll never be able to out-accelerate Johnny at this point. And there he is.
He's still in there.
He just went a lap down.
Yep, he's a lap down. Count him out of this one.
Wow, tough break.
And
not
Johnny
a good
can just check that one off of the list because now Adrian Cheney's not going to be in the picture. Mike Jenkins, he's having troubles as well. I don't think he's in there. He still has not completed his 3rd lap as well. So Jenkins having a hard time unless he's just really babying that truck. No, I think he actually just got lapped by Johnny.
Okay, he just Mike just crossed the line now for lap number 4.
So he's still on that lap.
He's still in the lead lap. Yeah.
So this time around, the competition yellow does come out for Johnny Greaves. Scott Douglas will be next in line, followed by Mark Kwame. Good first half of the race for him. Mark Jenkins in 4th.
Oh, no. As soon as you say it, he over-rotates in that final turn right before the Amsoil finish line. He'll lose 1 spot to Mark Jenkins, and that'll put him back to the 4th spot. Oh, man.
And that just really, really helps Mark Jenkins' program. 1 less guy he's got to work in. Look, and there goes Adrian Cheney coming across. A little bit too late for him, though. We'll be back with the second half right after this. It's going to be a good one. Greaves, Douglas, and Mark Jenkins, your top 3.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back, everybody. We are under Competition Yellow. It's day 2 of the Big House Brawl here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's Pro 4 on the track. Johnny Greaves, our leaders. Scott Douglas in second. Mark Jenkins third. And you called it. Mark Jenkins started in the back of the pack, but he's worked his way through right now, sitting in that third spot.
He bided his time yesterday, and it kind of fell to him because Greaves and Douglas got flat tires. I'm sure he's not expecting that today, but he's in a good position. I'm sure he'd like to be in second, as it looks like Kwame's pulling off. Maybe something happened there towards the end, and that made him spin out coming to the first, or the
Boy,
first
that was a last-minute ditch. Oh, and he's pulling off the track. He's actually going against traffic to the racetrack entrance. He's pulling off the track.
Oh, unfortunate for Mark Kwame. So,
oh man, such a fantastic start.
Best we've seen from him all year. But that means Johnny Greaves will be starting just in front of Douglas and Jenkins. They're nose to tail. They'll hit the orange cone, and they'll start off. We're halfway through this race, and it looks like the Pro 2.
Oh, sweet bumper-to-bumper start. They have to stay in line all the way across the jump before they can pull out to attempt the pass. Great jump by Johnny Greaves, already a 2-car length lead going to turn 2.
But I think Douglas got a pretty good start as well, just on the inside. The guy who did not get the best jump was Mark Jenkins. He tried flipping the throttle, had to let off so he didn't hit the back of Douglas, and that cost him. Look at him, he's about 3 or 4 truck lengths behind, and they started just nose to tail.
Oh, yeah. I just happened to think of something as we're watching right now. Adrian Cheney goes way to the outside in that Polaris gravel pit turn. I wonder, Mark Kwame looked so strong in the first half of this race. He drove the truck off the track, no appearance of any kind of smoke or anything leaking or anything broke for that matter. He just suddenly pulled off. I just wonder if he used that first half of the race as a test, save the truck, park it, and let it sit, maybe do some nut and bolt tightening, and get it ready for the Cup race this afternoon for $30,000.
Only if you wanted to get last place in the points-paying race, and I don't really see that, but it's possible if you think you could win it. But I think losing out on points,
well,
you would have gotten one more than Adrian Cheney because you were still running.
Well, the thing is, he's not in the top 5 in points right now, so
the only way you're going to get that way is by getting points.
Yeah, I just kind of threw that out there.
Maybe, I mean, it may be right, but I maybe saving the equipment. Maybe he's looking at dollar signs. There's a 47 of Mike Jenkins who is on that lead lap, but he's not running as fast as he has been the previous few races. Mark, his brother, up in third, but he is separated. Really, it looks like a 2-man race right now, but Johnny Greaves, Scott Douglas. Johnny Greaves finished in race number 2 last year in the Pro 4-wheel drive. He finished with a victory, so it kind of looks like a repeat again of last year.
Well, it's really interesting. I'm watching the racetrack, especially the corners. It looks like it's kind of flaking away in big chunks, big flakes. It's not chunking up like gravel or big rocks. It's big, like, I guess, dinner plate size flaking away, kind of chunking up.
Yeah. Look at Adrian Cheney. I hate seeing this. It's great for him, but I hate seeing a guy that is a lap down in there racing so hard with guys. I guess he's trying to do anything he can to unlap himself. He has to get by 3 trucks and hope for a full course yellow. But how do you tell a racer to back around?
I mean, after yesterday's win by Mark Jenkins, how you tell Adrian to give up?
Yeah, well, Mark wasn't a lap down, though. But you're right, and this may be a test for Adrian Cheney. I think, just like you said, you thought maybe the case.
Scott Douglas is slowing. The second place truck of Scott Douglas has pulled off to the side, still is moving on the racetrack.
Yeah, something. And he even caught a part of that berm up there, too. I'm wondering if it's a steering issue or motor.
He's going to stay on the track for points. He's just going to run it now. He'll stay out of the way. He's under power. He'll finish for points.
Watch this. This is going to be a race, and there's really not a race for position because the orange truck's a lap down, but Adrian Cheney is hauling, and he wants to get the same position, just be in front of him.
Yeah, you want to see a Texas brawl. Adrian Cheney, you're a lap down. If you start leading on Mark Jenkins, you're going to feel a brawl right after this race. He won't take your grief from anybody.
2 laps to go next time around. Mark Jenkins back in second place now because Scott Douglas had to drop out. It's a runaway by Johnny Greaves. Yesterday he was, I think, 0.7 of a second, or maybe even 1 full second. Let me look at this one more time. I had it right here in front of me. Yesterday in the Pro 4-wheel drive, his best lap time was a full second faster than Mark Jenkins, who won the race.
Yeah. I'm watching Johnny right now, and he's doing his best to avoid all the problems on that racetrack.
He's on rock alert.
Yeah, he really is, honestly. And the ruts that are forming, he's trying to avoid them as well. Just watch the lines. And he's slow. Oh, look at this. Oh, Mark Jenkins is he swerved back and forth right in front of Jenny. And what's Adrian going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. And it maybe on the radio, maybe his crew talked to him and said, hey, this is a race you're not in. Maybe not, because they're going down into turn 1, a fast downhill, probably the fastest turn you'll ever see in off-road motorsports. And look at now he's set up. This could get ugly. And it could get ugly for Cheney too, because if he dives on the inside that much and gets some grip with too much outside lean, that thing only has one way to go, and that's rolling over to the outside.
Here we go again. Cheney the inside. To the Polaris gravel pit turn. Cheney inside, going to try and pinch him off.
He's giving him room, though. I think he's giving him room. He's trying to give Jenkins a little bit more room than he would if he was just racing regular on the lead lap.
You know what? I think right now Mark might be giggling underneath his helmet as the white flag is out. You know what? Adrian, go right ahead. I'm in for the points. You're a lap down. Go ahead.
I'm in second. You're in sixth. That may be right. But Adrian, to his credit, and again, I watched a lot of racing and different motorsports. He was giving him a lot of room when he was going to that inside. But when you're a lap down, or you know the guy's a lap down, you don't expect somebody to go underneath you that hard.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Look at the gap back to second. And the last time by, it was almost 12 seconds back to Mark Jenkins from Johnny Greaves, our leader.
Mark Jenkins trying to do that Scott Douglas route. He's doing that Scandinavian flick a little bit more than Scott would. I don't think he has to set it up quite like that, but I think he's searching for that cup race later.
What's interesting is you don't have to use the brakes quite as much when you're going sideways in a straight line, because you're scrubbing off speed just by that momentum.
Right.
So, man, you're going to peel these tires off the beam doing something like that sooner or later.
Notice to Ross Hook. Kudos to him in third place right now. Ross Hook, his best event without question on the 18E Transmissions, Ditto Tire Toyota. Back in third place at number 10. I know Ricky had spotted for him, I believe, earlier on or when we were in Prim, and he said, you just got to get your act together. And there's the checker flag. Coasting to take the checkered flag is Johnny Greaves. There was a race going on, but Johnny didn't see much of it.
Yeah, it was all in his rearview mirror, and I don't even think he runs mirrors, because that's what he has a spotter for. So the Monster Energy Toyota will take the win, and number 22 Hot Rod taking second will be Mark Jenkins, and that Traxxas number 25. And how about Ross Hook? The Ditto Tire Toyota of Holland, Michigan on the podium, I believe, for the first time. Wow, since his Pro Lite days, I don't think he's been on the podium.
In the Pro Fours?
In the Pro Fours, I'm not sure, so I'm sure we'll find out in a moment, but man, kudos to him. We'll be back with Kelly Snyder on the podium, our top 3 finishers of Pro 4 right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back to Crandon here for race number 1 of the afternoon for the Pro 4x4s. And we're going to send it down to the victory podium and Kelly Snyder.
Well, thanks, guys. They've wrapped up all the IBC interviews, so now I get my chance to talk to the guys on top of the box. Ross Hook, what an exciting day for you. Your first ever Pro 4 podium at the Big House in Crandon. How does it feel?
It feels great. You know, we're trying to race against the best, and it's great to finally make it up here. Nitto tires, shot back racing, especially my crew and my wife. It's been a frustrating year and a half, and
great deal. I can be on that truck.
Don't worry, Johnny. I already thanked you on TV. Johnny's been helping me out, tuning the truck, sold it to me right, and he's been a huge help. He's killing us in points, but he's a class act.
Well, helping you out with the truck at a place like Crandon, I think he knows a little bit about what to do out here.
Yeah, he knows his way around, and I've had a couple good runs here myself.
Congratulations on that first podium in Pro 4, and I can't wait to see you up here again.
Thanks. We look forward to getting back.
Well, guys, let's hear it. Give it up for Ross Hook, first podium here in Crandon. And we'll step on over to the guy who was on top of the box yesterday. We saw him win in Bark River. Another solid podium finish for you, Mark Jenkins. I think you have the longest running podium finishes for Pro 4s this season. I think we're going on 6 right now.
Yeah, it's a half dozen, Kelly. It's great to be up here on top of the box, one step shy of it even. You never get tired of success, regardless if it's not ultimate. We were there yesterday. We got to thank my good luck charm right here. My 4-month-old baby boy, Jack River Jenkins, my beautiful wife, Lucha, Traxxas, Gentech water treatment, Amsoil, Cooper tires, Fox shocks, Impact Racing. She was running a little tight today, and we just didn't quite have the game for it as we did yesterday, but the cup race is coming. We hope to lay her down good.
Well, you kept talking about that trifecta, looking for those 3 wins in a row. Do you think that cup race will count for you? It's in the same day.
Everyone brings their A game on that cup race, and the rules are almost thrown out the window. So, it's going to be exciting one way or the other. It's hammer down.
Well, that's why all these fans are here, right? You're looking forward to that cup race later today? Congratulations again, Mark Jenkins, on your 2nd place finish. And moving on to the guy on top of the box, a much better outcome for today's race than yesterday. Talk about that track and how great it is to be out front. I know a lot of the guys were dealing with a lot of the dust behind, but once you get out front, it's smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, we couldn't have asked for a nicer scenario today with the rain and the way we got moved up in the schedule early. And I mean, it was the most beautiful track. I wanted to just keep going around it. It was so much fun. And turn 1, there was never so much grip there. It was just great. So I got my hats off to the Crandon crew for doing such a great job. They always put together a great track. And, all my team and the crew and my family, everybody who helps do this. This is a long day for everybody, and everybody's pulling together. And so it was ideal to get out front, win that race with no damage, and not have a lot of work to do and be ready to go at it in that cup race. So I'm sure Mark's not going to settle for 2nd on the box in the cup race. So I'm looking forward to that. And I want to thank everybody for coming out, and the fans, and especially Forest County Potawatomi. They're putting up the money for that cup race, and that's what everybody came here to get. So my hat's off to them guys. They help us out, and we appreciate everything they do.
And quickly, for fans tuning in online that have maybe never seen or experienced these 2 truck classes going together out here on the Crandon track, what can they expect?
Well, it's going to be an all-out war because they're going to put all these Pro 2s out in front of us, and the Pro 2s are hauling butt. I mean, in qualifying, they're like half a second slower, so they get a 12.5-second lead, and we got to pass all of them just to get to the leader, and I hope it's CJ. So we'll go after him, and we're not going to be nice this time.
Well, guys, give it up for your Pro 4 podium. You'll see them later today in the Crandon Cup. Let's give it up. First time Pro 4 podium, Ross Hook, Mark Jenkins, and the guy on top, Johnny Greaves.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. And there's Johnny, 1 for 1 on the day.
I think Mark Jenkins redeemed himself just a little bit on that one.
Yeah, Mark had to say thank you to his wife.
Oh, he didn't have to. He wanted to.
It was it was an absolute necessity. And finishing up on the box again. And there's River. Always remember the middle name after Bark River, so that's pretty awesome. And Taylor up there as well, the Traxxas girls. Have to feel happy a little bit for Ross Hook, making the podium. That was a good thing. And
definitely is the underdog in this class, and he's, like you said, he has struggled the last year and a half, 2 years since he bought that truck. And to go from Pro Lite as an independent, in a Pro Lite, to right to a Pro 4.
Yeah, skipping Pro 2 altogether.
Yeah, as an independent again, on his own dime. He's never had a big dollar sponsor. He's had a couple here and there as far as to help him out. Nitto Tires is his biggest one this year. It's kind of neat to see the underdog throw a cape on and end up on the podium with the rest of these guys that have a big dollar program.
What do you think? Big training ground for the Cup race we're going to see a little later. Was this kind of a some foreshadowing and guys just trying to find different lines and stuff as we'll take a look at the Pro 4x4 recap. Were they trying to experiment, try different lines, maybe especially early on before that competition yellow as we take a look?
We see the guys at the line right here, and I was kind of surprised by the start again. Johnny Greaves just shot out of a cannon, and everyone else has to lift a little bit, and Johnny had the line where he didn't have to. But the biggest surprise for me was Mark Kwame. I thought I was going to lose myself as he was second coming through turn number 1.
I'm glad you found yourself, but Kwame found out that he backed it in just a little bit too hard. Something might have given up because he had to give up shortly thereafter and pull off the track. But Adrian Chinney, he looked strong until it pop goes the weasel or pop goes the wheel right there, the right rear going off on him, and he had to pull in, but had to make the change and still get out in front of Johnny Greaves, and he wasn't able to do so.
And Scott Douglas at the competition yellow had a shot at Johnny there for a while, but it got to a point where he was just too strong, and Scott didn't have anything for him. So I think Scott actually backed down a little bit when he realized he wasn't getting a lot of pressure.
Something let go. Remember, we saw him in that one straightaway, and he just, boom, just dropped back. How about being a lapper and pushing this hard, though? Adrian Chinney did not want to back down and getting all up in Mark Jenkins' business.
I was waiting for what is that about right there?
That's a Scott Douglas imitation.
Yeah, if Mark Jenkins had a little tiger tail tied to his back bumper, he was waving it at Chinney right there.
But he did that. Yeah, give him credit. Mark was doing that even after Chinney passed. He was trying to set that truck up. He probably saw something from Scott Douglas yesterday and tried duplicating that. He just can't get it to whip around quite as easy on the end part.
There's Johnny Greaves in the last lap.
That's what it's supposed to look like.
There's a checkered flag one more time. We got to figure out some way, somehow, and with Kathy's help, hopefully, to figure out how many wins Johnny Greaves has in his career. And I don't even think they know. They never kept track. Simply amazing.
No. That was back before the computer days, but now that they have that, they'll probably add them up and they'll come up with a number one way or another. That's the Pro 4s. We still have Pro 2s coming up here shortly. It's been another a barn burner in Pro 2 yesterday. We'll see if they can duplicate that today here at Crandon, Wisconsin for the Big House Brawl, day number 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we're at Crandon, Wisconsin, Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, the Big House. It's day 2 here this weekend, and Radar Tires has selected their weekend tire giveaway winner, Colin Riggs. Colin Riggs, you have been selected to receive a set of Radar Tires. Please visit the Radar Tires tents to claim your prize. Radar Tires will be giving away a set of tires to one lucky fan each race weekend of the Torc Series. To get entered to win, simply head over to visit their booth, get social with Radar Tires on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. Colin Riggs, head to the Radar Tires display area.
Well, we're getting ready for Pro 2. Let's take a look at round 7 here at Crandon in the Pro 2-wheel drive. There's Cowboy saying to fire them up, and boy, did they.
Oh boy, a big old dust cloud behind him is 900 horsepower from 2 wheels out of each truck, kicking up that dust into turn 1. Contact made between Mike Jenkins and Jeff Kincaid back in the pack. But how about Nick Tyree on the inside and Chad Horde on the outside?
For a while, Tyree was out in front. There goes Chad Horde. This is the guy he was the series points leader. And you talk about was because it didn't last very long. There's Steve Barlow going on 2 wheels, bicycling it for just a bit. But again, Chad Horde was out in front. An emphasis on the was as he had to pull off to the outside.
Oh, no indication of what took place. No puff of smoke, no flame, no nothing. Just pulled off the track.
So that opened the door for CJ Greaves, who had the first look at the competition yellow, but that packed him back up again.
For a little bit. Not for very long, but for a little bit. And as I said earlier, he said something under a pre-race interview that he wasn't real confident. Didn't sound confident in his truck staying together after the Pro Lite race. And I thought maybe that was a little chink in his armor, but boy, was I wrong.
47 doing a donut there. Mike Jenkins in the Pro 2-wheel drive. But yeah, CJ was talking about after the Pro Lite because he lost his alternator belt, which kicked off his power steering belt, and that kind of kept him without power steering for part of the race. So after fighting that steering wheel, and I saw him, he said, man, it was unbelievable because you catch air and then you'd land and you just have to fight that bad boy. But he fought it off for victory in the Pro 2. Without any question, he was the fastest.
And again, 3 straight podiums for Steve Barlow. There's our points standings as we stand. Mark Jenkins in the 5th spot, Jarrett Johnson, Jeff Kincaid, Chad Horde. Jarrett Johnson dropped out of the race right at the competition yellow with his truck on fire, but he worked in that thing well past midnight last night, and he's back on the track. And as we get ready for the Pro 2-wheel drive, here's our starting grid. On the pole, once again, out of San Diego. In the Tyree Motorsports Diffenball Construction Maxxis Tire, number 91 is Nick Tyree. Out of El Cajon, California, and Charlotte, North Carolina, it's the Husqvarna Chevrolet, number 74 of Jarrett Johnson. Alongside of him from Plano, Texas, the Traxxas Cooper Tires, Amsoil Fox Shocks, entry of Mike Jenkins in the 47. Right alongside of him from Argonne, Wisconsin, number 4, Jeff Kincaid in the Traxxas Cooper Tires, number 4. Right next to him, right in the middle of the pack, from Phelps, Michigan, driving the Boston Opal Amsoil Maxxis Tire, number 9, Chad Horde. And yesterday's winner, current points leader out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Monster Energy Maxxis Toyota, number 33 of CJ Greaves. From Temecula, California, driving the Cat Real Tree Outdoor Energy Maxxis, number 2, Steve Barlow. From Madison, Wisconsin, making his first appearance in 2014, it's the 29 of Keith Steele. Alongside him, starting 9th, out of Scottsdale, Arizona, driving the Gunk Genius Tool Cooper Tires, number 25, Ari Lyondike Jr. And also number 77 from Appleton, Wisconsin, the Flying Dutchman Jr., Mikey Van Den Heuvel. And the number 77, it's Mike Jenkins with the whole shot.
Coming down that front straightaway with a face full of dirt. That's the beauty of the standing start. Anybody up for grabs, but now I'm seeing the monster colors. It looks like CJ Greaves in that Maxxis Tire Toyota out in front out of Abrams, Wisconsin. You've got a lot of Greaves fans here. Happy to see that.
I got to call it out right now. I got a text message last night, or this morning, from Mikey Van Den Heuvel. Had a strong run yesterday afternoon, but popped the tire, bounced off the wall. Talked to him last night after the race. Very, very sore, very disappointed. Couldn't figure out what was wrong with that truck. He absolutely hated it. It wasn't handling. That text message this morning said, I think I figured out the steering of my truck. If I did, I'm going to the front.
I think a guy that's going to the front is the number 4. He was fast yesterday. Watch out for Jeff Kincaid. He won race number 3 last year. In 2010 and 2011, he won the Cup race in a Pro 2. Jeff Kincaid, although in second, I think he's the man to beat. I think he loves Crandon.
He's got a lot of laps around this racetrack and a lot of different race trucks, and definitely knows this thing like the back of his hand. But there's just something about that kid up front right now. I don't know what it is. What's the chemistry? What's the DNA makeup? The kid started off off-road racing just a few years ago, and he's been winning in everything he's ever touched.
We know his DNA makeup. We just saw it in the Pro 4x4. That's his DNA. That's 50% of CJ Greaves as a 47 and a 9 going at it. Mike Jenkins and Chad Hort. Chad Hort has his problem fixed from yesterday. He's back in 4th place trying to knock on the door of Jenkins.
And how about Mikey Vandal, that number 77, the red Chevrolet, running in the top 5.
Did you see that front end dive down, grabbing the brakes, the 33 of CJ Greaves?
Still, we're wondering if he's going to make it out in the Cup race with his Pro 4 or his Pro 2. We're still wondering.
Yeah, not sure what that is. Here's the race right now, and that's for 3rd. Mike Jenkins trying to hold off Chad Hort. Again, we will have a competition yellow at the halfway, right when they cross that area at the halfway point. So I think if you're Jeff Kincaid, you're okay with 2nd place, knowing you have a good gap behind you. Don't burn up the tires, don't burn up the motor, don't tear up equipment, don't hit rocks and give yourself a flat. Chad Hort's fast.
Mikey Vandal just pulled off the track down in the Polaris gravel pit turn. Mikey Vandal, number 77, has just pulled off the track.
Chad Hort's the one that looks to try and make a move to get in at least 3rd position. You see him going to the far end of the course to our left as we face the track. And they head down that straightaway one more time. That's the start straight, and then that off camber or on camber, depends on which way you look at it, 1st turn. There goes Hort on the inside, trying to get in.
Oh, Johnson on a slid. That is in that left-hand 180 at the very back section of the racetrack.
Had a little blip of fire there for a moment. It looks like that may be out. He's probably wanting them to get him to roll over. Saying, forget about getting me out, roll me over, I want to race.
And if he got a little bit of time, if they can get him back on his wheels and fired up.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Look, they're trying to tug and roll it on there. Let's take a look at what happened with Johnson. He's okay right there, and I bet you he catches something.
Oh, he wasn't even able to throw that truck sideways at all.
No.
He tried, but it just didn't happen.
That thing bit, and he got bit.
Yeah. He didn't even get that thing rotated. The front tires grabbed.
Unfortunate for Jared Johnson, still on his lid as they go out there and they complete more laps. So he's going to be a lap down.
Yeah, he's
Ari Leindyke Jr. I'm looking at my scoring down there. I have not seen him complete that 1st lap, so he's a no-show for the start of today's race. CJ Greaves with a 3-second advantage.
I'm starting to wonder if Jared Johnson should even finish this race if he can get that thing on its wheels and fired up. I wouldn't even try to start that thing at this point. It's been on its lid so long.
Oil's on the wrong end of the piston.
Yep.
Or in the rest of the motor
and
altogether.
The thing is, where he was parked on his lid on that specific spot of the bank turn, it wasn't a matter of, okay, boys, time to get some beefcake behind you.
They need some Scott Rain power.
I'll just throw my belly into it. Come on.
Are you? All right, you push the truck, and I'll push you. And here's
yeah, see, that's a crazy angle. It's real. Wow.
They were just looking for it to grab somewhere. Oh, it was so close. Yeah, forget Six Flags. He's got Crandon. And he needed that wheel just to stick just a tad more to get him on all 4s. We're still racing, though. I'm 3 laps complete. Still green flag out there for CJ Greaves, 3 seconds ahead. Chad Hort, a couple of seconds behind him. Mike Jenkins in 4th. Steve Barlow in the cat truck in 5th. Tyree in 6th. Steele and Johnson about 2 laps down.
Watch CJ's left rear tire. He's either running very, very low tire pressure,
or he's got a leak.
I'm not going to say one or the other, but
it's one or the other, right?
It looks like a drag tire that wrinkles under acceleration. So that's, just watch the rear tire.
If you need the grip, you usually let air out, but you get to a certain point and the tire doesn't want to stay on the rim, even with bead locks.
Yeah, look at the equal gap back from 1st to 2nd to 3rd, and then a big gap back to 4th.
Yeah, Mike Jenkins not even in that picture, just entering the picture at the last moment. I still think Kincaid has no reason to put pressure on CJ Greaves. I think he should experiment. I think Chad Hort possibly does the same thing, because the competition yellow should be coming out here shortly.
I think any rumors of CJ coming out with his Pro 4, which we did see practice and qualify yesterday morning.
Why?
I think any rumors we had of seeing that thing in the Cup race is pretty much going out the window because CJ's doing so well in the Pro 2.
Because he can do the 2. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, the 4 has more horsepower and stuff, but when you're used to running the 2 and that both rear tires doing it, it's a different flavor. Why put that taste in your mouth that you're not used to?
Yeah. And to say nothing of the fact that the truck just probably isn't quite set up right yet.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's not fully tested. It's only had, I think, 1 or 2 days on the track testing, and you know, you and I both talked about the fact that it's a little bit off. It didn't look quite right, and he is so strong right now in the Pro 2. And keep in mind, the guys behind him have both won a Cup race in their Pro 2, both Jeff Kincaid and Chad Horde.
So about a little less than a half a lap remaining for these front runners, and they will take that competition yellow and pick back up. 7 guys running on the lead lap. Keith Steele in 7th, Tyree 6th, Steve Barlow 5th, Mike Jenkins in 4th, Chad Horde 3rd, Kincaid and Greaves all the way up to the front. There's Steve Barlow battling out with Nick Tyree, the 91, trying to get by him.
Well, I'm going to kind of tease everybody right now. We're having a quick interview right at the drop of the competition yellow with Jared Johnson back in the hot pit area. So it's going to be very interesting to hear what he has to say live. Right. As our field crosses the line, CJ Greaves, Jeff Kincaid, Chad Horde, the top 3. 4th on back is Mike Jenkins coming across. Steve Barlow, Nick Tyree, Keith Steele, and you know what? Here we go. Let's go to Kelly Snyder back in the pits. Kelly?
Well, thanks, Scott. We're standing by with one very emotional Jarrett Johnson. Jarrett, talk about going into that crash and then what happened after that. Why was your crew and you also so upset out there?
Well, you know, we went in there and I put it in there and just hooked a rut, went upside down. We were just buying time to get to the halfway break because we had a rough day yesterday, and it just took a little bit to flip us over there, and fuel leaking out and the emotions of going upside down got the best of us.
And you went back upside down again when they flipped you over. It's got to be a difficult thing to get you off camber already, trying to flip you right side back up. But talk about how emotional that is to see your truck continually getting torn apart and you can't even do anything about it.
No, it's the nature of the beast. So it happens, but one roll is good enough, not 2.
Well, we're glad to see that you're okay and everything's good, but you're going to have a lot of work here before we go to Bark River.
It's not an easy job, so keep on digging.
Well, congratulations on a great race. I know these guys are definitely out there rooting for you, and as a new rookie to the series, we really, truly enjoy having you here. So
we appreciate the series, and thanks to Torc and Traxxas and Husqvarna and everybody involved that make this all happen.
Well, a tough break for the Husqvarna team, guys. Thanks.
All right, Kelly, and you said the emotion got the better of him there, and the track crew trying to do their best to get him uprighted. And sometimes, especially when you're an off-camber berm like that, it makes it a little tough. And unfortunately, that happened for him. But getting back to the racing, 5 laps down, 5 more still to go for CJ Greaves. So first, second, third separated by 5.6 seconds. That was before the competition yellow. No time in between the top 3 now.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this restart goes because like I told you earlier, we figured out specifically how the restarts work. And Ricky Johnson, the driver's meeting this morning, suggested kind of moving those pylons back from that first jump a little bit and spreading it out a little bit more to get more of a run at that first jump, and that's exactly what they did. And CJ Greaves comes around turn number 1. They are bumper to bumper. Now keep in mind they cannot pass or pull the line until they pass the flag man. CJ Greaves, a nice start. Kincaid right there. Chad Horde in the 3rd spot. As they make their way around the Ponzi North America turn number 2 down the Walker Evans, Lincoln Electric Welder Skybox straightaway into the Polaris Gravel Pit turn. It's still CJ Greaves, Jeff Kincaid, and Chad Horde bumper to bumper. Barlow and Jenkins going at it. For a moment, Barlow pulled up alongside Jenkins and tried to make a pass.
Barlow tried, not to any avail there. Barlow in 5th just a moment ago, now going to the inside. Trying to make that pass on the 47. Look at him. He's the black truck with the yellow top and the cap blazing on the front. So the question was, did Jeff Kincaid, was he holding back just a tad? You're seeing a little bit different line for him there, squaring up early, going to the inside. Don't know if it was better, but he was definitely trying something different.
And conversely, Chad Horde way up in that berm through the Argonne corner, trying to get a run off the turn. expecting to lose a little bit in the beginning, but gaining it right back in the next corner.
Wow. It's good to see that left front lift up for these guys in that turn and not lift it up and bobble. Because that means, that's a not a fun situation, but when it's nice and smooth and lifted like that, that means you're going fast.
Simply amazing, that kid up front. Wow. It was a little over a 4-second lead that he had over Kincaid last time by, and I think it's going to be about the same, maybe a little bit more this time, unless something happens. But I'm kind of wondering, is at this point, if he's just kind of experimenting on different lines of the track, or if he's, you know what, I'm just going for the win and let the cup race fall where it may. It's hard to tell. 3 laps remaining this time around. Kincaid goes the inside line. Greaves goes way up against the wall. This time by, let's see what the gap is. Oh, Kincaid cut into it big time. Just a tick over 1 second back to Jeff Kincaid. He took off 3 seconds in that last lap.
And I think sometimes it's better to be in second. You can see what the guy's doing in front of you. You can judge whether you're making up ground or not. The guy in front, you have to run with blinders. You've got to look and see what's ahead, and you have to make adjustments all on your own. You have to try and find that line, not see if somebody in front of you kind of separated himself from you. So it's always better to be out in front, but at times if you're in second, you see a line starting to develop because, of something that happened in front, it's not always a bad thing being in second. Like right there, even through that first turn, squared it up maybe a little bit more.
On that last lap, looks like CJ pulled back away from Kincaid once again. And it's so hard to kind of figure out what's going on with these drivers, what's happening, and when we're not able to see specifics as far as any kind of possible damage to the tires, to the suspension, whatever it may be.
You see that cushion, if you look at a dirt track cushion, starting to get farther and farther to that outside. It's a lot of horsepower being thrown to those big tires and that roost and everything. They're starting to take the track a little bit wider.
Should be 2 laps remaining this time around. 2 laps as they cross the Amsoil finish line. Again, we talked about it yesterday. There's that big, huge rut right at the very end of that blue wall around the old Parsons Pond. Actually, it's called the Parsons Chevrolet Chicane. And Tyree just hit it. Here comes Keith Steele. Boom, he goes right through it. Doesn't look all that bad, but I guarantee if we go down there, it's about just probably mid-shin deep. Greaves, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, and the weather's really done well today. It's still blue skies, partly cloudy, but track holding a lot of moisture. Starting to get a little dustier right now, but the track's really holding up well. Had some rain last night. You see that whole shot straightaway getting fairly dusty. That's something, they didn't really mess with. And that dirt's getting turned up a lot there on that front straight.
Kincaid had a little goofy little bobble right there. He had to actually turn left after that first jump.
I think Chad's closing in, don't you? I think Chad's about a second, a little over a second behind. I think Chad Ford's actually starting to close in on Jeff Kincaid. Now these are 2 somewhat locals. Chad down the road a little farther. Kincaid just right down the road.
Yeah, I don't think Kincaid's rig actually even gets a chance to warm up on the drive here from the shop.
But watch, I do think.
Look at how squirrely he's
white
getting.
Flags out. I think Hord's closing in. This could be interesting. It looks like CJ has things in hand. He's almost a 3-second advantage ahead of Jeff Kincaid, but I think Chad Hord's the guy to watch for back in third.
0.7 of a second back to, well, actually, I don't even say 0.1 of a second. It's a 1 car length. It almost looks like something's going on with the rear suspension and the way that truck of Kincaid's is handling the turns.
Time's running out, though. What, about a half a lap to go?
And I haven't seen any specific part of the track where Chad may have an advantage over Kincaid, but there's something going on. Kincaid, yeah, he's just going way wide. Still has the speed, but I don't know, a sway bar that's...
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know Chad Hord is on his tail, and if he makes a bobble, he's going to be all over him. CJ Greaves, you see the gap between first and second. That race is for second and third. Which is going to finish in which position?
Here comes Chad Hord trying to outbreak Kincaid. Now reels him back in within 1 truck length. 2 truck lengths now as they cross the track to launch zone. heading into the final corner. Here comes your winner in round number 8 from Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Monster Energy Toyota 33 of C.J. Greaves. Kincaid will hang on for second. The Boss No Plow. Amsoil, number 9 of Chad Horde, will finish third. As the rest of the field comes across the line, Mike Jenkins will finish 4th. Nick Tyree in the top 5. Steve Barlow, his string will break of 3 straight podium finishes. He'll finish in the 6th spot. Keith Steele comes across the line. And in just a moment, you know what? We'll turn it over to, we'll take a quick break. Come back in just a couple of minutes with a podium interview with Kelly Steiner, our top 3 finishers of Pro 2. We'll be right back after this.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, Radar Tires has selected their weekend tire giveaway winner, and it's Colin Riggs. Colin Riggs, you have been selected to receive a set of Radar Tires, so please visit the Radar Tires tent to claim your prize. Colin Riggs, please report to the Radar Tire display and pick up your tires. Let's go right to the podium right now with Kelly Snyder with our top 3 finishers in Pro 2. Kelly?
Well, thanks, Scott. I'm going to jump up here with Chad Horde. Chad, you've had a pretty winning family and a team this year, or this weekend. Your daughter Aiden won the short course cards, and here you are. Not the best finish yesterday. I think you got about 3 laps in, but talk about what a tough battle you had, not only with Mike Jenkins, but also with Jeff Kincaid.
Yeah, you know, with the way they started the race today, not finishing yesterday, we didn't get into the corner with these guys right off the bat. But Mike and I did have a good battle going on. I ended up getting them down off the start and seen Jeff and CJ up there battling, and it's just awesome to be on the box here with these guys after the problems we had yesterday, and just you know, again for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, and these Maxxis tires, and all these fans here at Crandon, just pumped to be here.
Now, a spot on the track that most of the fans can't see is back there at that starting line turn, and every time you came around, those back tires were barely touching the top of that dirt. Talk about how scary that must be and what you go through in your mind when you're thinking about, I hope these tires traction and they're able to get me onto the rest of the track and I'm not going backwards down this hill.
Yeah, you know it is. We're coming through there pretty fast, but these Maxxis tires, I mean, we've got them on, CJ's got them on, they're an awesome tire, and you know, yesterday we pulled the whole shot with them, and we're going to go back, get the truck ready for this Cup race coming up, and hopefully we can get a win out of that one.
Well, we know you like Cup races, so congratulations on your 3rd place and good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Well, guys, give it up, Chad Horde on that awesome 3rd place finish. And talking to the guy in 2nd place for the 2nd time this weekend, Jeff, what a great race that was. Definitely the fan favorite and track hero out here. What a great race. Did you feel the pressure of Chad behind you?
Yeah, you know, CJ had a good race in front of me. I just couldn't quite catch him. We picked a couple soft tires, and we were trying to get good bite and stuff. And can't say enough for Traxxas, you know, Cooper tires put us up here on the podium, you know, and Chad was coming up on me, I could tell, you know, and I didn't know if I had enough left in it and stuff, but I was just hanging on. He said, +3, watch it, and, you know, but look at that competition between us 3, you know, you can't say enough, you know, and just to be up here for Crandon in front of my hometown, and glad to be here and at least get up on the podium, you know, it's a big plus. So.
Well, you still have one more race left. Are you going to bring it home for your Crandon fans?
Oh, yeah, we're going to try to, you know, we're going to give a shot, you know. It'll be, you know, me and I'm going to run my Pro 2, and Keegan's going to get into Mike's Pro 2, so you're going to see a father-son battle in the same class in that, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, well, that'll be something to watch. Give it up, guys, one more time for our 2nd place finisher, Jeff Kincaid. And talking about the father-son duo, the battle that will ensue, I'm sure, today during that Cup race, let's first talk about this Pro 2 race. You got clear out in front, and you were gone.
Yeah, you know, we had a strong truck all weekend and all year so far, so we just got a great jump and held it on a little bit longer than the rest of the guys coming into the first turn, and came out in the lead and then just kept our head down, and Jeff was right there sticking it on me in the beginning, and I just found some good lines, and my truck was really hooked up, so we just kept our head down and keep moving forward, and hopefully we can do the same thing in the Cup race.
Well, looking at your times being about a half a second off of those Pro 4s, I'm going to make the assumption you're going with the 2 for the Cup?
Yeah, you won't see the Pro 4 out here racing this weekend, but it'll be soon. But I can't thank my crew, the Lord, for keeping me safe, all my family. Happy birthday to my best friend right there, Jake. Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Amsoil, Forest County Potawatomi. Hats off to them. They put up another $5 grand for the Cup race today, and it's going to be a great race, and hopefully we can put on a show for you guys.
Well, guys, you normally see him going from the Pro Lite to the Pro 2, but it's going to be reversed today. So watch for CJ Greaves again, hopping into his Pro Lite. But give it up one more time for our Pro 2 podium, Chad Horde, Jeff Kincaid, and the guy on top, CJ Greaves. Guys.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. A lot of smiles up there. Even Chad smiling, he finished 3rd. Kincaid, all right, was 2nd because he knows he's going to have another opportunity. And CJ happy with 1st. And 2 races down and 2 Greaves with the victory. We won't see one, or maybe we will see one in the Pro Lite as well, because he's got to get out of that truck and get into another.
Yeah, he's got to kind of get on the little bicycle of his and haul butt back to the starting line in just a moment. We come out with Pro Lite. So, you know what, we're kind of wondering if CJ was going to be able to pull off a 3 truck race weekend, and we've kind of had our questions answered. And in fact, let's take a look at.
Maybe it was because when he practiced the other day, he didn't look as strong as we thought he would, and it might be a smart decision. But in Pro 2, he looked pretty strong right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of his comfortable soft shoe thing. He's so comfortable behind that wheel.
Oh,
and,
man, I did not see that. It looked like Mike Jenkins that actually got caught and hooked left.
Him and Kincaid made contact, yeah. Take a look at this. Greaves came into the corner on the outside, made the pass, and pulled the whole shot. Meanwhile, Jenkins and Chad Horde were battling quite a bit there for a while.
Horde trying to set up on the inside here, but you know it's going to be tough to make that pass through the right-hand turn. But if you get inside and take that guy's line, you can do it. Not a good day for Jarrett Johnson.
No, there was issues there with the track crew. He wasn't crazy about how they were pulling him over, and basically his day was done without a doubt.
But after the competition yellow, we restarted. CJ Greaves was out in front of Jeff Kincaid, and that's the way they would wind up finishing 1 and 2. With a Chad Horde, you see him back at third, starting to close in, putting some pressure on Jeff Kincaid. Just couldn't quite get the job done. Maybe another lap or two, he might have had a chance.
Well, we're used to seeing aggressive driving, contact as the white flag comes out. I'm kind of wondering at this point with the white flag that the guys were somewhat comfortable where they were at. You know what? I'm going to save a little bit left of what's left of my truck and get it ready for the Cup race.
So CJ Greaves with not much pressure. That wasn't the case for Jeff Kincaid. Had a lot of pressure. CJ taking another victory on the season. Make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now out of 8 races in the 2014 season. A great job by CJ Greaves.
What's funny is it was about 4, maybe 5 years ago when actually I want to say CJ first started racing. Very first season he started racing, and I think in one of Johnny's winning interviews in his race, the subject came up about CJ starting a race and getting into, starting. And Johnny said, yeah, pointing at the kid, that's my 401k. I think that's a pretty good investment at this point.
Yep, I do believe you're correct. The Pro Lights are lined up. Pro Lite yesterday, it was a good one. We'll take a look at it and see how that went down. We know it always starts the same way. Cowboy getting his little run down the front straight.
That wave of dust in row 2 just kicked back at everybody except for the first 3 or 4. And once again, Keegan Kincaid, man, whole shot the outside. And the other young kid works his way through the pack real quickly. There's CJ running in second.
Brad Lovell with a pretty good start. We saw the Amsoil 44 get his nose in there. Going to finish on a podium for the day, but good to see him out in front. Losing a little body work there. There was definitely some truck banging going on.
Yeah, Luke Johnson, Nick Baumgartner, Luke in the middle. Luke in the middle, and it was Nick Baumgartner on the outside in that sleek old machine. And here's CJ Greaves pulling into the hot pits with all kinds of weird things. We couldn't figure out what was going on.
And then we figured out it was a belt problem. He had no power steering. They got it back on. He started back up, but had a long way to make up. Track started drying out as the day went on.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, it really did. And I think it was due more to the wind than it was the sun. But yet, with the blue groove and all the conditions that we were having as they come across the line, it was Keegan Kincaid taking the win. And a little bit of a celebration. He's all smiles. And again, that young man right there in the middle of the screen, he is going to be in the Pro 2 in the first race ever for him coming up in the Forest County Potawatomi Cup race this afternoon.
Doug Matag, another strong finish, still has him out in front of Jared Brooks, who was up near the front and dropped back. He's now, 21 markers behind Doug Matag. CJ Greaves in third, 24 points back, followed by Keegan Kincaid and Brad Lovell, who had one of his best finishes this year in fifth place overall for the year.
Yeah, he was all happy last night talking to him in the pits. And yeah, it's kind of neat. I don't want to call it changing of the guard, but look at the first 4. Are we seeing the young next generation of racers really start to flex their muscle? And will we see some of these guys in a Pro 2 or Pro 4 come next year? And obviously in CJ, we already see that.
When I looked at the timing sheet yesterday, I had Keegan Kincaid about 0.8 of a second faster on his fastest lap. Second was actually, actually it wasn't quite that, 26.3. Yeah, no, it was. He was about 0.8 of a second quicker than Brad Lovell. So we see that Brad was able to turn it up and look strong. Did When you talked to him yesterday, was it any turning? Was there any certain point that said, okay, I've kind of got this figured out for this year?
Well, yeah, I think anytime that you're having problems getting on the podium and you're used to being there, you struggle, you can't figure out what the problem is. So you try this, okay, that wasn't it. You tried that, that wasn't it. Oh, you start scratching your head going, okay, what if it's a driver? And that's where the crew comes in and it kind of tries to get your confidence back. And they did, I think JT Taylor and the rest of the guys are working on that as well as the race truck. And then yesterday afternoon, Brad Lovell on the podium where he's used to being and hasn't been quite enough times this year. I think just being on the podium, he's real happy. And I think he's making strides towards the front of where he wants to be.
There's where we are. I don't know if we can, him waving there trying to see it.
Yeah, we're behind one of those windows, yeah.
You head to that far left. You know, they say success breeds success. So hopefully, that good move by Brad will, breed more of that because we're not used to seeing him struggle.
He had a really good point last night. Him and I were talking. It's like with all this young generation coming in, those four guys. We talk about Doug Matag and C.J. Greaves, Jared Brooks, and Kincaid. We may be seeing what he called the Rat Pack. We got the Torc wet Rat Pack coming in. We got something there,
The Torc Rat Pack. Are you trying to?
The cool kids. Everybody wants to be them. Everybody wants to hang out with them, and that's kind of the cool thing.
Well, the Rat Pack here. There's a mess of rats coming up in this Pro Lite class. 22 starters today.
Absolutely, and here's our lineup starting on the pole. How about this? On the inside, out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, it's the number 33 Monster Energy Toyota of C.J. Greaves. Alongside of him, Brad Lovell, and running the Amsoil Torchmate BFG, number 44. Alongside of him, it's Jared Brooks, number 77 of Jared Brooks, driving the Synergy Electric Cooper Tires entry. Alongside of him, yesterday's winner, Keegan Kincaid, the number 7, driving for, let's see, Trax, Cooper Tires, and CrandonOffroad.com. And our current points leader, Doug Matag, number 81, Ram, Walker Evans Racing, Cooper Tires, Custom Off-Road Designs, number 81. Starting that 6th spot, it's Luke Johnson in the Peak Antifreeze Radar Tires, number 14. Sean Morris out of Colorado, driving the Pack Race Springs Maxxis Amsoil, number 27. Driving this afternoon will be Kyle Kleiman, number 48. Driving the Ponzi Kenda Tires, number 48. Travis Dinsmore is out to number 43, running for let's see, no, it's Sleeko Plastics, Lucas Oil, and FK Rod Ends. Also out there would be Bobby Runyon Jr. Out of Northern California, the number 9. Bodybuilding.com, Wishes for Warriors and Raging Bull Motorsports. Alongside of him, number 8, his teammate Joey Sylvester out of Ohio, driving for the Rigid Industries JS Team Cooper Tires, number 8. Cam Reimers out of Iowa, driving number 21, SSI Decals, Ty Lube Maxon entry. Mark Kleiman out of Bark River, driving number 42, Ponzi Kenda Tires out of Bark River. Also, we got Brian Osborne, number 54, Black Rhino Racer X West Coast Chill entry. Jesse Johnson, he's out of Charlotte, North Carolina, number 15, the Husqvarna Chevrolet. Also, another starting in the 16th spot, number 95, Andrew Kosick. He is running for Canadi, Cyclo, and Next Generation Pyrotech. Scott Bosch out of Bark River, running number 20, Stewart Manufacturing, ATD Transmissions, and Trail Ready Beadlocks. Nick Baumgartner's back, number 12, Sleeko Plastics entry. Driving this afternoon will be Jake Sunderby in number 58, Custom Windows Plus Stacked Stands. Ian Harris is running for SSI Decals, Ty Lube Max, number 22. Randy Yeller out of Illinois, driving the Maxxis PSC Steerings, Ignite Race Fuels. And Chris Bowser, number 84. We are just a minute away, as there's still a little watering going on the racetrack. Right now, pulling up the racetrack, we got Kelly Snyder at the racetrack. Kelly, what do you have?
Well, thanks, guys. I know you have the best seat for the entire race, but I for sure have the best seat in the house for the start of this thing, right back here at the starting line, land rush start. I know the question on everyone's mind has been whether or not we were going to see C.J. Greaves race in that Pro 4 class and make history with all 3 classes. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen here today. I talked to his dad, Johnny Greaves, and he told me that C.J. really was looking forward to using Friday's practice and qualifying times to get the truck more dialed and to get CJ a lot more practice in the Pro 4 seat, but because of that rained out Friday practice, they just didn't feel like they had enough confidence to be able to put that Pro 4 on the track with CJ as the driver. So we're just going to have to settle with CJ Greaves in that Pro 2. We've already seen him dominate. We'll look forward to seeing that in the Cup race, but this is the race we're about to see. Starting on the pole is your current Pro 2 points leader and the guy who's going to be working his way to the front, trying to redeem his power steering failure yesterday here in today's Pro Lite race. So guys, watch for CJ Greaves on the pole.
Yep, look for CJ going for the sweep, the grief sweep this weekend. Dad did it in the 4s. CJ did it in 2s. Now will he be able to do it in the lights? That will be the question.
Well, he's in a. I'm not crazy about the very inside pull, but here's the thing. It's done by inversion. So they inverted the first 5. And
unless did they do the 5?
Yeah, he chose with Matag being our points leader. Actually, it was done today is done by finishing order of yesterday.
Right. Yeah. So that he got the bad end of that stick.
Yeah. So CJ starts on a pull, but the thing is, coming to turn 1, you gotta have to burn unless he's cleared of the 1 or 2 trucks next to him. He's gonna have to lift the throttle, make the turn to set up.
All right. Now, how did that happen? Now I'm looking at that. Now you got me second guessing myself. I was like, all right, from yesterday, CJ finished in 16th place in the Pro Lights. So how did he get into the 5th spot? So I'm not sure. Maybe it was done from timing, and then it shows my ignorance in today's racing. But either way, when you're on that inside and you're saying you got a blip, if you get a good jump, go left.
Yeah, you got to go left to get right. You got to get that thing rotated. And the thing is, if he's even on the inside, it gets that truck turned, he's still going to slide out towards the middle of the racetrack in front of somebody.
Or even with somebody. If you're on the out. And think of that. If you're on the outside of CJ, you have somebody sliding into you, and you've got all your weight to the outside. That's usually bad news. And that's something that every single one of these drivers is well aware as they head into that funnel that is that first turn at Crandon.
And there's a couple of drivers who are probably drooling a little bit about their starting spot. I have to say, probably, we talked about this earlier. Probably the best starting location at the line is in that 4th, 5th, or 6th location. Pretty much where Doug Matag, Luke Johnson, and Sean Morris are at. So that's going to be interesting to see because they'll be easily clear. They got the smoother line down the straightaway. There's less bumps, less little rollers. So they're not going to be hopping up into the air, slowing down, making those jumps where the rest of the field will be in this very uneven natural terrain going into turn number 1. They're going to stay on the ground and have those 2 tires grabbing all the way into the corner. So I'm really thinking Keegan, Doug, Luke Johnson, maybe Sean Morris even will have a shot at the whole shot. But then again, you can't count out CJ in anything. Anytime he hits the track.
Looking at yesterday's race, 3 guys were in the 125 second range. Jarrett Brooks, Brad Lovell, and Keegan Kincaid. So any given lap, those were your 3 fastest. That's not how they finished, but those are the 3 fastest guys from yesterday. Today, it's a new story. Let's find out.
Wow, 22 cars at the line getting ready to take the green flag. We're just a couple moments away. We're watching for Cowboy because that's the sure sign. There's Face Desney. He takes the first check, the preliminary check of their drivers, and then he'll turn that quad around and head down towards the flag stand. And what's interesting, we haven't seen it yet, is he'll climb the flag stand, and there's a hunk of plywood on a slider right in front of the driver's side, so they can see a big, huge red square. Huge red square. And when he climbs that tower, he'll take that hunk of plywood and slide it across, covering up that red square and exposing yellow. That all of a sudden tells drivers, okay, start revving, start loading up that
gear.
Yeah, get it in gear, load up that torque converter, and that's exactly what you see. And that's a sign that at any second that green flag could wave. So, well, there's Cowboy. He's getting ready, waiting for Faye to climb up into that tower. Here we go. I think he's got more laps across that starting line than Johnny or Jeff Kincaid have around this racetrack combined.
I don't know how old he is, but yeah, his laps have got to be up there.
When those trucks make that little bit of a lurch forward, that's them throwing it into gear and loading up that torque converter. He's Cowboys now watching that flag stand, waiting for Faye to be ready. There it is. We're getting ready to go. There's that red square. Here we go, Crandon. Here they come to Forest County Potawatomi, turn 1.
See him out with the best jump, but maybe nice and smooth, not looking for any wheel spin. We'll see how they go into that first turn. Off camber if you're on the inside. CJ's going to get closed off. Brad Lovell again, just like that start from yesterday.
Brad Lovell coming around the corner, and he easily has the lead. Keegan Kincaid second, CJ Greaves third.
CJ's going to try and set up on the inside, get inside of Keegan. Is he going to be able to make that pass? Does not look like he's going to be able to do so. And actually, Keegan gains the ground on Brad Lovell.
Are you feeling that, man? They came around turn 1. The building was shaking. This is great.
Look at that. Keegan trying to go inside. Again, for the first time after they reworked the track. It's nice and smooth, actually a little wet. And Keegan Kincaid trying to get by early. He wants to be in first place. He's not one to wait around, and he knows that C.J. Greaves is on his back bumper.
As they make their way around, here comes Kincaid to the inside on Lovell. Kincaid at the point as they cross the line. It'll be Kincaid, Lovell, C.J., Jared Brooks, Doug Matag.
Luke Johnson. Looks like climbing in 6.
It'll be Kyle Kleiman running that 6 spot. Yeah, Kyle.
So we saw Kincaid with some urgency wanting to get out in front. It looks like we're now starting to see that urgency out of C.J. back in third.
We got somebody rolling over. Somebody rolled over. Went down inside of the Argonne corner.
The 1-2.
One that'd be Nick Baumgartner. Inside of the Argonne corner, there's a big hole down inside, that big bowl. And it sounds like Nick Baumgartner is the truck that went down into that gully.
And he's a newcomer to the series this
And
year.
we've got a full course yellow, it appears right now, where you don't know if he rolled down into the corner. Full course yellow, yes it is. Here comes Richie Kuloff in the Pro 2 2-seater, so we got full course yellow.
So yesterday when we saw this happen, they had a full restart, a full standing restart, because I don't believe they completed one lap. We've not completed one lap here as well. So you would think if history serves us, or if history's any indicator, they will do a restart.
With that situation yesterday, the track was blocked. It was in turn 1 or just at the exit turn 1. There's Nick Baumgartner back underway in the Slico entry.
But we have not completed a lap yet.
Who? Nick Baumgartner's back on the track. Yeah, yeah.
We see it. We see it. But so was it a case of the track being totally blocked, or because they didn't complete a lap that they had the full restart? We'll have to hear the official word, because we do have timing and scoring up here, and when we see 0 laps, it means they have not started. So I'm curious to see if they line them back up on that standing start. It will be a complete restart, I've just been told. So not the single file. If they were in, if they were in a few laps, I could see them doing it, nose to tail. But given that there hasn't been a single lap completed, it's like we haven't even had a start. Good for Baumgartner, I guess.
Oh yeah, this is as long as there's nothing wrong with the truck. In fact, right now, if I was him, I would have pulled into the hot pits and had my guys check out the truck. If not, at least visually checked out the truck, because it's not going to hurt anything.
Yeah, I know. You saw him doing the little swoop on the outside and stuff, trying to test, see if anything felt loose, if it was trying to pull one way or another. He was doing some testing of his own just a moment ago when I looked at him going into turn 2.
It's been a while since he's been behind the wheel of a Pro Lite, so with him,
and he comes from a snowboard cross background. I mean, this is an athlete of a totally different genre. It's one thing to be like Larry Pegum racing a buggy out here that's used to the dirt from dirt track or whatever, road racing, but Nick's used to, keeping an edge on a snowboard and going fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's not afraid to take chances, and
well, that's for sure.
Yeah. Have you been at any of those snowboard cross events?
I actually,
oh my gosh.
I think I've interviewed Nick before doing somewhere after the 2006, 7, 8 years, right around there. 2007, I think, in Idaho. I think I got to talk to him, possibly.
So we're going to take the entire field back to the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line.
Easy for you to say.
I physically have to really downshift and slow down when I talk like that.
Gotta love all the local sponsors, huh?
Well, guys like CJ.
So right there, they've left Argonne, right? And then what do they call the S's? Is that Argonne?
That far corner, that kind of soft. No, this is
prior to that.
Yeah, prior to the corner that they're coming from. Yeah, prior to Argonne is the corner right, the chicane right here.
So when they say the S's, it's between Argonne and that last turn.
No, the S's are right here in front of us.
Oh,
this is the chicane.
Oh, this is what they call this.
Yeah. Then you've got the Argonne
I'm
corner.
new to the Crandon venue here, so I'm trying to ask you as many questions.
There's Bobby Runyon Jr.
Yeah, Bobby from the NASCAR world and the karting world, and now in the off-road truck world. And Bobby had one of his best finishes of the year. He tied his best finish at 9th place at Crandon yesterday.
He's got something going pretty cool off the track, kind of behind the scenes with the Wishes for Warriors, yeah. And he really promotes the idea of getting wherever we're racing local wounded warriors that get them out of the house, that have they could be crippled somehow in some way. Get them out of the house, get them doing something, whether it be hunting, fishing, hanging out with them at the racetrack, part of the crew members. So he's been very active with that, and it's been a pretty cool thing to see. In fact, I think he's got a couple guys here this weekend locally that whether they lost limbs or whatever it may be, but they're here helping out or part of the program with Bobby Runyon Jr. And Bobby is actually one-third of the team with Joey Sylvester, who's out there as well with the Rigid Industries entry.
So it does look like a little bit of a cluster gaggle as they line up, because you have to remember who was in front of who was next to who. So they'll pull out there. And as you said, you know, Nick, I don't think he thinks there's anything wrong with his truck, or he would have, you know, went over there to the side. So he was doing all those on-track tests.
Yeah, it sure doesn't hurt to check, though. In fact, is that one of Sean Morris's guys? I can't tell. Kind of peeking in. I kind of wonder if the crews are allowed to go up to the trucks at this. Oh, they must be. I don't know.
They haven't raced. There has not been a start to the race. When you do this on the beginning, it's like there never was anything that's taken off.
You saw Jarrett Brooks kind of pull off to the side just for a minute to top off the fuel tank, and that came up at the driver's meeting this morning.
That may be smart. What did they say?
That in this situation, it burns up a lot of fuel. Just running an entire lap, even though they're idling or idle speed, it still burns up a lot of fuel because they don't turn the trucks off at all through staging, through lining up and getting ready to go. That they allowed them, the USAC allowed the drivers, if they chose, to pull up the side and top off.
Smart move.
I can get it after the race, that's all right. Well, I got the other guy on my list, so I don't want to fuck him.
So now are the guys in front supposed to be a little closer to the first turn, or the guys on the outside?
Guys, TJ is supposed to be the closest one in a straight line to turn one.
I mean, that's kind of a skewed look, I guess, for us.
Yeah, that's a bad camera angle. But then again, you can't, you know.
For the start. It's a great one for racing, but for looking at that start.
Are you going to kind of, as a driver, wouldn't you try to inch forward even?
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
Cabo will keep him straight, though. He's not messing around.
Oh, he's got to check off clipboard and everything right there.
Yeah, well, he's the one that lines him up. He's the official. Everything we say is officially unofficial. There's a difference between Cowboy and you and I, other than the hat.
There you see the 42. Mark Kleiman, Joey Sylvester in that red number 8.
All right, they're still lining up. You see Luke Johnson peeling in there in the 14. We're going to step aside for just a moment, come back with a Pro Lite final here in just a moment. There it is, the big house brawl. We're about to fight it out for the second to last time because we're going to have a cup race a little bit later. But the big house brawl is our first of 2 stops here at Crandon. This is round 8 of Torc the Off-Road Championship. And CJ Greaves trying to go for a Greaves family sweep here today. And he's trying to finish part 3 of that equation because Dad won in the Pro 4x4. He wins in the Pro 2, now lining up for the Pro Lights, which he was out in front, but we didn't see that because there was no start because we had a rollover by Nick Baumgartner. So a complete restart. And the Greaves crew out there talking to him. Remember, this is the truck yesterday we saw lose a belt. He said it didn't know what it was. The alternator belt kicked off the power steering belt. So now they're kind of stuck. They were able to survive off battery power. They started shutting down stuff. So they didn't have to have the alternator belt. But they had to get the power steering belt because he could not steer that thing. I mean, you've been there. It's not just a struggle like having to gradually turn the thing like an old car, like you say. it literally fights you back. When you start pulling, it wants to kick
Pull
you
it
the
back.
other way.
It's like a huge giant rubber band wanting to pull it back. Whatever you're doing, there's something counteracting it, trying to pull it back.
In spurts, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it'll like bam, bam, and it wants to fight you, and that's what he had to do. It looks like the guys are telling the crews to get out of the way, and it looks like having to do 2-row starts. Are guys choosing to take the inside, or there's just that many trucks, I guess?
Oh, 22, yeah.
I could have swore we saw them all the way across earlier, but now it looks like guys want to take that second row.
It's a strong possibility. In fact, I listening to the drivers meeting this morning, I thought that you could choose your spot wherever you wanted. Okay, I'm the number 1 qualifier. I can go wherever I want on the line, which you can.
Yeah.
If I'm the number 2 qualifier, I can go anywhere I want in that order.
How did Cowboy know that?
I know. That's why. But what in reality is, the number 1 qualifier can go anywhere he wants and parks. Then the second place guy takes the whatever is left
Next
over on the inside.
On the inside?
On the inside. So if CJ agrees to fast qualifier, he chooses to go to the outside. The number 2 qualifier has to go to the pole. Number 3 qualifier has to go to the second spot. Number 4 qualifiers go to the third spot on the line.
Gotcha.
So once again, here we go. We're getting Cowboy in position. We got Face Desney headed toward the flag tower. And I'm wondering if guys like CJ learned anything. That maybe, okay, I can't start in second gear.
Yeah, we see Cowboy on the move here.
Just got report that CJ Greaves' engine is about to expire, so he's going to go as far as he can in this race. So CJ Greaves is having serious engine problems.
Had a belt yesterday, a motor today.
I was going to ask if there was any motor damage from yesterday.
I don't know. Here we go. Red's going to turn to yellow. Yellow turns to a green flag.
We are now yellow, Crandon. Here we go. Pro Lite coming into Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1. Now,
Lovell's got it on the start.
I'm telling you right now, tell me you don't feel this building move when they come around turn 1.
Dude, I feel the movement
Whoa,
of Brad
look
Lovell.
how far to the left
Lovell
went.
Killing it right now on the starts. Oh, somebody spin around in 1. Look at it. And they're piled up big time. If you thought there was a yellow before, there is going to be a full course because nobody can pass right now. And I see, it looks like
Cam Reimers, Johnson's in there. We've got a red truck, hard to see. We got 1 truck on its side.
Kleiman, Johnson. Seeing the
red flag has come out.
The
red flag has just come out, so the race has been absolutely stopped. Joey Sylvester was involved.
Hey, I
Here
saw
we go.
yellow. Watch yellow sideways first. Yep, it was Kleiman.
Oh, man.
Kleiman was around first, and everybody else had really nowhere to go and just kind of got caught up in them. And I thought I saw that the first time. And there's just not much you can do. All right, now look at it head on. Look at the yellow truck on that outside. Roost factor of 11 right there. We talked about it even with Larry Peckham earlier. He said you cannot see. You absolutely cannot see. How does he know where to turn in?
You just gotta feel it.
You gotta use the force like Luke Skywalker, and that just doesn't always work. And then everything's gonna happen just up
And
above us.
that's 100% due to vision. Absolutely 100% due to vision.
Because you saw that roost. The guys in front, that roost is going straight for Kleiman. And Mark goes, and Luke Johnson gets stuck up in it. I mean, because all you got to do is catch just a piece of him, and it's going to slow your truck down, but it's also going to bring him over and around.
Now here we go again. There's somebody on the left side of the screen that has no front end as far as body work, was able to get through there, way up against the wall. I wonder who that is, because that happened before.
No, he
got there.
Yeah, he was using the Luke Skywalker right there. But
then somebody in a dark truck, right smack dab in the middle, just pile drives the heck out of Mark Kleiman and ends up on his side.
He didn't know what was coming. I mean, if you think Kleiman couldn't see, what do you think he was seeing? Because he had another wave or two in front of him.
We're watching Jesse Johnson drive off, so he's going to work his way obviously to the hot pits to make sure everything's okay as he's doing that side-to-side turning thing. Oh, there goes the 58. I wonder if that's who ended up on its side.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that was the one on his side. That was Jake Sunderby.
Show a replay of it.
So, yeah.
Is that, see, who's it? Is that the...
All I know is that's not the way Ponzi want to get their name out there in Kansas. Yeah. I got to see the Ponzi. I got to see what that.
Ain't that thing wild?
That thing for the first time that picks up the trees and moves them all around and stuff. Now I know what a big piece of tree moving machinery looks like. Hey, cosmetics fine. He's looking for any kind of damage.
Yeah, the radiators and all that kind of stuff are, for the most part, located behind the driver in the back part, the bed area of the race truck. So
he's turning around there. All right, those level. We're going to have a restart again, nonetheless. Cowboys starting to line them up already.
Now I'm wondering, we're under red flag conditions now. The guys that are kind of bent up and want to check out the race trucks, are being allowed to work on them in the hot pits.
Still haven't had a lap yet.
But it's red flag conditions.
It's
that's
possible.
It's
okay. But I think nonetheless the race had stopped before, even though there wasn't a race. I think the red flag is, you generally in a red flag you kind of stop where you are because there's a big danger out on the track. It's not like a full course caution.
We were just told we got a full. Oh man, there's Brian Osborne being pulled off the track. He's on the strap. So in fact, I think that was probably the truck that was on its side. So tough break for that young man.
Yeah, it was a black one. I thought it was the other, the 58. But yeah, no, I think that they throw the red out there just to, hey, guys, we're shutting this down. There's a dangerous situation on the track. And when you have, what, about a third of the field laying across it, that was the right color. And yeah, I think Jake Sunderby may be okay. They're just pulling off all the stuff. There's no use in having a hood or something fly up and block your vision. Or
look at the parking lot.
Look, they're just ripping parts. And by the way, fans, they do assign these parts after the race. If you want to ask for some of these parts, they're more than happy to give them to you.
You want a hood or a door, fender to take home, head to the Pro Lite pits after this race. Wow.
I can't believe that this track has it so close on gas.
So as we get lined up, and there's obviously some crews in the hot pits working on their race trucks as we speak, and when we are now under full course yellow. We're no longer under red flag conditions. We're under full course yellow. We'll step away just for a moment, come back with another restart, or the official start.
The Pro Lite, the race that'll never end, or start.
Or start, yeah. We'll be back right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
All right, here we are at the Pro Lights, and they are pushing back, climbing, so maybe he might be a little bit out of position. Bobby Runyon backing up as well. The Pro Lights have not had an official start. You talked about how they enabled to refill the machines, and it looks like they are taking advantage of that now. This will be the fourth start we've had, or third start. One, two. This will be the third. This will be the third. I don't want to foreshadow anything. So many starts that they're actually going to water the track right now, and they're working their way around turn 2. Before we get to that, let's go to Kelly Snyder, who has an update on CJ Greaves.
Well, thanks, guys. A lot of commotion back here in the hot pits, here in the staging lanes. I know we dealt with this a little bit yesterday, but here we are again with the fueling problem. This is such a long course that these Pro Lights are really down to the wire when it comes to the gas track ratio. So these guys are trying to refuel here after those 2 long sessions of idling and these 2 restarts. They're definitely filling back up. So you're going to have to look for these guys. Hopefully everybody's able to refuel and get their trucks ready for this Pro Light race for the 3rd time. but watch for the track. It's now been watered again, so everything these guys mentally have just been through on the last 2 starts is going to be changed again. It's going to be a slippery cement. These pro lights will now be ice skaters out there, so look out for that, and hopefully we can make a clean start and get this race started. Guys?
All right, thanks, Kelly. Slippery start. Yeah, they're putting water on all the track except for the start, it looks like, right now. So it'll be dusty down that front straightaway.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday is the guys that kind of pulled away from the field, like 4 or 5 of the trucks that pulled away down that straightaway into turn 1, created a wall of dust right behind them for the rest of the field. And you can see one of the water trucks going down that long back straightaway. There's Cody Kleiman pulling in the line right alongside. I believe that is that Bobby
Is it Kyle
Runyon?
today? Kyle's in
Is it
there.
Kyle? Okay,
Yeah,
Kyle.
Kyle's supposed to be on there Sunday. Look, they put Cody and Kyle on the top of the truck. Just
Yeah, that helps us out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They put them both on there.
Cowboy's getting a workout today.
Oh yeah, his calves will be burning. Never tripped, you say?
You keep saying that. You're the one to jinx him, not me, man.
I keep saying it just so to clear this. I've also got.
Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and the 100-mile-an-hour XO1 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store. With over 30 vehicles under $300, get in on the fun with Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. Whether you're a sponsor pro or a weekend warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels makes more power, are more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracefuels.com. We have an announcement about a lost child. Go ahead, Dave. Once again, it's always fun to have one of the drivers come up here and hang out with us. And he was up here yesterday for a short time. And, well, when you're 17 years old, you're not supposed to be this big. And he's going to come in here and cramp in between 2 other guys.
He's
meaning,
a man-child.
Literally, yeah.
How tall are you?
6'4".
How much you weigh?
260.
6'4", 260 at 17. You play football or just wrestle?
Both.
God,
that's with his dad.
Yep.
Yeah, see, this is the way I would look if I stood up next to him. That's about what it would be.
It's Gatlin Keener, and you came out with a brand new truck yesterday afternoon. It looked pretty damn sharp in that thing, and it's not your normal race truck.
No, that's for sure.
Well, what is it?
It's a 1947. And it was pretty much a barn find that we built into a race truck.
And it's the steel fenders. It's not painted. It's rusty, and it looks like Mater from Cars, but in a with the lift kit. It's really cool.
We'll see it in the Sportsman class a little bit later on here today, and we're going to be online to the rest of the world. Everybody will get to see what it looks like here in a little bit. You ready?
Oh yeah.
But you've got some announcements. Tell us what's going on. You're being kind of quiet about this whole thing.
Well, yesterday during the race, I forgot his name already.
Mark Kwame?
Yeah, Mark Kwame, that's what it was.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, came up to my dad and said that he wanted his name on the side of the truck, and we worked something out. So, well, we got Popcorn Sutton now to help us.
On one of the coolest looking race trucks. It could have been a, what do you call it? The name of the race truck? It's got a nickname?
Yep.
Should be Rusty.
Oh, the bootlegger.
Yeah, the bootlegger. In fact, back in the day, that truck could have probably been a bootlegging truck. So that's a cool part of it. You know what? We're just probably a minute away or so from the start of the race. So hang with us. if you got a moment, and kind of help us with this race a little bit. But we're going to take a look at the starting line right now of the Pro Lite race. We're being told right now that Faye is up in the flag tower, and we're getting ready to start this race. It sounds like Cowboy should have the guys all in line. There he goes. Oh, we're still getting the lineup going.
Is that a Chevy or a Ford?
Ford.
47 Ford. Okay. And that's why I was reminded Scott, it was one of the first trucks that was built after World War II. So, I mean, that thing's been out there quite a while.
Well, we were told that it was just a moment away from starts. It looks like Cowboy's still getting the guys lined up. So it's going to be longer than what we anticipated. But
Cossack might be wanting to go in that back row or drastic inside. I'd had a second, let me think about this for a minute. Do I really want to be here, or should I just let them go and then try and duck underneath?
It's going to be interesting. In fact, that number 58 was probably, I think that we were told that was the actual truck that was on its side. That is Jake Sunderby. Pulled off, it looks like every body panel except the roof panel after that incident.
Something unfortunate, this is our second restart. The first restart was caused by Nick Baumgartner rolling over. When he restarted, he was in 4th place. So he got the restart he was looking for. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do it again. But yeah, he was hating to see that. And I'm hoping that we can get something out of Kelly Snyder and hear the crew from CJ Greaves of what they think is going to let go in that truck. If it's on his last word, as we heard up here, we're about a half a mile away from it, and we heard about CJ's truck. I'm hoping that we can find out what's wrong with that bad boy, because he's trying to, win this championship as well, and he's third in points.
So Cowboy's going to step to the side, grab the oxygen mask, suck on it a little bit, and throw the finger in the air and give it a big twirl. There it is. We got Faye Stesney up in the flag tower. There we go. Here they come into turn 1. Crandon, Fielder, Earth move as they make their way into turn 1.
Brad Lovell gets another good jump. Not quite the jump that he had for the first race, but there's something about these starts. He has them dialed into that Amsoil 44.
And for the 3rd straight time, it looked like Brad Lovell pulled the hose out. Kincaid somehow wormed his way to the outside and came out into turn 2 with the lead.
There's a guy I've been looking for, Jarrett Brooks, who backed up a little bit yesterday. Jarrett Brooks in 4th place. He's the guy who was definitely the quickest the first couple of races this 2014 season.
Wow, and you would never know that we're on our 3rd restart. The speed that they're carrying down into the Polaris gravel pit turn.
There goes Brooks into 3rd, dropping Doug McTagg, the series points leader, into 4th.
Kincaid goes way to the outside. Here comes, for a moment, Brad Lovell looked like he was pulling up the slide job to the inside. Couldn't make it stick. Kincaid hangs on the lead as Brad Lovell 2nd. Brooks 3rd, Doug McTagg, Sean Morris all in the top 5.
Randy Imler in 6th, Scott Motion in 7th, Luke Johnson 8th, Kleiman in 9th, and Bobby Runyon in 10th.
Trying to get one clean lap out of this race. Now, this is where it's real hard, because if they're all running in a single file line, there's not a lot of battling going on. They're trying to get set in position, but they're getting roosted like crazy. Now, Gatlin, in the first lap or two, you as a driver, what's it like ripping these tear-offs, trying to find vision, trying to make a pass on the guys, but yet trying to keep being able to see where you're going?
Oh, it's crazy. Just the roost, and then sometimes you get big that'll fly up and hit the screens, and it's just crazy.
Looks like the guys right now are starting to separate just a little bit, all in that top 10, but man, here we go again. Kincaid running up front. Still no report on CJ Greaves.
Kincaid pretty much picking up where he's left off the last 2 races. Bark River 2, he finished with a victory, and yesterday with a win. He's out in front again here. Could he get, and I said it yesterday, that off-road racing turkey winning 3 races in a row.
Oh man, at his home track, that'd be pretty darn cool. Doing something I don't think his dad has ever done, which is says something right there.
Looks like starting to get some pressure now. Doug McTagg starting to work on Jarrett Brooks. Remember, there the series points title hopefuls right there. McTagg in the 81 is the points leader ahead of Jarrett Brooks.
And the interesting part about that, they are also teammates. And there is a big rock or a big rut, just a big hole in the Argonne corner, and both Brooks and McTagg bounced out of it with their right rear tires. So something like that could be ripping these tires off the wheels if they hit it just the right time.
We saw that happened to top 2 finishers yesterday, or 2 guys in the top in Pro 4. So you have to look ahead. You cannot hit those big rocks, something dislodge that tire, or the rut for that same matter, or like we saw Adrian Cheney jumping hard enough with low tire pressure to able to blow the tire off the bead as well.
Sean Morris looking pretty good right now. From Sean Morris forward, they pulled away from the pack. Randy Eller, oh, boom! Luke Johnson climbed the right front of Scott Beauchamp coming into turn 1.
Dude, how about staying on the throttle? He had to stay on it. How did he pull out of
They
that one?
both did, because the only thing that will save you in a moment like that is horsepower. Neither driver lifted.
What do you think?
Wow!
His dad is in the color commentary booth with Tess Sewell for the NBC Sports Network show. You know Ricky had about a pucker factor 9 right there as well.
And now Scott Beauchamp has been passed on by Luke Johnson, by also Jesse Johnson and Mark Kleiman, so there may be an issue with his truck. But man, at the highest speed area of this racetrack, big contact was made between Luke Johnson and Scott Beauchamp. Both of them are still underway on the race.
Jesse Johnson, take a look at him, no hood, but that makes no difference because the truck's still able to go just as fast. Kincaid leading Brad Lovell, Jared Brooks, Doug Matag. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Some separation over 5th. Sean Morris back there. Again, they're going to all repack up at the halfway point. We see that competition yellow. I don't know how you can get much tighter than this, though.
Yeah, at least we completed a couple laps, man.
Yeah, 2 have been complete. I think the place you want to be at least is in 2nd place, though. I think that's why you're seeing the urgency out of Jared Brooks. He was about 0.7 of a second behind Brad Lovell the last time across the stripe. I would say he's within about 0.2 of a second now.
Now, yeah, it's so hard to pass right now at this one because he's still getting roosted, still behind the truck. And you're not going to pass the truck when you're following its line. So he has to experiment, try to find out where his truck is going to work best. Inside, outside, diving into the corners, trying to accelerate out of the corners. It's just so hard to tell. And right now, I think he's sizing up. He's sizing up Brad Lovell just a little bit, trying to find that one spot where Brad might not be as strong and use that to his advantage.
Brad Lovell yesterday with a 2nd place finish. We know he's fast, so the way they are right now, 1 and 2 at least, is the way that the final was yesterday. Both of those guys fast, but Jared just looks a little bit faster, just having to take some different lines. Like you said, you're not going to pass if you're following in the same line as the guy in front of you.
Yeah, Jared's taking a couple peeks on the inside here and there, so he might be figuring something out. It's hard to tell. Now, Gatlin, on the racetrack, when you're out there, where's your favorite part of the track to either make a move, make a pass, gain on guys? Where's your favorite part of the track to really make up some ground?
I like the back section of the track. It's a lot. I feel like it's a lot smoother and faster lines and stuff like that, and not as many big ruts to worry about.
Look at that race still in 2nd level, holding on to the 44, the 77, right on the rear bumper, and again, not losing any ground, even though he's taking different lines, not losing any ground. So wait for a mistake as it looks like somebody dropping out of the picture there, going by a lap truck now.
From a distance, it looked like 95, or at least it looked like it looked like Andrew Kosik, yeah. So he's kind of limping around the racetrack right now. We should be having the competition yellow coming out next time around with our leaders. And I wonder how this is going to affect. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to affect points with CJ Greaves out. Will he even be scored as taking the green flag, I wonder? I don't think so.
Not getting, yeah, no, it's quite
so
possible.
He'll get a DNS.
And he already started off the season with a horrible start. I thought in the Pro Lite, maybe that was Pro 2. That was Pro 2 I was thinking about. Yeah, he started off with a win in Pro Lite. So yeah, as you mentioned, the next time around, as they come down that front straightaway, the next time around should get that competition yellow.
Oh man, Brad Lovell. He opened the door, he went to the outside, got kicked off to the side a little bit. Door swung wide open, and somehow Brooks has not been able to take advantage. Lovell holds him off.
I think there's a little bit better traction on it outside. It may be the longer way around, but he's got grip. Where Jared's having to slide a little bit more on that inside. It's going to make this right-hand turn.
And somebody's going up in smoke down in front of the skybox.
Whoa, there goes Brooks. Look at Brooks going on the inside of the last turn. That's where he wants to be a second. Now he's doing the perfect slide, and we'll see at the stripe.
Oh, boy.
Jared Brooks does take it over by, what do we have, less than 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah, 1 point.
Or 4.
Let's
a little
see.
less than 4/100ths of a second.
Wow.
So Keegan Kincaid, Jared Brooks, and Brad Lovell, top 3. Doug McTagg, the series points leader in 4th. Sean Morris in 5th. We're going to repack them, restack them, and get ready for the second half of Pro Lights here in just a moment.
If Blue DEF diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue DEF is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep.
Manufactured here in the USA, Blue DEF is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue DEF, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep.
So go get yourself some Blue DEF at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. It's hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Fits his
Here we are one more time. We are at the competition yellow, the halfway point. We're at the Big House Brawl here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Pro Light, we're halfway through the first race, and this will be the 4th restart now. Even though this is competition yellow, we had 3 attempts at taking a green flag at the beginning of the race. We've got the Pro 2 2-seater out there pacing the field with Keegan Kincaid, Jarrett Brooks, Brad Lovell, Doug McTagg, and Sean Morris in the top 5. Luke Johnson, Randy Eller, Kyle Kleiman, Jesse Johnson, and Bobby Runyon all in the top 10. Scott Boshaw still moving, even though a big, huge contact with Luke Johnson earlier in the race. He's in 11th. Chris Bowser, Travis Dinsmore, Tim Limarandi, and Ian Harris on the top 15. So it sounds like we're getting reports from the drivers are complaining to USAC via the radios that some of the parts of the track are getting really grooved up and really rutted up.
right there, right where they're going through right now. You see the 22 of Cam Reimers, right?
That's Ian Harris, I believe.
His teammate Ian Harris, right? That last turn, or that turn that's just before the start area, they're saying it's starting to get grooved up. We saw a couple guys roll there yesterday. We saw a bicycle, but there's not much you can do about it right now at this point.
Yeah.
You have to look at it and make an adjustment from it. It's not like that's a really narrow turn.
Here we go one more time, Crandon. We've got the guys all lined up. Keegan Kincaid, Jared Brooks, Brad Lovell, Doug McTagg, Sean Morris. We're going green! Nice clean start into turn 2. With our top 5 as it's a mess from 6th on back. They're side by side.
Look at Brooks. He's going to have an inline, inside straight line.
And look at the dust. Just what a matter of like 5 minutes can do under the competition yellow, and it's the wind that does it, not so much the sun.
Whoa, somebody going up, oh man.
Lovell.
Brad Lovell had turned a good race into a not so good race pretty instantly. He was in 3rd, dropped back about 6th or 7th place. Jared Brooks now has some separation.
Look at the parking lot right at the last turn before the Amsoil finish line. Wow! And we've got a truck going up in smoke. It looks like Mark Kleiman down in the Argonne corner. He should be coming to the picture in just a moment, but man, saw a puff of smoke and it was trailing way off behind him. And Bobby Runyon Jr. gets turned around in the Argonne corner. Tough break because he was running the top 10. He'll fall back. We'll find out in a moment. Luke Johnson, Brad Lovell, Kleiman. Oh, we didn't see it. Here it comes.
It's Runyon on the inside there. Oh, Runyon had,
wow.
Like he couldn't steer. He could not get the truck, and that
he pulled out a line and never slowed down and couldn't make the corner. So I'm wondering if he's losing brakes and steering possibly.
Yeah, something
that was
happened.
weird.
I mean, he was just straight, and you're not going to do that. I don't care who you are. He had intentions of going to the inside, but he didn't have intentions of not being able to turn at all. And even if you get on the brakes, it'll want to turn.
We got a driver with us right here in Gatlin. When you look at that, are we guessing in the correct area? You as a driver, what do you see happen?
There's a lot of stuff that could be happening with, like what you guys said, steering and brakes, or maybe it was just slippery spot on the track.
Yeah.
The blue group starting to form.
Condition, yeah.
Kincaid with a 0.7 of a second advantage over Jarrett Brooks. Doug Matag now up in third after the misfortune of Brad Lovell. Matag, the series points leader. So you're seeing Jarrett Brooks trying to make up a little ground as he's 21 markers behind Matag.
Just under 3 laps remaining this time around as they take that Amsoil finish line. So we got less than 3 laps remaining.
Luke Johnson, I see up in 5th spot. I believe that's where he finished at Bark River, where he was in that last race. He said he came here during the week looking to do some testing, but just was not able to do so due to the weather. He only got a few laps in, but now he's starting to get the groove, get the thing going again. The 48, you see the smoke out of Kyle Kleiman. He's able to keep it running, though. He's been smoking for a while.
Wow, Nat, nice move by Travis Dinsmore. Ducks the inside in that tight left-hand corner. So Dinsmore moved up 1 spot. Luke Johnson battling with, let's see, is that, Brad Lovell.
We know Lovell's been fast, good enough for second yesterday. Luke's been fast, just had not had that finish, had mechanicals here or there, or finding things wrong after the fact.
Wow, Brad Lovell just dives down into the Polaris gravel pit turn. And we've got another truck pulling off the track. That's the 58.
Jake Sunderby.
With no body work. Pretty much all he has are number plates and a roof.
So actually the leaders starting to separate themselves just a little bit. Doug Matag even further back there.
He's got a fire in the right rear. Looks like he has brake issues as there's a fire in the right rear brake area.
So CJ Greaves is pulling off. So I'm not sure what the deal was. I don't have him as completing a lap, but he pulls off the track as we see him exit into the pit area. And actually it looks like the 14 of Luke Johnson starting to close in on Sean Morris for 4th. Morris had a pretty good gap on him. Luke's starting to either, Morris is dropping back or Luke and Brad Lovell are starting to close in. The pressure from Brad Lovell can do that to you. Luke Johnson, winner at this track back last year, but it was in the pro buggy class.
It was the buggy class, yeah. He was so strong. He won a lot of races in that car, and to this day, it still sits in his shop. And the car's for sale, and he's so surprised no one's bought it yet. And he's not asking a pretty penny either. It's going reasonably. So there's a nice super buggy sitting in the Johnson shop that's for sale.
He thanks you for that commercial. Somebody may come and give it a ring.
Nice car, very nice car.
So Keegan Kincaid on lap 7, or completing 7 laps, had a 1.1 second advantage over Jarrett Brooks, but less than 1 second now as the white flag is out. It's Jarrett Brooks' time. If you're going to do it, bud, this is your last chance.
Luke Johnson is slowing. We were just talking about him, and he crosses the line just inching across. So Luke Johnson's coming to a stop.
So he's going to be out of this as Keegan Kincaid trying to hold on Jarrett Brooks for the final time.
This is that corner you were telling everybody that they were having big problems with. Rutted up, and Kincaid looks like he got through cleanly. Yeah, the right rear of Brooks just like...
I think he hung up into it a little bit.
Yeah. Looks like maybe kind of a wall is building up instead of a berm. It's like squaring off and becoming a wall or a curb.
Brooks is, man, he's trying some aggressive lines, though. I mean, you saw him take a little bit farther right, which sets him up inside. He might have a little something here at the end. Look at him again. He's trying to go inside. You're not going to pass if you're following the leader. I saw a little white smoke or something coming out of that straightaway there. A little probably tire spin.
One final time into the Polaris gravel pit turn. And that corner is looking like it's getting pretty beat up as well. Up over the tracks is Loncho.
Oh, well, they'll get it prepped before the cup race. We have Sportsman class in between. But it looks like one more right-hand turn. If you're on that inside, you just hug it. Nobody's going to go around you. And taking the checker flag for another victory is Keegan Kincaid, less than 1 second ahead of Jarrett Brooks. Doug Matag unofficially in 3rd, and Sean Morris in 4th. And Luke Johnson, who was 5th going into that last lap, not going to be able to do that. as you see a little bit of a fire out of Jared Brooks. Something caught fire in the back end of that bad boy right there. And the track crew on that, Jiffy on the spot. And if something's going to let go, you found the perfect time to do it. Maybe something a little overheat, maybe burnt a little oil, something like that. But something caused a fire for a moment. And Jared says, I'm out of here. I don't want to. Homie, don't mess with fire.
How about Jesse Johnson finishing the top 5? Dinsmore 6th, Scott Beauchamp the 7th spot. Luke Johnson still has yet to cross the line. Actually, we're going to find out in a moment. Oh, there he is. Back underway. He actually came to a complete stop. Was able to fire up. Here's another shot at as they cross the finish line. Flames popping underneath Jared Brooks' car.
Side, I don't know, hose, something let go, maybe transmission line, I don't know, something.
Oh yeah,
big
there
burst
it
flames.
is. Boy, oh boy.
Guys, right here, come at me. I'm ready to squirt you. Right here. He was showing him. I've got the extinguisher right here.
It was quite a few years ago, but I remember one of the truck during a race caught on fire up by the skyboxes, and it was a big fire. Went down the hill and aimed for the water trucks right across, and he drove for the water trucks.
Just blasted.
Yeah. So
just hammer me. Well, Keegan Kincaid got that Crandon turkey. Or I guess it wouldn't be a Crandon turkey because he won one at Bark River. But yeah, he got the off-road turkey here today. I see Christy Lee down there on the NBC Sports Network getting ready to interview him as he climbs out. We'll hear from Keegan Kincaid as well as Jared Brooks and Doug McTagg here shortly. But it was a eventful day for these guys and a lot of guys as we had. It was a battle of attrition just getting this thing even started today.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see what's going to take place. This, I think, is going to set the tone for the second half of the season. I want to thank Gatlin Keener for joining us up here. Good luck this afternoon in the Superstock. And here's a shot of CJ pulling off the track in the second half of the race. So that's the story once again right there. Boy, that is just going to kill him in the Pro Lite points chase.
Yeah, and then he didn't need any help with that because he had a rough Crandon one, if you remember back at or yesterday, a 16th place finish after losing the belt. So that hurt his chances. Crandon was not good to him in the Pro Lite class where he did pretty well in the Pro 2.
Yeah, so as he idles off, he's not even going to the hot pits. He's just pulling behind the wall and going back to his rig and more than likely getting ready for the Cup race later on this afternoon. As you stated that we got some Sportsman racing coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're once again at day 2 in Crandon, Wisconsin, at the Big House Brawl. Sportsman, this is round 4. We're at the halfway point of the season for the pro classes. It will be in Bark River in a couple of weeks once again. Seems like we just left there.
Yep, it's my first time. All right, let's take a look at this one more time. And we get to see CJ turn right when you're supposed to be going left again. So there's your points challenger that's just going to have to drop back even further today. He came in with a 24-point disadvantage over Doug McTagg. McTagg's going to finish in 3rd. So that helped his championship point standings. Jared Brooks gained a few points on McTagg, finishing 2nd. Keegan Kincaid again with that 3rd victory in a row moves up.
Once again, we got one of the drivers while we got a minute. Welcome back to Short Course Off-Road, Nick Baumgartner.
It's been awesome, man. It was hard. Taking a year off was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I'm having a blast again, getting in this truck, and thanks to Jeff Sleeger at Sleeco giving me a shot to come out here and have some fun. And I hope you guys liked. I put on a little bit of a show for you. Went down in that hole, surprisingly smooth roll, but it's not what I wanted to do. And we didn't know if the truck. I took a couple laps. I couldn't see anything. My hood was in my face, but I wanted to make sure nothing was wrong with the truck. Because day 2, I don't need to wreck the truck. That's not what we're looking for. But it was fun, and Crandon's always exciting. You never know what's going to happen.
Okay, we're going to have to step aside for just a moment, and they're going to do some interviews for NBC Sports Network, and we'll get back with you in just a moment. So we're going to turn it over to NBC Sports Network and Christy Lee with some of the winter interviews. Welcome back to Crandon here in Crandon, Wisconsin for day number 2, the Pro Lite, excuse me. Victor for the 3rd time in a row in Torc Off-Road Championship is Keegan Kincaid taking the victory. Jared Brooks 2nd and Doug Matag in 3rd, and Kelly Snyder's with them.
Well, thanks, guys. I'll talk to the guy currently leading the points here in the Pro Lite class. Doug, what a battle that was for you, but let's talk about those 3 restarts. How frustrating is that for you guys sitting in the staging lanes going, come on, let's keep going?
Yeah, for sure. That was a little strange having 3 restarts. My truck got a little warm after the 3rd one. When we went for the green, it was a little bit hot, and it just kept getting hotter and hotter, and at the end it started spewing water. So we're thankful that we finished, especially up on the box. You know, you can't complain with that. Just didn't have the speed for the win today.
Well, for you, it's more about being consistent, right? Are you looking at the championship? Are you still that young teenage guy that's going, I want to win every time?
I definitely want to win every time, but you know, a championship would be awesome. I haven't had one yet in a Pro Lite, and it'd be really cool to be able to do that. And my sponsors make it pretty easy for me to get up here on the box, like Cooper Tires, AMSOIL, No Gritty Race Engines, Rancho Transmissions, everybody, mom, dad, everybody that helps me in the pit. Thank you guys so much.
Well, guys, give it up for your Pro Lite points champ stander right now, Doug Matag with the 3rd place. And we'll move on over to 2nd, the 16-year-old. They say you're always on fire on the track, but you were literally on fire right there after that finish line. So talk about that and what happened.
Oh yeah, I was having car problems towards the end of the race, and I was hoping just pull off a 2nd. I was staying with Keegan for a little bit. And I don't think I could have caught him, so I was just standing right there with him. And I was just pumped to pull off a 2nd, just how we finished yesterday. And then coming up here on the box is always good to be.
Well, you were leading points before Doug came in and took over. You didn't have very good finishes. You had a couple that weren't so good, but are you trying to work back for that championship?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna try to keep pushing and just little podium, just keep taking away on the points. So I'm just going to try to keep getting up here, and thanks everyone for helping me out, Synergy Electric, COD, Replay, Rigid, and my whole crew, you know. They put so much work in, and happy birthday to Andy V.
Well, there you go, guys. 16-year-old, 2nd place on the podium. Give it up for Jared Brooks. And going to the guy who mastered the trifecta, 3 first place finishes in the Pro Lite category in a row. Let's hear it for Keegan Kincaid, Crandon. What a race that was. I was listening in to some of the spotter radios, and I kept hearing, oh no, we can't do this again. I can't go through this. Should I fuel? I mean, that was such a constant battle for you guys going through those restarts.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like deja vu up on the line. Feels like we did that before, but you know, we kind of got used to it, and I wasn't the only one. You know, Doug and Jared were up there beside us, so you know, it's just survival of the fittest, it seemed like. But I'm just happy to be on the top of the box in front of my fans and all my family. You know, I won the last 5 out of 6 races here, so it's been pretty good to me, and I think I got my grandpa watching over me. But I can't thank Traxxas and Cooper Tires, Impact, Fox, and everybody behind me. You know, my crew's been working. We had a little brake problem last night, stayed up real late trying to fix it, and the truck ran great. So I can't thank everybody for coming out enough, and I'll be hopping in the Pro 2 here for the Cup race. So.
What was it like? The 1 lap that you got, what was it like in the Pro 2?
You know, it kind of spoiled me compared to what the Pro Lite feels like, but I feel actually pretty comfortable in it for only having 3 laps, but we'll see what it's got, and hopefully we can be up here. That'd be awesome. So look for the Traxxas 47 out there in the Pro 2, so I'll be out there.
Well, guys, what an awesome Pro Lite race that was. These guys talked about their engines overheating and getting really hot, but that AMSOIL definitely kept them cool. But let's give it up one more time for our Pro Lite podium. Doug Matag, Jared Brooks, and the guy on top, the local Crandon hero, Keegan Kincaid.
Well, a very happy guy in the top spot. Not only is he just won the race, but he's going to be turned loose in a 900 horsepower Pro 2 for the first time very, very soon. So congratulations to Keegan Kincaid for taking the win. And the rest of our newly crowned or newly named Rat Pack up there, congratulations to the young guns, the next generation of off-roaders up there taking the top 3 spots. And once again, let's take a look at the race that we just witnessed. Very, very exciting, not only once, twice, but 3 different times here at the start, and this is what set the tone for everything right here.
Yeah, another Brad Lovell hole shot, getting a good start. Kincaid on the outside of him.
This is actually start number 1.
Oh, yeah,
No.
that's the one with the crash. Well, they all look like replays except for that right there. That was a big get off. We think it was Nick Baumgartner up here with us. We think it was totally due to just vision. You could not see, and you said you had problems with that yourself.
Absolutely. I pulled the tear off and opened my visor and took all the roost to the eyes.
So here we see in contact Luke Johnson.
Whoa.
That was a great save, and competition yellow comes out, and we still had Keegan Kincaid out in front.
And this is another strange move. Bobby Runyon Jr. just pulled a left real quick and wasn't able to brake, wasn't able to turn, and just piled into the truck next to him.
See a
Saw the opening and dove to the inside. Doesn't always work, but
yeah,
looks good.
Didn't look like much of a turn initiated there, and I have to think something had to have let go just before. This is a good race, though, for second, or actually for first. Jared Brooks thought he had a chance at victory, but Keegan Kincaid showed that he was fast enough to take the victory one more time.
Keegan, man, he gets into that cushion. He trusts it so well when he comes up these corners. Turn 2 here, it's awesome to watch him run that.
Kind of like Moses parting the waters. The 3 guys up there, champagne spraying the crowd, and everyone's just scattering. Once again, we're here in the second day of Big House Brawl at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Once again, we're up here. Robbie Floyd, myself, Scott Rain. We've got Nick Baumgartner. He's back.
That
he
guy
just doesn't seem to go away.
Back in the saddle again.
But, I mean, what was it like to be back and then have the conditions that you're running in? And you still got to have a little extra giddy up in your step just to be here.
Oh, absolutely. And, I mean, you want to do good, but I'll tell you what, I had a blast. There's a lot of people here that wish they got to go run a Pro Lite, too. But
Yeah,
I had a blast. I had a blast. The track conditions were interesting. The dust everywhere, the holes. I don't think I've ever rode with it that bad, but it's another thing you got to adapt in off-road, and if you can't, you're going to go for a ride down into a hole.
It's a little different, though. You come from a snowboard cross world where you have to look for changing conditions and stuff. How do you translate your boarding and your vision to dirt and being in a roll cage?
Well, it's so chaotic. I mean, obviously you think it's chaotic here, but you put snowboard world and we're throwing arms and boards are hitting each other and we're all over the place and we have nothing to save us. Here, you have time to think a little bit. And if you make a mistake here, in the snowboard you make a mistake, you're done. You're out the back.
Auger.
You make a mistake here, you got a right foot, and if you hold it down a little further, maybe you'll get back.
So when in doubt, gas it out. So what
Well,
you're basically
well,
saying.
that's the plan, but that'll get you in trouble just as much as it'll save you.
No, while we still have a couple minutes, we'll turn it over to Dave Mullins, who has got some very important local things to take care of. Dave? Well, once again, we're back here at Crandon, Wisconsin at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's day 2 of the Big House Brawl, and we can't get rid of this guy.
I know.
I should have warned you about Nick before he got here, but
he was pointing out all the lovely ladies here in Crandon, Wisconsin.
Surprise.
Are you available?
I am available.
That's right. You see this, ladies? He is available, and there's a few out there. Try to do some personal marketing for you.
We've been trying to get him a Razor sponsorship for like the last 3 years, and
Gillette, he is just so, trying to hook.
I think the closest thing to a Razor sponsor will get for him will be something from Husqvarna. I don't know.
A line trimmer.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh,
Hey,
is it good to be back here? This is awesome.
So I didn't know that you were going to be here this weekend. I didn't know for sure, but your first foray into off-road. Didn't you try and do some road stuff as well, on-road stuff, road course stuff?
I went to the Bondurant school and,
Right.
and got some formal training. Actually, my coach, Peter Miller's here with me. And but my first start was I bought a stock truck, and I went to Redbud for the first race in a mud fest, and my second race was right here in Crandon.
That's awesome.
And I had a blast. Got a good lead, took out in the front, took the whole shot, never looked back, won the race. And then week and a half ago, I got a guy pulled up to my house and said, I want to buy it. And I said, I really don't want to let it go. And it was sad to see it go. And then you guys seen it roll through this home stretch today. So the triple nickel went for a ride today as well. Not only did I myself, but the truck I started in. I didn't like seeing it. It was sad.
Well, there's a live shot right now back at the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line.
Easy for you to say.
Got to get it right, man. Got to get it right. That is the, let's see, the Super Truck starting grid.
You mean the Miller Lite Limited 4 and Formula 4x4 and Country Hearth Super Truck? Again, roll right off the tongue. Sponsored.
Yeah, the Country Hearth, there's a cool story behind that. Once again, traditionally, they've done this, and they're doing it again this year. The Super Truck, the Country Hearth bred Super Truck division coming out here in just a moment. If the drivers start the race with a Country Hearth loaf of bread in their truck and finish the race with it there, and they bring it up to the podium, and after having won the race, a representative from the company's here to hand them an extra $100 bill.
Yep, I got one when I was driving the stock truck. It was pretty cool.
Now, how do you go from a sport that you're usually freezing your tail off to a sport that I forgot how hot it was in vehicles till we went to Charlotte, and I feel the heat coming off that engine. Does that bother you at all? Winter guys usually like winter type things.
Well, I don't like being cold. Everyone's like, every time I say I'm cold in the winter, because it's freezing up here, they all say, oh, come on, you're a snowboarder. I was like, if I could snowboard in 80-degree weather, I'd do it. It just doesn't work very well.
That's funny.
Oh, this will be a good show, these guys. Well, I'm going to go back and check in, make sure I didn't hurt the Sleeko truck too bad.
Yeah.
But thanks, everyone, for coming out. I hope you liked my roll. And
So will we get to see you any more throughout the year? Are we going to see you at Bark River again? Will we see you at Crandon once again in the same truck?
You will see me, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll be here in that truck, and we got some work to make sure that it's set up for me. We made some good things yesterday. Yesterday I was very happy at how it went. It was going good. I got all the way up to 6th, and then Luke Johnson wanted a monster truck race rather than anything else. And I went back a little bit, but I biked up into this last corner and almost lost it. It was not what I was looking for, but it was so much fun. And I get out of the thing and even taking 12th, and I'm laughing and smiling. Everyone's like, you wanted to do better, didn't you? I said, yeah, but you guys, I just raced a truck.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
it was
that's
so
awesome.
much fun.
I'm glad you're liking the experience. We look forward to seeing you both at Crandon 2 and Bark River here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we'll see you back home, man.
Absolutely. Everyone, come on over to the Sleeko trailer. We're a fun group, and come check out that truck that I just went for a ride in.
We'll see you later. Once again, it's Nick Baumgartner of the snowboard cross fame, both X Games and the Olympics. So best luck to him the rest of the season. There's another live shot back at the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line.
And I talked to him just a minute ago. I think I got to interview him either at Lake Placid, home of the 1980 Olympic Winter Games, and after snowboard cross race that he either won or in Idaho as well. So it's cool getting to see the transition sport guys, much like we saw former champions Ricky Johnson, go from supercross, motocross to off-road trucks. Maybe this is the new sport guy that we're picking up.
That could be cool. There's another live shot of our starting lineup. Had a chance to talk to Kevin Hanegraaff up at the podium yesterday. His first time up on the podium. A real kind of a soft spot interview, talking about his 2 boys back home with autism, and he's racing for Friends of Autism organization. So it's kind of cool to have a chance to talk to him and actually see him up on the podium for the first time. Well, real quick, I'm going to run through our lineup, so I'll make sure to get them all in before we take the green flag.
All three.
Yeah. In the Country Hearthbred Super Truck Division, here's our lineup. Once again, it's Kevin Hanegraaff in the 266. Mark Peterson in the 222s. We got Troy Retzloff in the Toyota, number 211. Jerry Edgerton out there in the Chevrolet, the black 220. Garrett Bancroft in the 217, and Dave Bayer in the 205. In the Formula 4x4 starting group, we got 6 cars there. We've got Michael Plotz in the 454. Ryan Rebman on the podium yesterday in the 402. Dave Mio won the race yesterday once again in the 475. John Holtz in the 477. Andy Holtz in the 476. And Robert Whalen in the 421. And in the limited 4 starting grid, we've got 3 entries there. We've got Milan Mesnick up on the podium yesterday in the 69. Al Drews was there as well. And Dan Badeau in the 17. So little controversy. I should say a little drama there in that class yesterday. Milan having won his first limited 4 race. Al Drews finishing second. But the action we're talking about is when Al Drews just slammed into the side of Dan Badeau and taking him out of the race, which is not his driving style. I really emphasize the fact that he's not that kind of guy. And there was something mechanical went wrong in the truck. He was able to continue on, but took Dan Badeau out of the race.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, but today's a new day. I'm sure they shook hands. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's done with. And now you see the guys going down the starting grid. We'll see Cowboy one more time. And
here comes Cowboy. Face steps. He's on his way. Faye's on his way to the flag tower. And in a moment.
Cowboy's getting slower. He's getting wore out after all those restarts at the Pro Lights.
The toes are dragging on those cowboy boots.
He's taking more laps today. Let's see if he finds his giddy up, though, as soon as he checks to make sure they're all ready. Again, 3 classes in this one. We'll try and pick them apart, but limited 4, Super Truck, as well as Formula 4. Oh, there is his giddy up. He found it.
Yeah, see how he stopped? That's the first time I've actually seen him physically stop in front of a truck waiting for that thumbs up.
Well, evidently the guy wasn't giving him the thumbs up, so he had to wait for that verification. That is, he's not just playing around having fun. He's making sure that each one of those front row drivers are ready to go. And then he gives the thumbs up to the starting stand. Give him the finger, Cowboy.
Waiting for Faye up in the flag tower.
And there's Cowboy doing it now. He does his lasso move, one of his best dance moves we see all day.
Yeah.
Red to yellow, yellow to green flag, and now we are a go. Looks like the 222 with a pretty good jump there, Mark Peterson.
Here come the Country Hearth Super Trucks into turn number 1. Who's it going to be?
The guy Mark Peterson with a good jump. I saw him on that inside line. He should be able to get that hole shot.
And Jerry Edgerton will take the hole shot heading into turn number 2.
Just as I thought Peterson would do it, he proves me wrong.
Bancroft running in second in that B&L Santoys entry out of Lower Michigan.
Badeau with a good start in the limited 4s as they go through the first turn now.
Milan Mesnick with the hole shot. Dan Badeau right behind him. Al Drews there as well. Milan not making it easy for Dan Badeau. And in the Formula 4x4, let's see who pulls it out.
And these are the Sportsman classes. We still have, 1600 buggy. The short course carts go in the Husqvarna Super Buggy and the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck class.
Is that Ryan Rebman right now, I think, leading in the Formula 4x4. We'll find out in a moment as soon as we are able to get a good shot at it. Milan, Dan Badeau, and Al Drews in limited 4. It's Michael Plotz in the 454, Ryan Rebman in second, Dave Mia in third.
So these are the Sportsman classes. These are the guys that are the Weekend Warriors, albeit 3 different classes. So
Tells you how quick the Super Trucks are when the limited 4s and Formula 4x4s are just ducking into the back section. the super trucks are already into the front side in front of the crowd here, so they're pretty stout right now.
Yeah, they're definitely hauling buns.
So Al Drews looks like he's gotten around Milan. No, he hasn't. Milan
he's
Mesnick
ahead of
still.
Bonneau.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's Milan, our leader in limited fours. There's Al Drews, Dan Bonneau.
Is that one of the Formula 4x4s? Not too far behind, though. Kind of putting a charge in it.
Yeah. That's Michael Plotz in that, was that Jeep Comanche?
Jeep something. You see the crowd in the background of that shot from the flagging tower, flagging stand there. Green means go. Well, we'll have, just like in the pro races, again, for those of you who are joining us, who joined in at the from the Motortrend channel on the YouTube. The Sportsmen are throughout the day. We started with Sportsmen. We went back to the three pro classes. We'll do more Sportsmen, then come back with the Pro Challenge race or the Cup race a little bit later, where we see 2s and 4s going at it head-to-head.
Jerry Edgerton still maintains a sizable lead over Garrett Bancroft and Troy Retzloff. Here they come through turn number 1. There's Al Drews and Milan Mesnick battling for the top spot in limited fours. Man, Milan's running a good race. He's holding down Al Drews pretty good. Man, Milan is making that limited four pretty wide right now, just enough to the outside, not allowing enough room to the inside for Al Drews to get around. There's the 476 of Andy Holtz out there in a Jeep. That thing has been on this racetrack a few times before. Shot at turn number 1 at the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. Here comes our Jeep Comanche one more time. That's the 476 of Andy Holtz. And we got an issue with, I believe is that Dave Bayer? I want to say, I think that's Dave Bayer. Let's see. Yeah. Big problem with him. He's well off the pace, trying to get off the track and stay out of everybody's way. No, he's staying on the track, but off the pace.
I think that's the point scenario right there, or maybe, yeah, if he's getting a lap down, I don't know how that's going to help him too much, but.
Yeah, Mark Peterson goes by as they're in turn number 1. He's going by right now through turn 1.
Just in case you didn't know, yes, that is the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1.
You're getting it, baby.
Well,
You're getting it now.
For the first time, I actually saw that it's in there. Somebody, I'm telling you, Pat Schutte probably had something to do with that guy here at Crandon. So what do you think of that? Jeep what? With the other one?
Comanche, I think.
What's the other one? Cherokee?
Cherokee is the SUV.
Oh, the Comanche was the truck?
I think. Edgerton still maintains the lead. Garrett Bancroft second. Troy Retzloff. That's all the top 3 in the super truck.
5 more laps to go, but we still have that competition yellow ahead.
It's Milan Mesnick, Al Drews, and Dan Bonneau in the limited fours. Dave Mia is now leading with Michael Platz and John Holtz now in the Formula 4x4.
What's that race as they're heading to that final turn, going to take the flagging stand? That looks like some good action going on right now, even though we're having yet to reach that.
They're teammates. That's Milan Mesnick and Al Drews.
That's why they're going at it so hard.
There's a shot of Jerry Edgerton in that Monster Energy 20 Chevrolet. That is a super truck. He's leading right now in that class. There's the 222 of Mark Peterson. He's running actually 4th in class and overall, as Dave Bayer is still on the track, limping around this racetrack.
Yeah, I like how these two guys are not giving it to each other, but it's like a buddy race. They're not worried about anybody else out there on the track. Where they're at is just, I am beating my buddy.
Here comes Al Drews. He's got a run on Milan Mesnick. Mesnick takes the line away, literally turns left down the straightaway to cut in front of Al Drews. There's the competition. Yellow. Jerry Edgerton will take the flags with Garrett Bancroft, Troy Retzloff right behind top 3 in the Country Hearth Super Truck division. Mark Peterson comes around as well. As our our Ram pace truck pulls up in front of the field and the rest of the cars come around. Kevin Hanegraaff comes around, takes the flag. Milan Mesnick once again holds off Al Drews at the flag line, leading in the limited 4. We'll be coming back right after this with the second half of 3 classes of race trucks in one race. We'll be right back after this.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
And we're back here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Day 2.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I'm going all DJ on you, man.
Oh, man. Day 2 of an extravaganza of Crandon off-road racing today.
And if you think this is an extravaganza, you ain't seen nothing yet. You got to come back Labor Day weekend. If I understand it correctly, you're stuck.
That's like the world's largest flea market kind of deal, right?
Oh,
I mean,
not a flea market. It's kind of like you've heard of Woodstock, right?
Yeah. Well, no, we've got some big flea market in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. But I know it's massive. I mean, the amount of trucks and cars and fans and motorhomes and trailers, tents.
People sleeping out in the open.
Yeah, it is impressive. Whether on purpose, whether intentional or not, they're out.
Dave Bayer, tough break for him as he's off the track. We kind of watched him the last 2 laps, kind of limping around. So tough break for him.
Yeah, the 205.
That is in the Super Truck division.
Not near as bad as our homeboy in the background, the 546. Looks like the crunch and munch. That was from earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he didn't have a good day. So coming down the turn 1, heading to take the green flag one more time. Jerry Edgerton out in front of Garrett Bancroft, Troy Retzloff, as well as Mark Peterson and Kevin Hanegraaff. Those are your top competitors in the Super Trucks.
I'm wondering if someone's going to get the black flag as Al Drews not only pulled it outside of the line, but he made a pass on Milan Mesnick before they got to the flag.
Why would you do that? Or maybe he was just unaware. Is this his first race?
No, definitely not.
Then he should be aware.
They're 3 wide coming through the Polaris gravel pit turn. Edgerton hangs on a lead. Retzloff now trying to get around Bancroft and has. So now Retzloff is in second, and he is in a dust cloud being kicked up by Edgerton.
In case you're wondering, yes, I knew that was not his first race. I was kind of playing the part
no,
not you, but the people around the world.
Big contact made. It looks like Hanegraaff just turned around on the track. And Al Drews jumped off the right, made contact off the right rear.
Yeah, the 32 of Drews did get the black flag.
Yep, and we kind of thought that was going to happen. So Al Drews is getting the black flag for pulling on a line on the restart.
Just doesn't make sense. Why would you do that?
He's not he's a smart guy.
But he's been racing that whole time, with what, Badeau. He was racing with him that whole time in the first half.
Yeah. Edgerton getting a little bit of heat from Retzloff, now coming through turn 1 on the inside. For a moment there, the door was open. Retzloff trying to
whoa! And it is a miracle that truck did not just roll over.
Retzloff basically landed on the left rear of Edgerton, caused him to turn around, and nothing happened to Edgerton as he continues on. Bancroft will take over second.
3 laps remaining in this race.
Mark Peterson now in that 3rd spot. Kevin Hanegraaff has fallen back quite a bit, a few spots after spinning underneath the Amsoil finish line arch just 1 lap ago.
Track trying to dry out just a little bit as you see them coming to take the flag and really spread out across. It's an okay thing if the dust is taking it away from the crowd. They don't mind it near as bad. When it starts bringing it in towards them, then they might have a little bit of a problem. But
that's not a problem. That just flat out sucks.
but it is part of racing. Dirt track. I can't tell you how many sprint car races I went to that had to deal with that, or racing my own.
So Milan Mesnick is still leading in the Formula 4x4. Dan Bideau running in 2nd. Al Drew's back on the track. He's in that 3rd spot. Leading is Dave Mia in the actually in the Formula 4x4. Dave Mia's leading, with Michael Platz in 2nd. John Holtz in that 3rd spot. And Bancroft is making a run big time at our leader overall, Jerry Edgerton, as our leaders are making their way through the Polaris gravel pit turn.
So it looks like that race for the lead is starting to tighten up as they come to take the flag one more time. How many? Just 2 more laps to go. I believe it's next time around. I think we're going to have a race for the victor on this final lap, the 20, which should be what, the 220 of Edgerton, right?
Yep.
I don't know if he can hold on to that. The 2nd place truck of Gary Bancroft. Bancroft's starting to close in, less than 1 second behind him.
And the track definitely is going away here right in front of us. It is big time dusty, especially from the tracks. It's launch zone all the way around the corner and underneath the Amsoil finish line arch as we take another look at Jerry Edgerton in the back section.
I think I jinxed Bancroft because I don't know. He dropped back 2nd.
Oh, Mark Peterson's getting in the mix of things too.
Right. Yeah, Peterson definitely closed in. I think Bancroft must have made a bobble because he lost ground on Edgerton. That enabled Peterson to close in on him. Maybe Peterson looking more at 2nd place now, because he was 2 seconds behind Grant Bancroft the last time across the stripe.
Yeah, maybe that was a wake-up call for Edgerton, though, when Bancroft was getting that close. Yeah, because he's pulled away quite a bit since that last lap. So Edgerton going through the gravel pit turn right now. Still 1 lap remaining. Here comes Retzloff. He's getting in the mix of things in that 4th spot as he's coming in the back of Peterson. And the white flag is out right now. Here comes Edgerton underneath the Amsoil finish line. Bancroft right behind Retzloff on the right rear fender of Peterson as they cross the line.
Yeah, and Retzloff was like 3.5 seconds behind that last lap, but he was about a half a truck length behind that last one. So, yeah, less than 0.4 of a second. So, Troy Retzloff's the man on the move. He's in 4th. I mean, heck, he could get 2nd the rate he's going, but he's got to get by Mark Peterson first, and Peterson's starting to feel the pressure. Smooth sailing for Al Drews right now, the 32. But long ways back.
He's almost a lap down by the leader in his class, Milan Mesnick. I'm really surprised. There's got to be something wrong with Dan Bideau, because that has been the fastest truck in this race since Spark River.
Right.
And he's the one that got taken up by Al Drews yesterday. So I kind of think maybe something is still wrong with that truck, not 100%. As Edgerton still maintains that lead. I'm kind of surprised Retzloff hasn't moved further forward.
Look at him dive
on that last lap.
Yeah, this is their last chance. Only a few more turns remain. That back straightaway there. Then you have the sharp left-hand turn to the gravel pit. You're right, though, Retzloff. I thought he was going to be in there closer, but that's not the case. It looks like the Drew's not going to cause a problem for Edgerton as they make the right-hand turn, and it looks like Edgerton's going to take the victory in the Super Truck class.
It'll be Bancroft and Peterson coming across the line in second and third.
Fourth place unofficially, Troy Rensloff. Milan is going to take the victory in his class in the limited four. Badeau will be second there.
And it looks like our leader in the Formula 4x4 is still Dave Mia, as he's coming through the Polaris gravel pit turn right now up across the Traxxas launch zone. So it looks like he'll be able to hang on for another win.
Yeah, Michael Platts was in second, but he was a considerable distance behind, about 5, 6, 7 seconds. John Holtz was in third. So yeah, it looks like Mia, Platts, and unless something crazy happens, John Holtz is going to finish third in the Formula 4x4. Another like calling 3 races in one. Getting bang for your buck in this class is Scott Rain's going to work his way over to the podium. He's going to come back, and we'll have a talk with one of our friends here in Crandon, and that's going to be it. We're here at Crandon, Wisconsin. It's the second day of racing here. We still have plenty more. We still have that cup race a little bit later. The Pros 2s and Pro 4s go at it. We'll have the podium right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Welcome back to Crandon, Wisconsin. It's Sportsman class racing. Not one, not two, but three classes have just completed in one race, and Scott Rain is with the podium winners.
Well, we're waiting just a moment to get these guys up here. It was a long race for the 9 guys that are coming up here. Yes, I said 9 guys over 3 different classes. So Dan Badeau's working his way up here. Come on, Dan. We got to get the super truck guys up here. First, we'll take care of them. Jerry Edgerton making his way up. Come on, guys. We got a lot of interviews to do, so kind of slam them into a quick period of time. We'll get you guys cooled off and wiped down. Jerry Edgerton, where's Bancroft? Garrett, come on up here. Garrett. Where's Peterson? There we go. Come on, guys. Was our Country Hearth Bred Super Truck divisions now at the podium? Here, a little trophy. First off, Mr. Peterson. Got a little buddy up here as well. Congratulations, man, making your way to the podium. There was a ton of action going on out there with 3 different classes. How were you able to work your way through this? Man, it had to be a mess.
Yeah, it was definitely a handful out there, but the truck handled great. I really got to thank the guys that helped me last night. I busted a spindle yesterday, and we stayed up till 2 o'clock and got it put together. I got to thank Kurt Greaves, Johnny Greaves, Dan Badeau, everybody that helps me on my team. And yes.
Don't forget to pat him on the back a little bit, all right?
And Jerry, yep, thanks for that rotor.
Congratulations, man. Nice to see you up here.
All right. I also want to thank my sponsors, Peterson Dairy, my dad and my brother, Vargo Tool and Die. If it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't be here. So I really appreciate it. Heck Electric, Markware Custom Homes, Fast Stop, Quartz Graphics, and Corey's Crank and Nail. I love you guys.
Finishing third one more time is Mark Peterson. Second, Smiley up here. Are you just too darn cool up here to be, you're not even dirty, you're not even sweaty, but you got the shades on, man. You're styling big time. Garrett, nice job out there once again.
Thanks. It was a struggle after rolling it yesterday from first place, but we fought a good race out there and tried hard. I'd like to thank B&L Motorsports, Dan Badeau, and the Blues that come out and all my family that comes out and support me. I really appreciate it.
Looked like there for a while towards the end. You might have had a shot at that guy in the top spot, and something happened because you faded back again.
Yeah, I was trying. I made a mistake in the back, and I was working up towards him, but I just couldn't get there. So.
Well, congratulations, man. It's good to see somebody from the B&L Motorsports team up here once again. You guys pretty much sweep the podiums in every class.
Well, we've got amazing help and amazing equipment that helps us get on the podium.
Nice job, man.
Thank you.
All right, this is getting old right here. Jerry Edgerton, congratulations. Little bit different day today. The competition was there, and you had to stay kind of honest out there on that track.
A little bit. I had to keep my game going. The transmission didn't fail on the start today, so we got a good start. Didn't see anybody the whole race. Troy got into me a little bit on the jump here, but I owed him one, so I think we're even now. Everything's good. I got to thank Joe for helping me with transmission last night, Josh for helping me, and Kyle, my spotter. He's been working for us all week, and they've all done a fantastic job. Thanks for everybody for showing up, and enjoy the rest of the races today.
You got it, man. Congratulations. It's good to see you at easy, man. Kind of teeter-tottering back here, but nice job. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time for our top 3 finishers in the Country Hearth Super Truck Division. We'll get our the elder statesman up here next. We've got the limited 4 guys. Come on, Milan, Al, Dan. Yeah, that's you right there, Dan. Come on up here, Al. First, we got to talk about, you've been kind of uncharacteristically aggressive here this weekend. It's kind of neat to see something for a change out of you instead of out there doing what seems to be like a normal Sunday drive. You were out there having a little bit of fun, kind of getting on it a little bit.
Absolutely. The truck was running good thanks to Raceline oil pumps and Mountain Machine. I'm going to have to dispute that start because they were brake checking and it was nowhere to go and I wasn't going to run over my buddy. So I just pulled out and yeah.
You mean like yesterday?
No. Well, he's my buddy too, but not so much now because I got cut off the ice cream for the rest of the year. So, but private joke. But no, congratulations to Milan. Dan had no four-wheel drive, so but we all finished. Hope we put on a good show for everybody and loved it here.
Al Drews, you've been coming here for so many years. It's cool to see you up here in the podium. And the thing is, about this sport and the Sportsman division, having fun, and you're the flagship for that.
Well, thanks. The three of us are dedicating ourselves to the Sport 4 class. We're trying to get it rolling, and we're doing everything we can do to get here, spending all our money, and but this is where we're having fun. But it's all worth it.
Nice job, man.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Al Drews out of Ypsilanti, Michigan, finishing third. Now swinging over here to Dan Bideau. Dan, I kind of thought something might have been wrong with your truck, but I had no idea, trying to figure out if it was front-wheel drive or what the deal was, but a little bit off the pace from what you're used to.
Well, that happened. I got to thank Al for that for yesterday. And
that's okay. He's upset about not getting no more ice cream this year.
Well, he should be, you know. But, you know, I got to thank the guys. They worked on the truck all night, B&L Motorsports, Amsoil, but the four-wheel drive quit off the line, so I had to learn how to drive that truck real quick with two-wheel drive.
What was that like?
Wasn't fun. It wasn't coming back to me real quick. I was struggling there for quite a while.
Well, all things considered, you kept that truck in one piece. I think every fender's on that truck that you started with, which is pretty much a good testament to your driving, keeping out of trouble.
Right. Well, you know, you got to have four-wheel drive. You lose that, you don't have any forward bite in the back, and you could tell coming out of a corner, you're just throwing real estate around.
Well, once again, one of the guys from the B&L Santoys Motorsports team is on the podium. Did it again.
Thanks a lot.
Dan Bideau finishing second. And one more time, when was the last time you were in the top spot? 2 times in a weekend, man.
2 years ago at Crandon for spring and fall.
Really? Yeah. Well, congratulations, man. You're doing it again. So what was it like for you? Because you and Al were kind of spanking each other a little bit out there on that track today.
Well, we're very close friends, and it's very nice to be the closest friend you got, you know.
Well, it was one of those situations where, yeah, there's going to be some bragging rights. So now that Dan has cut him off from ice cream, we're kind of be doing it behind the back and kind of feeding it back to him.
Not really.
No, so Al, you're out of the luck either way, man. You're getting it from both sides. What's it like coming back here year after year? You've got such a history here in Milan.
It's great coming down here and especially doing good because all the spectators and all the people from Crandon and the track workers and everybody's just great to us, helping us anything, you know, as much as they can. And it is excellent to be up here, especially standing on the top of the box.
Well, congratulations. It's really cool to see you here.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 finishers in the limited fours. We've got Al Drews, Dan Bideau, and Milan Mesnick. We're coming up here now with the Formula 4x4 guys, and first and foremost, we got to talk about Andy Holtz finishing third, Michael Plott second, and Dave Mia once again that top spot. But nice catch. Andy, once again, you're back. John. All right, I stand corrected, John. Evidently, that scar above that left eye of yours is working for you, and you're going to try and tell me it wasn't from a bar fight. It's actually from out there racing.
No, just from a drive shaft. Jeep ran good today. Tranny was a little hot. It was a little bit dusty, and there's some ruts out there, but it made it awful challenging. But I'd like to thank Global Fab for coming on with us this year, and competition specialists, and most of all, my family. Without this, we couldn't do it.
of the weekend? I mean, it's all, you know, some of it's about the racing, but the most of it's about hanging out with your friends and your family in the evening, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. What's that like? I mean, that's the best part of this sport, isn't it?
It is. It's great camaraderie. We worked pretty late on Mike's truck last night. It was, that's what it's all about, hanging out with your buddies.
Well, congratulations, man. 2 in a row for you.
Thank you.
Coming over here to second, we've got the second place of Michael Plotz. Mike, you're kind of winded. He's looking kind of tired, man. Are you ready to do it again right now?
Oh, I could do it again. The truck cools off.
Well, what's it like out there? I mean, a lot of the traffic of 3 different classes looked like it was pretty darn tricky this afternoon.
Yeah, I got the whole shot, and I got behind the front group of trucks, and I was just getting the hose so bad. I used 5 tear-offs before the barn turn, so I backed it off just a little bit so I could get some seat.
Sounds like a lot of the Sportsman guys are going to be stocking up on tear-offs before Bark River, finding something new that works.
Right. I had like 12 on today, I think. I think I'm out.
Well, congratulations, man. Obviously, you're another one of the guys that can't do it all by yourself. Who's behind the scenes to help you out?
Dave Maya helped, actually, and the Holtzes, we worked on my truck till about midnight last night. I tore the motor mounts out of it in the first round, and we had to weld and grind and beat things back in place. So without these guys, we got to help each other out. It doesn't work.
Well, you know what? It's a little family there. It's a little community, and you guys all work together. You're always good as your competition. You guys keep each other going. So congratulations, man.
Right. Thank you.
And once again, the guy in the top spot, man, that little red Bronco keeps doing it. And are you happy that Dad won again?
Yeah.
Are you ever going to race?
Yeah.
Well, because I know of a bunch of carts that are going to be coming here real soon. Do you think you want to race one of those someday?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations for supporting your dad and all his racing. Are you going to be at Bark River?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm looking forward to seeing. Hopefully, we'll see you up in the top spot with your dad one more time, all right?
Yeah.
Is your dad going to be buying me a steak dinner tonight? All right, I had hey, that's not right. Congratulations, Dave, man. What a weekend you've had.
Thank you. We'll buy you that steak dinner right after we see the Rain Ranch graphics on the side of that short course cart. Because if it comes up again, we're gonna have words. But it was a cool race. I lined up behind Al and Dan, and I'm thinking, I'm just gonna follow these 2 guys. I'm gonna learn something from these guys. I'm gonna run their line right through that first turn. And I think they both broke right on the start. And then I see 2 of my guys in my class go by me into turn 1. I'm thinking, all right, well, this is different, you know. But it was kind of fun to get back to pass them. Hey, yo, can you wait a second and let Daddy finish? Thank you, buddy. So I just had to thank my buddies, Jove and Jason and Allie, my tech buddies. You know, I was the most prepped I've been in a long, long time. They even helped me with my buddy. He's a little tired.
I think we've created a monster, Dave, so you know what, congratulations.
I think you did, yes, exactly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate our top 3 finishers in the Formula 4x4 one last time here this weekend.
Looks like a future Scott Rain there. He had the, he's grabbing that mic. Want to be a part of it. Good job. Good racing in all 3 of our classes there. We still have a ton more, believe it or not. We still have 5 races remaining. The Lincoln Electric 1600 buggy, the short course carts, the little Grums, almost like that little guy. The Husqvarna Super Buggy. I believe we're going to be drawing for $2,500 here shortly as well. Mountain Dew Super Stock Trucks. And of course, the 20th annual Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Challenge. I've seen it on TV. I want to see it in person. And we're going to be doing that here in just a moment. So we're going to step aside for just a moment. They're still doing track prep, believe it or not, trying to get everything sorted out. They've got the grader out. They've got the water truck out. Yeah, they're trying to fix that hole in dead center there. So we still got some time. We'll get ready, and they'll probably won't do much track prep in between the other classes. So step aside for just a moment. We'll be back with more from the Big House Brawl right after this.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Well, we're back one more time, ladies and gentlemen, here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. As you can see the lineup, the live shot right now at the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line. We got our next race at the line, the 1600 single buggy starting grid. Once again, we got one of our drivers up here. Has yet to hit the track yet this afternoon, and Jeff Fannin in the super stock truck class, probably the most entertaining, fun classes to watch, and to know what's going on behind the scenes just adds to the drama, I guess you'd say, on the racetrack. You guys, some of them are the best of friends and willing to help each other, but then they forget all about that, and you guys bang at each other, lean on each other, take each other out, and this guy's cheating, that guy's cheating, and then, you know, all these accusations going on, but yet we're one of the most entertaining, fun classes to watch out there on that track.
Absolutely. Like yesterday, I've been telling everybody that was the best, or the funnest second place I've ever had. It was a lot of fun sitting behind Danny, and it was a good racing the whole time. Had him at one point, thought we were going to get him, and just pushed a little hard through the timing shack turn. Appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to come up here, talk about a couple cool things we got going on this weekend. If anybody was here yesterday, they know that our race winnings were donated back to the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Marshfield. Today, we are donating our race winnings to the Wounded Warrior Project. So if you have nobody to cheer for in the super stock truck class, our race winnings are going to a good cause. So
I want you to hang with us for a second. Hang with us as we get ready for the next race. Here's our starting grid. On the pole, we got Jason Pflugrad in the 356. We got Joe Muggy in the 338. J.D. Corin in the 369. Bruce Manicky in the 301, Robert Kinner in the 326, Jeff Pashinsky in the 324, Jeff Villamore in the 379, Dave Luger in the 328, Brad Erickson in the 308, Mark Steinhardt, yesterday's winner in the 331. Here they come through turn one. Cynthia Gauthier in the 341, Eric Sinkowski in the 337, John Fitzgerald 395, and Matt Wendland in the 303. It's not so easy as you'd think, being a driver for us announcers up here, huh?
no, you guys got a hard job up here. I realize what's going on up here now, getting to see it firsthand. It's not as easy as it looks.
Well, once again, it looks like we got a replay of yesterday afternoon when Steiny pulled the whole shot. Brad Erickson in second. Jeff Villamore now running in third. The cream, as we say, is already rosing to the top.
The 338 and the 328 going at it a little bit. Dave Luger and the 338 of Joe Muggy. I don't know how we get Muggy out of M-A-G-E-E, but they said it's like a U yesterday, but we'll go ahead and try and help that out. Now the track, you talk about the conditions, they did track prep, but you see, even though they smoothed it out, they added water, it still looks dirty, or it still looks dusty. It's dirty and dusty at the same time. Not a wet situation right now, even though they just got through water literally seconds ago.
Now, again, I love asking drivers their perceptive opinion on what's going on in this first lap. What are you doing right now if you're running third, fourth, or fifth on the racetrack in one of your super stock truck races? Just finding the rhythm, or what are you doing?
Early on, you're testing out the track, determining what lines you're going to develop, watching what other people are doing, trying to set yourself up for later in the race.
Oh, man, there's John Fitzgerald. Was running the top four just a moment ago. Goes all the way around, uncharacteristically spinning out in that tight left-hand turn. He'll fall back a couple of spots.
Yeah, he was on that inside. He was trying to find an inside tighter line, and when he did that, he probably hit that brake, and just could never come out of it. He was trying to hold on and say, don't spin, don't spin. I've spun.
Yeah, our top five is Steinhardt, Erickson, Villamore, Kinner, and Muggy all in the top five. Luger, Pflugrad, Manicki, and Mashinsky, and J.D. Corin in the top 10. That was last time by. Let's see. Steiny's got a fairly comfortable lead right now. Villamore actually was running in second yesterday for the longest time, trying to battle for that top spot with Steinhardt. But once he threw the competition yellow, it was all Steiny. He ran away with it.
Steiny's the class of this field. He has been for years. Great guy, too.
Oh, yeah, and I love picking on him at the podium. It's like, dude, when are you going to step up, you know, get off them skirt ears and move up a class? And he just looks at me and gives me that steel-cold icy eyes, and no, I'm happy where I'm at. Okay.
I mean, I think he can have fun. And, you know, like for you, you don't have to step into a Pro 4x4 to have fun. You're doing it in the class that you're in.
Oh, our class
and save money.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our class is unbelievably fun. Like I said, yesterday was a lot of fun following Danny around. A lot funner to win it, don't get me wrong, but was the funnest second place I've ever had.
Boy, look at the rock minefield starting to come up. We talked about how the hard winters kind of push some of these rocks up, and you're starting to see more and more and more of that as the day goes on.
And it used to be back in the day, I don't know how long you've been coming here to Crandon, but it used to be back in the day, like 15 years ago or so, even 10 years ago, that the rocks were so prevalent on this racetrack that when they go zinging by, even with 900 horsepower, you could hear the ting, 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 ting of the rocks hitting the roll cage all throughout this, suspension underneath, the roll cage, everything, and it's just simply amazing. And the thing, it's also hitting the driver too at the same time.
What Cliff and these guys do with this track is unbelievable. This track is second to none in my opinion. I've been coming here since before I was old enough to walk, you know, and watching my dad go through here and watching the track progress. It's come a long way.
Joe Muggy evidently being cautioned for having a rough driving incident out there, the 338. Not sure if they give him the black flag or not. Last
It's
time
coming
around
out,
was in 6, so yes.
There's one coming out. Oh, Jeff Villamore going after Brad Erickson for that second spot. Not the most advantageous spot, but he swings back to the inside. Now he'll swing back to the other inside. And it looks like he scrubbed off a little bit too much speed, but watch it. Here we come to the Argonne corner. Outside entrance, inside exit. The door's there. Just not close enough to take advantage.
And a little bit of Brad Erickson, a little bit of push, or as they call it, understeer. And we were talking with Larry Pegum earlier. He said, "Man, you would not be able to turn these without that extra brake." I said, "I've been testing, you know, to be a buggy driver my entire driving life with Avis, Hertz,
Enterprise,
National. I have been testing to drive buggies professionally."
Looks like Kinner is making a run on the outside on Villamore. Let's see. Oh, we got another one turned around.
Buggy.
Oh, man.
McGee.
Not only has he turned around and lost all kinds of positions and is yet to fire up, he has yet to go on in to serve the black flag, which will put him further back. Oh, boy.
And I wonder when they told us with the U on M-A-G-E, I wonder they're saying it's Muggy, and they, instead of us going Maggie, I bet you that's
I've
probably
been saying Maggie for the last 3 or 4 years.
They want it Muggy, I bet you. I bet you it's Muggy.
No one's slapped you upside the head.
No, they came in here. They threatened you. I held them back for as long as I could. I held them back for as long as I could.
Oh.
They said they were tired of you saying that for 3 or 4 years. He looks good. He looks in control there. 331 of Steinhardt. 308. Brad Erickson is second. Villamore in third. 379. Everybody's pretty evenly spaced. We've yet to get the competition yellow. Should be coming around here in about another lap.
There's Brad Erickson just falling back a little bit. Kind of surprisingly, I thought he'd have more form. You know, but then Brad's the kind of guy, you know what? I'm in second. My spotter's telling me that the guy in third is a little bit further back. I can kind of take it easy. Just tell me what the gap is. It's the second, 10 car lengths, 12 car lengths, whatever. Yeah, keep me there. And I'm not going to spend my car up and try and track down the leader right now in this part of the race.
What about you as a driver? Do you like the competition yellow?
Yes and no. It depends on where I'm at. If I'm leading and I got a big lead, no. But if you're mid-pack and everybody's starting to stretch out, you absolutely. I think it's good for the fans too. I mean, years ago, guys get way stretched out and wasn't real much entertainment.
Heard that. You see the buggies again one more time coming across is the Lincoln Electric 1600 buggy class.
Finally, I got something out of you. All right. Looks like the competition is coming up this time by.
I need a welder.
I'm not sure. I think I saw. Was Sherry Parsons here yesterday?
Oh yeah.
I thought I saw her walking
by. Sherry and Dave both were pretty excited after our win yesterday. I looked down from the podium and they were both standing there in the front row. So glad to represent them guys this year.
There's the competition yellow. So we're at the halfway mark of this race. Red and yellow.
It's Steinhardt. Yep. Steinhardt, Erickson, Villamore, Kinner, and Fitch. Oh. We'll be back in just a moment for the second half right after this.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back, everybody, one more time. We're here in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's day 2 of the Brawl at the Big House, and we are under competition yellow now in the 1600 single buggy division with Steinhardt up front, Brad Erickson second, Jeff Villamore, and Rob Kinner. John Fitzgerald worked his way back into the top 5 after spinning out early in the race, so he's got a really strong run going, and I think he may be the guy to beat. He's still a little bit further back, but yet he's pretty fast coming the way through the field the way he has.
Well, he was 14.5 seconds behind coming to take the competition yellow, and Fitzgerald's now going to be probably about 3 seconds behind as he goes to take the green for the second half of the race. Let's see the flagger on that Rugged Radios. I don't know, is that a tire? Is that multiple tires stacked up, or is that a concrete block? Either way, it's not a place where I would want to be, but when that green flag waves, we are a go, and the drivers cannot pull out a line until they have hit that jump. Again, we'll remind everybody to stick around, those of you watching online and those here in the stands and on the grassy knoll. 20th anniversary Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Challenge. It's a mouthful, but it's a good race. 2s and 4s go at it head-to-head. We'll see who comes out on top today.
Here they come out of Forest County Potawatomi, turn number 1 to take the green flag. Face Desi's got flag in hand. Steinhardt takes the green. Here we go for the second half. Man, nice jump by everybody. The top 5 equally gapped out. Not a problem there. Steinhardt with no advantage whatsoever other than the fact he's in the lead. That's it.
Who did you pick? John Fitzgerald, 395. You thought he'd be got to move up?
Yeah, there he goes on the outside on Kinner. Fitzgerald, Villamore on the inside trying to move up 1 spot on Erickson.
Yeah, I thought Villamore looked good in that 3rd place position, trying to make a move.
Oh, look at the dust in that Amsoil finish line turn. Wow.
Look at that race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th even sneaking in there.
Oh, Villamore, did he get touched?
You're going the wrong way.
Did he get helped around? It's hard to tell.
He lost gear, something. Because, I mean, even if he got touched and spun, he still should have been in gear driving around in a donut, right?
We just got reports, 326. Well, Rob Kinner's getting the black flag, rough driving. So maybe it was Kinner helping him around. Yeah, because he was running right behind Villamore as they crossed the line. So sounds like Rob Kinner. Oh, man, Fitzgerald does it again, that same corner where he looped it all the way around in the first half. Over rotates and will lose, what, 3, maybe 4 spots.
Right. Got a little pegram in him. He works his way up, works his way back, works his way up, works his way back.
And again, that's actually Matt Gerald's 1600 car, and Matt Gerald not able to race. He's spotting for him, doing the prep work on the car, and it's good friends with John Fitzgerald. Matt Gerald, as we all know, injured himself 2 years ago, going on 2 years ago in Redbud in a pro Lite car, and had a life-altering situation where he's not able to race, at least at this point yet, but has struggled along and rehab to the point where he's able to come to the races now, and so he's got tagged one of his best friends, John Fitzgerald, to drive the car for him.
That's a good deal. Watch for the 395 John Fitzgerald, see if he can work his way back up. The Rangers make that left-hand turn, coming back up one more time. Mark Steinhardt, Brad Erickson, 1 and 2. Beyond that, a little spread out. third place. Ericsson's not letting off, though.
The problem is with those two drivers running 1 and 2 right now, they know each other so darn well and race each other like this for so many years. They know each other and their driving habits and their driving styles. Nice job by Ericsson trying something different.
I think it worked too, don't you?
Yeah, he may have. It looks like it.
In the mid part, unless he just lost the, the top end speed right here. I got a big waft of chicken come in here into the thing. You notice that?
Yeah, the smell of food has not eluded us. That's for darn sure up here.
Yeah, the session workers doing some fine. Taking care of business really well here. You like the chicken. When I think of Crandon, I'll now think of chicken.
Thank you, Allison.
We've got our lineup for the cup race a little bit later. That should be cool. That should be fun. Looks like we have 7 in each.
And that could change because there's teams still, struggling and cranking out those tools trying to get ready for this race. Because after all, it's a $30,000 purse. So that will change right up until the green flag flies. I guarantee it.
Thanks.
Steinar still maintains lead. There's a great battle right there. Is it Fitzgerald trying to work his way forward again? Yes, it is. So that's for 5th, 6th, and 7th coming around that final AMSOIL turn. White flag is out. Here we go. Let's go see what happened. Ken, Brad Ericsson, reel in Mark Steinhardt. He was 1.3 seconds back last time around that finish line turn. Here come our leaders. Ericsson just at the top of the screen trying to track down Steiny. Through that hairpin corner, very nice, both drivers very clean through there. Looks like our leaders, Ericsson may have made up a little bit of ground in that corner on Steiny.
So is this the last lap, or we have a lap and a half left?
No, this is it.
The white flag is out of this.
I thought I saw the white flag.
We had 6 complete, I thought.
Maybe it's not the white flag. No. Guess not.
Maybe. I think next time around they should get the white flag. Look at this, though.
Yeah.
We got a race going on here. Somebody doesn't want to get second. And that somebody looks to be Brad Ericsson. Look at him trying to square it up. Now taking some different lines. I think this next time around they're going to get the white flag.
White flag is still in the rack.
Oh, no,
it is the white flag. Here's the checker.
So watch it.
This is the white flag lap.
So coming around to take the checkered last turn. You better not go too wide. Oh,
keep it straight. And he barely does. He made slight contact, enough to upset the suspension and almost turn around, but Steiny will take the win. Brad Ericsson second. Kinner will finish off that 3rd spot.
Well, Steinhardt, I thought, went a little too wide there at the end and allowed Ericsson to get underneath. Ericsson saw it, stayed on the throttle, and almost spun around. Good race, though. All right, Scott's going to make his way over to the victory podium. We get to talk to those guys about that wild finish. We'll be back with more from Crandon here in just a bit.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back to Crandon International Off-Road Facility here in Crandon, Wisconsin. About 30 minutes outside of Rhinelander, the thriving metropolis of Rhinelander, Wisconsin. And these are the karts that we're about to see here in just a moment. Some of the future stars. Well, actually, they're about to prove that they are the current stars of off-road racing. And you know better than anybody that these guys, they start out here, but they can grow into bigger and bigger karts. You go into buggies, you go into trucks, whether it be 2- or 4-wheel drive.
Absolutely. They've proved it in the other series. They get these little kids in the karts, hone their skills, learn what to do. A lot of it learning from their aunts, uncles, grandparents, whatever. But they come out here and they're normally the future stars of Pro Lite.
But they're proving today that they're the current stars because they're getting to run for the rest of the world. Everybody watching online on the Motortrend channel, or if not at torcseries.com. It's cool, but look at it, the money invested into this. My kids, I have a 9-year-old that now got out of the class, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old that race karts, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to, say, buying a buggy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. These karts, it's I want to say a turnkey kart. It comes $8,300 minus a seat belts, and window nets.
Brand new.
Brand new, right off the production line. And so by the time you buy your safety equipment, your seat belts, it's not even a $10,000 deal. Don't get me wrong, it's still a lot of money.
Yeah.
But when you see the faces of each and every one of these kids at the end of the race, it's priceless.
And also the turnover, because they're only going to be racing them for so long, especially if you get a kid into it that's a little older. And the turnover, the next generation will buy these cars too, so it's not like you're just throwing it away. And they're not super high speed. What are we talking about when we look at the motors in these things?
They're little 11-horse Briggs & Stratton race engine. JR Racing clutches. They build us a clutch package for them.
So is it like a 206? Well. What type of motor is the Briggs motor?
I should be better versed on that. It's all I know. It's a little 11-horse Briggs & Stratton, and actually Briggs & Stratton is here this weekend doing some filming and some filming of the drivers to use in their promotions.
Good deal. Good deal. I know they're big into karting and stuff, and they have like a local option 206 that they'll use in kid karts for the little kids. So I'm wondering if that may be the motor that they have in these as well. I'm not sure what the horsepower rating is for those.
Yeah, I know they have them in the junior dragsters and
right?
stuff
Yeah,
like
the
that.
junior dragsters use them as well.
Yep. Walker Evans, there's Walker Evans shocks on all 4 corners. Jazz provides the fuel cells. And grandson just nerfed Justin out there. That was pretty cool.
So you haven't, is it hard being a spectator watching these guys? Because I know as a dad, I go out there. I don't yell at them. I yell encouragement to them.
Absolutely, and that's why Grandpa is up here, not down there. Dads, all the dads can be down there. I've been keeping myself at arm's distance. I'm the one who pays the bills. I don't need to be doing all this. It's all for the kids to have fun.
All right, so we have Carter Van Hoovel in the 77, Easton Sleeper in the 13, Paige Weronowitz as well in the 5, Zachary Weronowitz in the 31, Jason Folkman in the 87, Owen Van Eperen in the 45, Gage Garvin in the 296, and is it Aiden Horde in the number 9 today?
I believe it's Aiden Horde today.
All right, and it looks like
Carter's out in the lead right now.
Yeah, so a good start by Carter Van Hoovel, 77. Now they take the abbreviated course. It would take a day and a half for them to get around here, but they still have to deal with this. Oh, we've got a pile up in the second turn. And that's the deepest turn of all of them as well. So these karts are having to learn how to develop and spin the kart around, but they don't have a ton of horsepower to bring in that back around as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've been teaching our grandson at home on the lawn. Just wet down the grass, have them go wide open, hit the brakes, spin it around, and floor it and come back out of it. A lot of these parents, they're busy. They got their 9 to 5s. Grandpa doesn't quite have that, so when Carter's over, he's practicing in his kart.
So these are little guys, ages, what did we say, 6 up to about 12, 13?
Yep, and now they have, looks like a pile up in another corner down there.
On the main portion of the track where they go into turn 2, it looks like the 405 freeway in California. They are stacked bumper to bumper in there.
Yeah, again, there's no such thing as rough driving with these little guys. They're just learning. And a lot of it takes a lot of strength to stop these little cars, and they're not used to that. And again, some are 6 years old. Do they get confused, gas and brake? maybe for a brief second. Look at the little horde girl.
Yeah.
Throw that truck in the corner.
She just
looks like
pinning
her
it.
dad.
Yeah, it's either Aiden or Ashton. We're not sure which one. It might be Aiden, but yeah, not letting off the throttle whatsoever. And I'm sure it's heard a time or two how you got to steer with the throttle.
Whoop, Carter just went up and over the bank, and now he's back on course.
So he went over in that grassy knoll area. Carter Vandenheuvel out in front. Easton Sleeper in second. Third, Paige Weronowitz. Fourth, Zachary Weronowitz. Fifth, unofficially, Aiden Horde. Sixth, Jason Folkman.
Yeah, and the Werhanowitz, that's so cool. When Paige was on the podium last week, that is so neat to see these little girls up running with the boys.
They can do it too. You know, I know there was a fast girl in karting named Danica Patrick. I know a lot of people give her a hard time, but she is a good race car driver. I know her personally, and no matter how much people give her a hard time, and yeah, she does get a lot of love for, you know, being a pretty little girl, but there's nothing wrong with being a pretty little girl and being fast at the same time.
Absolutely. And again, these kids already, this is their second race weekend in. They already know more about driving than most 16-year-olds when they're taking the driving test.
I think it's great. I think everybody should learn how to race before they actually get out on the street. And you learn that the racetrack is for racing and not the road as well.
Absolutely. And that's why I always say, keep your kids broke in racing. They can't get in trouble anywhere else. and some of the photos, some of the headshots, it's amazing to watch these little guys. And then even on top of our little cart, we have a GoPro camera up on top of there.
That's awesome.
2 or 3 other ones have the replay cameras on them. It is so cool to watch that footage at the end of these weekends.
Now, have you ever listened to, speaking of that, have you ever listened to your driver come back and they're singing or yelling or doing anything at the other drivers? Because I hear that with my kids. I hear them making comments. Don't necessarily know that the GoPro's there, but they'll start making noises.
You know, we haven't heard anything because at Bark River, the fellas that were supposed to turn them on failed to turn them on. So we didn't get that footage yet.
All you have to do is press one button. Just one button.
Yep. And sometimes with the carts, you know, last year they did exhibitions, so sometimes they would get bumped here and there. I don't want to say it's a fill-in, but, you know, especially with TV, sometimes things override. So the guy that's supposed to do it wasn't there.
Man, Carter's just throwing it into that left-hander off the regular racing portion of the track, using that orange cone as a pivot point.
Yeah, but you know, if he gives Easton 1 inch, if he
He'll take
slows
it.
down one little bit, Easton is no slouch. He'll be right there. Easton's a little fella that rolled over yesterday. First time we had a rollover in competition. Not another vehicle touched him. He threw it in a corner like a true racer, and up and over he went. The cool thing is, all the dads, the track workers went over there, rolled him over. His thumb was on that push button. He fired it up. That Briggs and Stratton started up, and away he went. He finished the race.
That's what it's all about. That's a good thing. Haven't seen, I don't know, where are they doing the flagging stand for these guys, right? Same spot?
Yep, same spot. Faye is right below his normal tower. He has to get way down. Most of these kids, when the parents are standing there waving at them, they can't see it.
No.
You got to get down on your knees.
And that's one thing that you don't really realize, and I like how Carter's taking that turn, that you don't realize is as drivers this young, they look at the nose of the truck or the nose of the cart, not out in front, and it teaches you how to be a better racer when you start looking out the same way you would on a regular road course.
Yep, and that's why some of these kids get into problems they do. Like you say, they're so young, they're looking out the hood to the front bumper, maybe 5 feet in front. They haven't matured enough to say, okay, I got to look 3-4 car lengths ahead. And then as you get into the pros, like the pro light guys didn't learn that today, the way they're piling up, you got to look well out, 100 feet out in front to see what's going to happen.
Because you've already passed whatever you're looking at if you're looking too far down.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, looking for the flags. I don't know. How many laps are they running? 100, 110? How many laps?
Yesterday they ran 8 laps. I thought about, you know, 1 too many since Carter broke on the white flag lap.
What happened? What was the broken part?
It wasn't a broken part. The chain just came off the sprocket.
So chain tension by Grandpa maybe might have had something to do with it?
No, and the guys who work on it had it nice and tight before. The way he throws the cart into the corner and is on the gas, he's putting way more pressure on the chain and the rest of the parts than some of the people.
Do they use floating sprockets?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's a label to float a little bit.
Yep, and that might have been maybe floated a little too much.
Right.
Oh, there goes Little Horde up and over.
And back on. Let's see. Let's see if he fires up. Don't touch him. Let's see. I saw him about, I think, either that last lap or the one where, there you go, hit the start button.
Yep.
You can cheer him on. Don't be afraid as he comes down that front straightaway either.
I'm pretty sure that's Aiden. I'm pretty sure that's Aiden. You
Whoa, and Aiden just did a Rambo action into the right-hander into the deep turn. Aiden went in on the 45 of Owen Van Eperen.
Now the dad's got to get out of the way. Horde, get out of the way. Carter's coming behind you.
Yeah, Chad.
You see Chad Horde out there helping the girls.
He went
and
dad instead of racer for a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, Aiden was really throwing it in like you were talking about into the turn like Dad was the time before. And sometimes that'll jump up and bite you just like the pros. And we saw it over here, the last turn. Several guys either bicycling or coming over yesterday. It can happen with the little Groms as well.
Absolutely.
The white flag has been out. So this should be white going to checkered or let's reach it for it. Yeah, white will go to checkered here the next time.
White for Aiden Horde, and then Carter will get the checkered. He'll be one happy little guy. You got to get to the podium and see this little guy. He gets so excited. He's just as excited as he is sad yesterday when he didn't make it.
Look at Aiden. I want to see it one more time. He just, again, he throws it. The lap before he rolled, that time he threw it in just as hard. But Carter taking the victory unofficially. Second place goes to Easton Sleeper. In third should be Paige Weronowitz, I believe, unofficially in third, and Zach was in fourth. Believe that should be her brother.
Absolutely.
And work our way through the field, but also Jason Folkman, Owen Van Eperen, Gage Garvin, and Aiden Horde, our other competitors in here. So that's going to be it for the kart. Scott Rain is already down there getting ready to do a buggy interview, and then we will have the kart interview here in just a moment. We will do the kart awards ceremony here in just a minute here from the Little Groms, the future stars of tomorrow. We're going to step away here for the web, and we'll be back with more interviews here right after this.
Count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
All right, we have the carts coming up in just a moment. We have the 1,600 buggies first with their awards presentation. Also want to remind anybody, if you did find an HTC phone, if you would please turn it up here into the announcer's booth, please. We have a lost phone out there. It was left in one of the restrooms. If you find that, please come to the announcer's booth. All right, it's time for a buggy introduction with our podium finishers. Scott Rains down there with them.
Well, thanks a lot, Robbie. Once again, we got the 1,600 single buggy guys, and I just happened to notice something, guys, just so you understand. There had a few fans up here waiting for your interview, but all of a sudden the kids race got done, and we got a mob down here now. So I guess the future's upon us right now as we speak. But let's talk about the race a little bit. Robert Kidder, congratulations. It was a great race out there. It actually was. I mean, a lot of action going on. But this guy right here did it again. I mean, what do you got to get something for this guy, man.
Well, we're trying. I blew a motor last weekend in Bark River. Had to put a new crankshaft in my engine, and it was a busy 2 weeks. The motor that I have now isn't really 100%, but it seems to work pretty good. Mark, he puts time in. He doesn't sit around watching TV. He's working on his race car all the time, and it shows. I feel real bad about what happened with Jeff. He must have missed a gear, Jeff Villamere. I got into the back end of him real hard. I know I heard something about a black flag, and then somebody must have said something, and they decided to not give it to me. I certainly didn't mean to push him off the track, but I tell you, the track conditions today were wonderful. It was nice to have some dry corners. I really struggled with that finish line corner yesterday, and it was 180 degrees different than what it was. It was nice and dry and fast, and great track, great weather today. I'd like to thank Fat Performance, Victory Signs, and Swamico. Everybody, please consider some donations to the Alzheimer's Association. They do a lot for that horrible disease. And I'd like to thank Mark for all of his help over the years. Without guys like this, I wouldn't be up here.
Well, congratulations, man. Talk about a sportsmanship and friends. And it's kind of nice to see this class in particular. You guys work a lot with each other off the track and in the pits. But yet when you're on the track, talk about no contact and respectful driving and not taking each other out. You guys do that.
Well, it's nice to be able to race with guys like this that you can trust, and you can come around that corner with your foot right on the floor and know that guy's not going to come out into you. So that's what it's all about.
Well, Robert Kinder, once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Scott.
Brad Erickson. Once again, a bridesmaid, man. Come on. You look at that guy, and it's like his fire suit's too clean. There's probably maybe a speck of dirt on his helmet. At least, jump the start or something and get him dirty a little bit or something, man. But anyways, it's like it looked like for a couple of laps there, you had something for him. You made a run at him. But to make a run on him is one thing, but then to pass him is a whole nother.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you got two cars like that. It's catching him. I mean, I was better than him in a couple sections, and he was better than me in most of the sections. So I got a run on him right here at the end, and I don't know if his radio guy told him or if it's just his experience, obviously, told him protect the bottom, and totally messed my run I had up, and I had to try and go outside, and I just didn't get a good enough run on him, and it's hard to pass up by the road, but it is what it is. I mean, Mark, like Rob said, he puts his time in, and another good race, chalked it up to second place again.
Well, there's a lot of people behind the scenes and a lot of people from Bark River make the trek over here to support you and your race team. And, again, it's one of those things you can't do by yourself.
No, I got all my guys right down in front. Heaver helps us out, Greg, Pam, and my wife and my two girls. And just all my sponsors. Mike from Kenda's here again. I mean, these things, they're new into the series last year, and you're starting to see them on some vehicles now because they work. And everybody else, Papa Murphy's Pizza, Big O's, Chad and Lisa at home. Congratulations to Scott Powell. He just became a grandpa last night. He owns Hutchison Auto Body. He sponsors us a little bit. And just everybody, Hilltop RV, Bouguet Hooting and Cooling, and my crew.
Well, once again, another tribute to that collection, buddy.
Thanks, Scott.
Brad Erickson finishing second, and all right, I want everyone to take a look at this. He pulled a whole shot in the race, and look at that fire suit. He actually was going like this when you guys were looking, kind of like little bits of mud. He's like doing this before the interview, and you know what? This never can get old, does it?
No, it never gets old.
You know, I've won a lot of races in my career. You know, I know you were talking about Johnny. I know Johnny's won a lot more than I have, and it's the same thing. I never kept track of him back in the day either, but won a lot of races in my career. There's nothing better than winning in Crandon. Hometown track, a lot of fans, friends and family here, and it's great winning here. Just got a good start again. You know, my car works awesome on the start here. It took me a while to figure out what I needed to do on these starts, and it works real good. BF Goodrich tires definitely help hooking up, and got a good start again, and ran a really good, clean race. And I knew Brad was back there the whole time, and wasn't cutting me any slack. Wasn't taking any breathers or anything. And on the last lap, I slowed down to protect my lines a little bit, and lo and behold, Brad was right there. And I know he said, I don't know if the radio guy was telling him, but my radio guy doesn't tell me anywhere where anybody's at, unless I might get in trouble with him. And I just knew if I took my normal line into the finish line turn, left the inside wide open for Brad, he's going to take it. I'd do the same thing on him. I slowed way down, stayed to the inside, and I knew he wasn't going to pass me on the outside there. I've been in that position before. So congratulations to Brad and Rob. Both those guys are up and coming. You know, they're going to be on my tail all year long. I know that for sure, but congratulations to those guys. Got to thank Todd from Todd's Automotive, Fastenal from Rhinelander, Krause Hardwood Floors, all the contingency sponsors, the Moore Board, Crandon for putting on this awesome facility for us to come out and race at, and again to the competitors that I race with. You know, it's like Rob said, it's amazing. You can go into that turn one with 15 cars that are open wheel, and you got trust in about everybody out there. So makes a big difference, and let's go get them in Bark River and see if we can open up the points lead a little more.
Well, you pretty much said it all, man. I've got nothing else for you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, probably the winningest driver in history of this class, this man right here. We don't have to verify. We pretty much all know it. But once again, our top three finishers in the 1600 single buggy division, Robert Kinner, Brad Erickson, and Mark Steinhardt.
So still a few more Sportsman races to go. We have the Husqvarna Super Buggy. Good looking to see my friend Larry Pecker in that one, and the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck. Adrian Cheney's up here on board as well. But first, I want to send it over to our local public address announcer. Has a few things he wants to say. All right, thanks a lot, Scott. Rain is down trackside. Going to get to talk to some of the Groms, the little kids, age 6 to 13, and he's there on the victory podium with them, and hopefully they have a ton to say, because Scott loves these interviews.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now looking at the podium up here of the future of short course racing here in the Midwest. And I'm going to swing over to a young lady, Paige Warhanowitz. Did I get it right? Oh, cool, one in a row. We had a young lady win the race yesterday. We got another one on the podium here this weekend and tonight. And, I mean, that's got to be kind of cool racing against the boys, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you ever imagine last year at this time that you'd be racing on a racetrack with jumps and dirt and a little truck?
No.
Are you happy to be doing it?
Yeah.
Who do you have to thank behind the scenes that get you up here to do this?
I'd like to thank my dad for all his hard work, and my mom and my little sister and all my sponsors.
You know what? Are you going to be going back to Bark River again and running in the third round?
Yeah.
You going to get a little bit higher up there on that box?
Hope so.
Well, congratulations, Paige.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll swing over here to second place, Easton. Hey, brother. Now that's a smile right there. Check that out right there. Look in the camera, man. Now that's a smile. Congratulations, buddy. That was one heck of a race. You can say thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have fun out there?
Yes.
Are you shy on camera?
No.
You want to bet?
No.
You got a pretty fancy fire suit, man.
Yeah.
You look pretty sharp.
Yeah.
You feel fast?
Yeah.
Because you were fast today.
Yeah.
Are you good? I love this. Think you can beat Carter next time?
Maybe.
I got nothing else. Where do you go from here? You know what, Easton, it looks like you guys are having a blast. I mean, I asked Paige this, I'll ask you. Last year at this time, did you think that you were going to be racing at Crandon on the racetrack at the big house this year?
Yes.
Oh, you knew that?
Yes.
You're killing me, you know that. No? What's it like to be out there in that racetrack running around catching air and passing and getting past and rubbing fenders? Is that pretty cool?
Yes.
Do your mom and dad kind of make you get good grades before you can race?
Yes.
Do they make you pick up the dog poop in the backyard before you can race?
No.
Oh, okay, that's just me then. All right. You gonna be at Park River?
Yes.
You got anything else you want to say?
No.
All right, that pretty much covers it. All right, thanks, man. No, if you're anything like your dad, I'm not going to be giving you the microphone. I'm talking about the little Flying Dutchman. Carter? All right, man. You got a trophy. Is that pretty cool? No?
Yeah, I like to be up here in first place. The reason I'm up here, I like to thank my family, my crew.
Grandpa.
They help out a lot.
The original Flying Dutchman, Grandpa.
Yes.
Do they make you practice your interviews at home like they make you practice in the backyard?
Oh yeah, they actually do. I'd also like to thank my sponsors who's helping out on the car.
You know you keep moving away from the microphone. Come on back this way, man. There you go. Go ahead.
That's pretty much the only reason I'm up here. I just try my best.
Were you really mad yesterday when you blew the chain off the car and you were leading the race like by a lot on the last lap?
I was very mad.
At who?
Nobody. I was just mad that I lost the chain.
Are you okay with being called the little Flying Dutchman?
Not really.
Ladies and gentlemen, the future of short course right here, the short course kids. I was just informed that there's two little Flying Dutchmans. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Don't let it happen again. It's okay. Don't let it happen again. You're exactly right. Yeah, the future of our sport and the present of the sport of off-road racing. Good to see all the little Groms there, the stars of tomorrow, and they were the stars of just a moment ago. Still have two classes left remaining. The Husqvarna Super Buggy coming up here in just a second, as well as the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck. I see Adrian Chinney behind me. He's looking over my shoulder, probably waiting to have words with Scott Rain, but I'm not going to give you that opportunity. Go ahead and here, throw on that one, and I'm not going to give you that opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and pick up the reins right now as we get ready for this buggy class coming up next. Man, you have had a tough couple of main events or a couple of races here, Adrian.
Yeah, it's been fairly miserable lately. Started off great. And
the season started off awesome,
yeah,
right, with a win?
Yeah. It's been a slow, deflating event after event. So we're looking to turn it around. And I don't catch any breaks, so I got to go out there and create one.
Both yesterday and today, a tire was your undoing. Today, there really wasn't much you could do. You were setting up for the turn. I don't know if we could show a replay in that. I know we have it. But you were setting up right after that finish line, setting up for the turn. I saw it, and I pointed out, man, he is really setting up early in the air, but one time too many. When you land with that much force, it's hard to hold any tire on the rim, isn't it?
I don't know. It's a really fast way, and, you know, I really want my truck to be able to handle setting up whatever's the fast way. It should be able to handle it. And the tires are very good on the grip side.
Here it is. Let's take a look at it. You haven't got to see it in person. So everything looks good here, but watch you set up for this turn. You did that on purpose. Might have overrated it a little bit. You see the blowout on that backside.
Oh, my goodness. Yep. Immediately.
It didn't take long.
No.
There was no question.
Yeah, a fraction of a second.
What do you think when you see that for the first time?
You know, I know when it happened, it's extremely frustrating because it ended up costing me the race, and I think I'm I don't know, maybe half of my races now I've had a flat tire. So
Yeah, I look at let's look at the results. I'll just go through here today, and today I'm assuming you probably finished in 7th. Started off with a 1st, then a 2nd, 4th, 6th, 3, 5, 7, 7. These last 3 races have not been going your way. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. Now we're got the super buggy race going on right now. And I'm telling you, just in case you didn't know, Larry Pegram, he's a motorcycle star.
I was going to say, where's my teammate, Larry Pegram?
Yeah, it's like, just in case you didn't know him personally, he's kind of a wingnut. He's a wild man on 2 wheels. You're the wild man in 4. Watch out for him in the number 5. It looks like the 907 back there in 3rd, John Frana.
Well, Larry knows what he's doing, but he's also had a string of issues plaguing him. So I look for him to run good. Where's he at right now?
I think he's back. I don't know what happened. You know, he's having problems with his tear off the first day, and I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the race for 2nd between the 4-wheel drive buggy.
That's John Frana. Yeah, John Frana.
He's looking good. He's in 2nd, but what is that? You know, Scott, is that Van Eperen? Yeah. As Scott Rains back on more Van Eperen in the nicest looking buggy that I've seen here at the event, in the number 45 out in front. I don't know, Scott. Yeah, I'd keep talking just in case. Adrian, you can talk about it for a second. Did you ever race buggies before you raced trucks?
Yeah, I raced buggies last year right here, and that's a lot. Those buggies are tremendous fun. I mean, I'm surprised that people don't race buggies more. You don't really have to worry about flipping over. They're so stable. You can just go as fast as those buggies can go, and then just huck it right into the corner, and it'll just hunker down and just rail around. It's just a pleasure to drive those buggies.
I need to try that.
Oh, goodness. Absolute pleasure.
I don't know if Scott's microphone's working or not. I can hear you, but I can't quite hear him. A 4-wheel drive buggy should be a benefit on this track, though, but he's in 2nd place right now in front of. Would you think he'd be able to take some of the lower lines and be able to find traction when others can't?
Yeah, it's hit and miss with John Frana.
It's funny. He says the same thing about you. Now I can hear you, Scott.
No, you guys missed it. Where I had a chance as on my way in. I saw Mark Kwame, so I ran off by him. And he's pointing down the racetrack at Larry Pegram. He's going, squirrel, squirrel. And he's the one yelling squirrel as Larry was sitting there turned sideways on the racetrack.
You should go into branding and charge for branding people, because once you brand them, that seems to stick.
No, I mean, Adrian's had a lot of experience actually running in these cars. I mean, what's it like to be steering with one hand, shifting with another, steering brake with it, and then hitting the buttons to talk to your spotter?
Pull a tear off.
I mean, yeah, I mean, holy smokes.
Yeah, the buggy.
You're busy in there.
Oh, there's a lot going on in the buggy, but once you get, like, maybe it doesn't take long, and then it just becomes muscle memory, and then it's a pleasure. It's so nice when you can pull on the handbrake to go right, and then push on it to go left, and it's kind of like even if you screw up, you can get yourself out of a situation with the handbrake. So if you over-rotate, you can just tap the brake and it'll pull you back straight.
So talk to me. You said pull to go right and push to go left. Or is it setting up for the different right and left side? One side's different?
No, you got a handbrake, and so if you want to go, if you want to turn left, you got to pull on it.
Right.
And then if you want to turn right, you got to push on it, because the brake is on different
right
tires. Yeah, it's on the front. It's on the front tires, it's not on the rear tires.
Oh,
it's on
I
the
got
front
you.
tires.
Okay, so it's wanting to grab it and pull the other way.
Yeah. So I mean, they're really set up really well for off-road racing. I mean, it's the low center of gravity, very safe, pleasure, light, not a lot of maintenance other than the tranny.
Except for who may be driving it.
What do you
there
mean?
could be maintenance.
Yeah.
A lot of it. I've seen it, Adrian. I've seen it.
It hasn't been me.
Rodney Van Eperen out in front, John Frana in 2nd, Scott Schwalbe 3rd, Ryan Schwalbe 4th, Tom Schwartzberg in 5th, and I don't know what happened to Larry Pegram. He's quite a ways back. And I asked him earlier, I said, is there anything you're going to do to, change for the car today? He said, yeah, I'm going to put more air in the tires. Is that him right there?
Yeah, he's right behind Sportsman.
I don't know. Something happened maybe at the start. So now watch out for the 5. I'm just telling you right now, it's a guy to look for. He's 25 seconds off the lead. Makes no difference when it comes to competition caution.
Right.
Maybe he's playing cat and mouse. Maybe he was just holding back and wanting to do a little private testing. Larry would do.
I think that's optimistic speculation. Most likely there's something happened. And is he on the lead lap still?
Yeah. Yes, yeah, he's on the lead lap. He's 25 behind, but
he's
you
golden.
could be a minute
No
behind.
problem. No problem. He's going to come back strong after the competition caution.
And watching Frana come strong down that front straightaway. He was setting up much like you were heading into that left-hand sweeper. I don't know if it was as on purpose as it looked, but he's not too far behind. But when you're in this position, if you're in second, do you really push the issue, but knowing that you're going to have that competition caution when you're going to be right nose to tail again?
I mean, you'd always like to get ahead of the other guys so that you can have the lead on the competition caution. So yes, I mean, I'd say it's half. You're pushing hard, but you're not pushing over the top. But it looks like he's caught up to
Van Efferen.
So I'm sure he's going to have a go at him. Probably have a go at him. If not at Argonne, maybe at the hairpin, because the four-wheel drive has the advantage. You can see it's wet
right underneath right there. Look at that.
Yeah, it's wet on the inside, so he's not making a lot of time on Ben Efferen.
But he's taking advantage of that four-wheel drive and going low.
I'm sure, yeah. Actually, he lost some time, but maybe he'll just stay in line, because he's kind of a little bit far back right now to take a shot.
Well, I got a question for you, Adrian. As far as the power or drivetrain in these cars, why does it seem like, at least to me on the outside looking in, that the transmissions, which are manual, are so sensitive or so fragile, it seems, that it's almost commonplace that these guys miss shifts, blow a transmission, blow gears, or whatever it may be?
Yeah.
I mean, is it true, or is it just my imagination?
No,
it seems like you have quite a few. It's normal to have transmission issues as compared to not.
Yes, I mean the transmission is the high maintenance item in these vehicles. As Frana's, he's looking inside.
He's not one to give up that inside. He knows where the bread and butter of the four-wheel drive is.
Yeah, so you got a manual 5-speed, and I'm not as technical as I should be on them. I just know that when you're landing hard,
lead change.
Yeah, we got a lead change, and it was fast.
He made it happen.
He ducked the inside at the Polaris gravel pit turn.
That means
nice, clean, smooth turn, and Van Efferen actually looked like he let him have it.
Yeah, I mean the inside of the gravel pit then must be getting some traction now.
He was going really slow across that finish line up. Wonder if he might be having some technical difficulties.
All right, we're going to look to the
So remind everybody that our cup race will be at 5:30. So in 30 minutes, we will be having the 2 and 4s hit it one more time. So still a little bit of time before our cup race, and you're going to be in that one. Your thoughts as you head into that, as we're in this competition yellow for one of our second to last Sportsman classes of the day.
I mean, I'm expecting to win it. Just who isn't expecting to win if you're going to go into it? But the plan is, it has to be a little different in the cup race than in the points race. You really have to go for it because there's no competition caution. So you can't afford to get too far back because you'll get strung out. With especially they put Cliff and Jake have put down a lot more dirt this year, so you're just eating a lot of dirt, and when you can't see, you tend to have to back off, and so then you get strung out. So if you get just to be able to see and you lose 2-3 seconds, to make that back up is really difficult.
So it proves also that you need a start for these races. I haven't seen you get the starts yet this week.
Yep.
What's been holding you back on the starts?
I wasn't getting full throttle. We were getting 3/4 throttle on yesterday. Today it wasn't a bad start, although I was down in the field, so I didn't really get that bad of a start. But and I kind of stayed on the outside, and kept my foot in it. But yes, you need to get a good start. It does make a big difference.
Even with one truck, vision has to be, I mean, just unbelievable. With one guy in front of you, can you even see anything here at Crandon?
One guy is doable. Once you get a couple guys, it becomes pretty untenable. You're just along for the ride, and you're hanging on. And yes, you're seeking where you're not getting the roost. So you can go run a little bit wider, and then you got to kind of ease your way back in. So there's options, but turn one is high pucker factor. You're just going in. You got to commit. You got to do it, And then you also got to hope that, because your peripheral vision is not great as you're entering the turn. So if somebody's sliding through, they don't have traction, you basically going to use as the berm.
So on a 10 scale pucker factor, it's about 11 or 12, I'm sure, going through that first turn. I want to remind everybody, 5:30 in about 30 minutes. We'll be kicking things off with our cup race here in just a little bit. The 20th annual Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Challenge, as they say. Adrian, as we're about to go green here in the super buggy class. I'm still thinking Peckerman's 5th. Yep. He's the sleeper. Watch out for the number 5.
Watch out for the teammate. He's coming.
And I do like the way, and I'm sure you probably do as well, for the restarts and stuff, for that orange cone being out there a little farther back.
There's Peckerman on the outside. Thanks for pointing it out. I didn't even notice that.
What is that? What are we all laughing at?
He didn't notice it. We got another Larry Pickard right here that wanted to know something.
Larry didn't know why they were showing yellow and red for the competition challenge.
Larry made up a spot.
I told you.
Oh, Van Effert's falling back.
Yeah.
That mechanical problems there.
That's where he lost the lead that turn also, right?
Oh, John is running away with this.
Give it time. Did you say that he has, or no, it's you looked at it. Didn't you say that he had problems sometimes with the 4-wheel drive? Sometimes it didn't always work right.
It's a very sensitive car. I think there's something dragging the front end. I can't tell if it's a shadow or if there's actual bar hanging, dragging on the ground. So keep an eye on the front end of that Frana car, our leader. But here comes Pegram right now running in 3rd.
I told you.
Yeah, tracking down Scott Schwabe.
The cat, or the stalker. That's Matt Walker. He used that one. So, yeah, the 4-wheel's definitely trying to grab. But look at Pegram. Yeah. He's experienced in dirt.
Was there help there?
I bet you Pegram's probably saying, man, he just braked. I was right behind him. He's not supposed to stop there. We'll see. Number 5's going to get the black flag, your teammate.
That was a quick call.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
That must have been pretty obvious.
Van Eperen is at is Scott Schwabe side by side. Schwabe taking over that position.
I don't know if that was black flag worthy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a racing incident. He was behind him that whole time, but if I'm that guy,
that seemed awfully slow. It was like slow motion contact.
Yeah. I guess it might have been the one time when we saw C.J. Greaves get black flag, where they said, well, he never lifted. He never let out. So if you're making contact, he's coming around. If you don't let off, he's not going to be able to save it.
Well, I think, was it Keegan Kincaid, I think, that he got into, and Keegan had already passed the halfway point of no return. Is CJ supposed to stop and let him correct himself and get back on the track, and then CJ take off? So the thing is, I think what it was is that CJ finished the turn for him and kept on going. So I think that might have been why the call was made back in Parker.
I like racers being able to race, and sometimes you have those racing incidents. If it's a team owned, it's one thing, but I mean, again, it's the officials' call. They had to make that call.
This camera footage, is this for the internet or for?
This is for this is the internet stuff right now we're watching.
It's quite good.
Thank you. Yeah, we're live right now, and we'll see the 5. And is he pulling over this time, or did he acknowledge? You know what? Larry might not even know where to pull over for the black flag. I'm not serious. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Because he knows where the black flag, this is not his first time to get one, I can promise you that as well. But he might not know where the pullover area is. So when you do get the black flag, do you have to go behind the wall for a moment or just pull off on that straightaway?
No, you got to go down the hot pits and then serve your penalty at the end of the hot pits and then get released back. So it ends up being, I think the flag's about a 10-second penalty, ends up being about 20, 30 seconds.
That's hard.
Has Arian told you about his latest venture in the off-road world?
No, he has not.
Touring Mexico, I think you are.
Oh, the 360 barrel?
Yeah.
What happened?
In a Pro 4. On purpose.
Yeah, it's you've never seen this stunt at all.
No, the dune roll. You do like a dune rollover or something? What happened?
It's a corkscrew 360-degree spin in a Pro 4 vehicle off of a ramp. Flies through about 100 feet. Spins around 360 degrees, lands on the ground.
This is all in the desert or a actual ramp?
Right now we're actually doing it in stadiums. So we're coming down a ramp.
Jump. That's crazy.
And then onto the stadium floor, hitting the jump and spinning around, doing it for X-Pilots, which is a basically kind of like the Nitro Circus of Mexico.
Oh, gotcha.
And
there's some crazy Mexicans out there. I'm sure there's some watching. Love to see that, and fans of yours as well.
They really, the Mexican fans. It's rooted in off-road and Baja. I mean, they're very familiar, very into.
We got a right front wheel wobble on the 29 right there in the Schwalbe. I could not tell. There's a lot of Mexican off-road fans.
Oh yeah, I mean they love the Baja. It's huge. It's like the Tour de France for the French. I mean, it's
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You know, Freda's out in front, and he's not backing off at all. It gets to a certain point, you almost want to save the equipment a little bit, but I don't think he's.
This is one of those drivers, and I think this machine is the same way. That if you back off, you find a rhythm. If you back off, something's going to go wrong.
Yeah.
You found that rhythm. You're comfortable with it. The car, be comfortable with it. Just stay with it.
That often happens. Yeah. You take it easy, and then all of a sudden you spin out, or you hook a burn, slide out.
Yeah, white flag is out, guys. White flag is out.
Been waiting for that, John Frana. Ryan Schwalbe in second. I believe Larry Pegram having to serve his penalty on that lap, so Scott Schwalbe moves up to third. Schwartzberg's going to be fourth. Van Eperen, then I believe Larry Pegram.
So when's the next time you're doing a barrel roll?
Right now, the next one is going to be Tijuana Stadium.
Oh, Tijuana. Love Tijuana.
Yeah, and that is August. I don't have the exact date. But
You got to YouTube that.
Yeah, look at it.
Search YouTube Adrian Cheney barrel roll, and you will be amazed. And I just keep saying he does it on purpose. And there's no landing ramp. He flat lands. And that's the key.
Oh, you got to do it El Natural.
That's how they say it in Mexico. 9:07, John Frana. Just a few more turns remain in his afternoon. One big turn, actually. He's going to take the win today. And no mechanicals for him. You say he sometimes suffers from those, but he was smooth today. Proved that he was the fastest on the track today, and 8 laps later, takes the checkered flag first. Congratulations on that victory.
Good job, John.
Look at Pegram going after Scott Schwalbe.
Really?
That's for the last podium spot. Just passed him down in the Polaris gravel pit turn.
He ain't messing around. Good thing Ryan had a gap on him. He might have caught him. I'm telling you, Larry's fast, and he's getting a little taste of off-road racing. Like right there, you knew what he was doing, right? He saw yesterday, and we talked about it. He knew, I'm not giving up that inside. I don't care how slow I go inside.
Yeah.
You're not going to go the long way around me.
No, not on the final turn.
We'll
that's
hear
for
from our podium finishers in the Super Buggy class. Taking the victory, Mr. Frana. We'll hear from him right after this. Almost done. One more Sportsman race to go, and then we will kick off the Cup race immediately following. But first, let's go down to the Super Buggy podium with Scott Ray.
Thanks a lot. Once again, we're down here with the top 3 finishers in the Super Buggy division, and you know, you earned your name today. You absolutely earned it. Squirrel, you did it again, man. You worked your way to the front, then you got a black flag, you turned around Scott Schwabe. That may be questionable in your eyes, but dead last in the field, worked your way back to the pack to finish on the podium, man. Tell me that's not some squirrely stuff out there in that racetrack.
Yeah, in the first corner, I just got blacked out and reached up for a tear off, and when I did, I just spun. I don't know if I hit I don't know what I hit because I couldn't see. So, you know, they watered it a bunch, it seems like, for the buggies, because the buggies don't have anything to keep the roof from shooting up. So I couldn't see anything and just spun in the first corner. I don't know if I hit mud or if I touched somebody else or what, but spun, and it killed the motor. So then I had to get it started and came back and got up to where I thought maybe I'd have a chance to run with John, and I knew I had to get by both the Schwabes quick because I caught up to them before the thing, and you know, I made a very light tap in the corner, and you know, I felt like it was an okay move. I wouldn't have black flagged me for it if it was on the other end. I would have thought it was okay, and either way, they did it, so I just made me mad. I came back past them anyway.
Well, with all the fun that was going on, there's a little bit of action going on off the track as well, because when you spun on the first lap, you did it right in front of Mark Kwame, who was up in the sound tower by me, and he stands up, is pointing at you, and he's yelling, "Squirrel, squirrel!" And so he was up there having a blast, man. What a great teammate to have.
You know, I'm mad right now, but it was great of Mark and Megan Kwame. They let me drive this car, and it's so much fun. And I got to tell my wife, happy birthday. I was supposed to win for her today, but I didn't. Sorry, baby. And thanks to everybody for coming out. I hope I put on a good show. I try to charge through it, but they don't allow me to do any rubbing. I always thought rubbing was racing.
Larry Pegram, welcome to the short course off-road racing, and your first time here at Crandon. Nice job, man.
All right, thanks a lot.
Larry Pegram finishing third. We'll come over here to local guy, big guy. Man, I didn't know they make buggies that big. I'm going to try to get up there because I don't think I can reach your head with the microphone, so I'm going to kind of come up here quick. Ryan, man, what a race. What's it like to be up on the podium? I mean, this is your first year behind the wheel, and your dad's been doing it for like ever, it seems like, and he's not on the podium, and you are.
Yeah. I was a little bit nervous on the start here, and I just ran a smooth race and let them make mistakes and come back up to the front.
Well, who's your spotter up there? Because usually in normal cases, dads are spotting for the sons or daughters, but in your case, you're racing against them. So who's kind of telling you, you know, where to go and where not to go?
Zach Jorgensen's helping me out in the spotting, and Hojo's up there too. They're both helping a lot, so he does a good job at it.
Well, you know what? You don't really have to thank your dad for getting you in that car and for getting you on the track, because I think you beating him is probably thanks enough, at least probably in his eyes. But still, man, nice job here this weekend.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Anybody behind the scenes? I mean, obviously you guys don't do it by yourselves, so there's got to be a lot of people that help you guys out.
Yeah, just BFG and Zach and Hojo help us out a lot on the race cars during the week and stuff, and just everything helps.
Well, nice job, man. And I'm 5'0" obviously, but this guy's like got to be 6'3", 6'4",
6'5",
6'5". There you go. He fits in a super buggy. Jeez. All right, excuse me. I'm sorry. Mr. Fran, it's about darn time we see you up here. Now look at this. This is a guy that just worked for an entire 10-lap race, man. Congratulations. It's been a long time coming. Welcome back to Crandon.
Thanks, Scott. It's really special to win here, you know, in front of thousands of fans on an awesome track against some really fast guys. I thought I was really going to have to push it hard to get around Rodney, and then he started slowing down right before the restart. So I was able to get around him fairly easily, and then my dad did an excellent job spotting. He was telling me where to push it and where to take it a little bit easy, and it worked out great. The other thing Ryan didn't tell you is the reason he's driving the new car is he doesn't fit in the old car, so Dad has to drive the old car.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't. You know, what is it about your car though? You've had it now. You've had it for quite a while. Sometimes I almost call it over-engineered. Sometimes, because when it's fast, when you don't brake, that is like a stupid fast car. But you have maintenance issues, or you have issues where sometimes is it fragile or what? Because it's four-wheel drive.
The four-wheel drive's actually been working real well the last few years. One issue that we've always had is we have the only four-wheel drive, so we have nobody else to talk to get hints or tricks or, you know, trick parts or anything like that. We have to make everything ourselves, so we've had to figure out all this stuff by ourselves and don't really have anybody else to lean on, and that's where my crew's really helped out a ton. My crew chief, Ryan Brumman, my dad, everybody that helps out. RCV Performance builds the drivetrain for us. Is just working awesome now.
Well, you know what, that thing is, like I've always said, is when it's fast, it's like crazy fast, and today was one of those days. Nice job, man.
Thanks, Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for our super buggy top 3 finishers, Larry Pegram, Ryan, and also John Frana.
There we go. The trucks are setting up, getting ready here. We still have one more, the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck remaining, and then the Cup race. So still plenty more action for Crandon here very shortly.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Well, race fans, once again, we got that famous 50-50 raffle going on, and I got the winning numbers and the cash down here at the podium. So if I call up your number, come on down here right away, because if I don't see you in 2.1 seconds after I announce the number, I'm keeping almost $1,500. So grab those oh, hello. Hello. I guess I won't be doing that. Here's your orange ticket, and the number is 529. 529. 462 529 462, and I expect to see someone sprinting down here to get almost $1,500 in cash. I see guys running up to the beer tent. 1,500. Sit down. I know it ain't you. There's always the one guy that just bingo. Yeah. 529 462. I got $1,482 down here at the podium. Where is that person? Right where? Right here. Oh, really? Why did you? Okay, we got us a winner. We'll be right back with more racing. Let's go back up to the sound tower.
Holy moly, he had the winner right next to him the whole time. The guy, dude's like, I'm right here. I'm right here. He literally was right there, and he won some cash money, player, right there at Crandon International Off-Road Speedway and Midwest Off-Road Racing. Trucks are about to take off for the final time, the last of our Sportsman divisions, the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck class. 18 entries from Ben Wurzba in the 871. Scott Keener's crew chief, I believe, or Keener's crew chief, sorry, Scott Philpott, going to be in the 876. 899, Scott Heikela. The 855 of Lewis Harvey. Man, I've got first name and last name spread all over this thing. Harvey Lewis, that's it. Matt Dale in the 877, Rob LeGrand in the 870, Don Deminy in the 885, Mitch Dorr in the 897, Danny Beauchamp in the 826, Jeff Fannin in the 804, Maschik in the Joey Maschik in the 851. It looks like Tom Groff in the 837, Nick Bing in the 833, Jay Schaefer in the 887, Gatlin Keener in the Popcorn Sutton Machine 886, Jeremy Gitzloff in the 819, Sioric in the 827, the 829 of Troy Shadden. Here we go, the final Sportsman race of the day. It's the Mountain Dew Super Stock Trucks. And they are off. One blue truck, a fourth from the inside, is going to have to weasel his way back just a bit. Did not get the run he was expecting. It looks like a white truck on the very inside. Coming down the front straightaway for the first time, the 629. Make that the 829 of Troy Shadden out in front. That was for just a little bit. Look at that. Look how tight the top 4. I see the orange truck in for the top 4, man. You cannot get any closer to those guys. And the track had just been groomed. It's about as slippery as it's going to get during this race still. 827 out in front, 885 in second. The 888, or a Gatlin Keener in the 886 now starting to move his way on the outside. The 1947 Ford. Look at him, starting to check up a little bit, get a little bit too much traction, starting to get a little wheel hop. But they're tight. Sjork, Shad, Bing, Getzlaff, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, and one truck spinning around in the infield section. Trying to route things, get things sorted out. That's the 870 of Bob LeGrand. He got it fired up, and he's able to take back off again. And at the halfway point, we will see them reset the field with the competition yellow. So you're still not out of it if it's this first half and you're staying on that lead lap. And this is our last Sportsman race of the day. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this afternoon. Don't forget, we have the Cup race coming up here shortly, immediately following this race, or shortly thereafter. At least they might have to do a little bit of track preparation and get ready for that Cup race. Coming down this front straightaway one more time, the 885. It looks like, of Gatlin Keener. Don Dimity, excuse me, Dimity's the one that's out in front.
Yeah, you got the lady Dimity. Almost Keener.
Oh, you just jinxed him. He was 3rd, 2nd, now drop back to 4th, make it 5th. Maybe make it 6th. He was all the way, he worked his way up to 2nd place. And he just needed the Scott Rain jinx to prevail one more time.
He was up here earlier this afternoon and talking about Francis Rogers. He falls back one more spot as Jeff Bannon and Nick Bingo by. Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey. What a perfect match for that truck. Yeah,
and now we see the 804 spinning around as well, Jeff Fannin.
That was Fannin. Oh man, tough break for that young man. And look at the traffic. Wow. That's what's going to look like going back to Green Bay here tonight, leaving the racetrack.
Especially, yeah, the same. Well, not that fast though, because you'll get a ticket like I did. You only need to go about 56 miles an hour. They're going to shut you down. A good crowd over there on the, what is that? What did you call that?
Skybox.
The Skybox. Yeah, that's awesome. It still reminds me of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They have the same suites over there at Turn 2. Not sure what's happening on our timing and scoring. Because we had Gatlin Keener. We saw him in around 5th or 6th place, but he totally dropped off there unless he's having problems with his transponder.
It's looking like the back of his truck is really loose. He's kind of skating all over the place.
There he is right there in the 886.
Let's see, coming up in the back of it looks like the 829.
829 is Troy Shad, who I thought was out in front. I thought he got the whole shot.
Oh, don't ever, if Don Demney's in the lead, don't ever assume that it's somebody else besides him.
No, I'm not talking about the initial start.
Okay. Well, Gatlin looking strong in that brand new sponsorship. He had kind of interesting. You heard the story?
Yeah, Popcorn Sutton.
Yeah, walked up to him last night in the pits, fell in love with the truck yesterday afternoon and says, I want to be on the side of your truck. And now he's called the bootlegger in the super stock class, the bootlegger out there on the racetrack. That's kind of cool. I guess we kind of step aside with Mater and start calling him the bootlegger. I can see that truck being a bootlegger. Oh man, another truck getting all skatey.
More fishtails than little beta knock.
I just wonder though, with a steel body like that, how much heavier that truck gets when the mud starts sticking to it, because compared to some of these guys that are running fiberglass.
And just heavier period, top heavy, wanting to roll a little bit more.
Yeah, that thing does look, I was wondering about that, very top heavy it appears. Don Demney still maintains that lead. Last time around, it was about a 5.5 second lead over Matt Sorek. Troy Shaden running in third, about 7.5 seconds back. So Demney, man, talk about a retirement party here for the. He said it yesterday on the podium. His last spring run here at Crandon.
Big running in there in the top 5, looking good. About 9.5 seconds back in the 8:33.
Once we get to the competition yellow, right now I'm going to call it out. Don't count out Nick Bing and Mitch Dorr and Danny Beauchamp as well in yesterday's winners.
Is that our race for second? Is Keenan, is he
Really?
back into second?
Wow. He was running 5th last time. Really?
So Keener's worked his way up into second. That has to be the case. That's Dimony that just went by, right? So Dimony, and then we have Shadden and then Keener, right?
Well, I got Demney now in 10th.
Yeah, so something's wrong with the transponder. I don't know what's happening there. Now he's back up to second, and we got something's going on with our time and his scoring. But just looking at it on the track, Demony is the leader in the yellow truck in the back portion, and yeah, Keener has worked his way back up to third after dropping back. So I think he's liking the exposure. He's trying to get some extra popcorn. Sutton.
Yeah,
you know, I need
all 6'5" of them. Yeah.
What is? Yeah, oh God. Yeah, talk about top heavy. You've got a guy that's 6'5", 260, rolling around in a metal sled.
And he's 17.
And he's 17 years old.
Is that beautiful or what?
Yeah,
wow.
That is cool.
And don't forget about the contest winner that the Keener team had with their which is now their backup truck, was their primary.
Now we've got Keener. So Sjorek in second, Keener in third. Is trying to sort things out on our end. Oh, bicycle!
Oh man!
Oh, bootlegger bicycle right there. That was a high pucker factor there, because if there was one little bit of run to catch him, he was going over, and that will be a squished lid.
There's the competition yellow.
Yep, competition yellow is out. And you know Keener was really pushing because he wanted to be in second. In second, you know, you could maybe make that initial pass. Right now, he's just happy to be on all 4 wheels. That was a very close call. Yeah, this is a good one. Keener's worked his way up to second, back to 6th, back up and now into 3rd. We'll have more for the second half of the super stock truck right after this.
If Blue DEF diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue DEF is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep. Manufactured here in the USA, Blue DEF is available at over 25,000 retail locations.
Blue DEF, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep. So go get yourself some Blue DEF at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
We're back here one more time for the last Sportsman race of the weekend. It's the Big House Brawl here, day number 2 at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Traditionally known as the spring run, and this is a great race, man. This is, I told you, this is a great class.
Yes, it is good. I mean, in a full field too. It looks like 18 trucks. I don't know you'd want any more out there on the front row if you line up that line. And we've got young and old, both not only drivers but vehicles, all the way from 1947 truck you see in third there of Gatlin Keener to probably something that's relatively new, at least in the 2000s, you know, in this millennium.
Don Demney has the point. Matt Sorek, Gatlin Keener, 1, 2, and 3. Troy Shaden, Jeremy Kitzloff, all in the top 5. Mitch Dorr, Danny Beauchamp, 6 and 7. Here we go. Flag is out for the second half. The last Sportsman race of the weekend here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Sorek goes wide up against that dirt berm, trying to get a little traction, coming down the skybox, and he's got to run.
So it gets a little squirrely fishtails. That's going to enable Keener to close in a little bit. Keener now on the outside, but Sorek runs it in there deep on Don Dimony, trying to take the lead, but now he's outside over the door for Keener.
Man, it looked like there's some rust forming because it wasn't a very smooth, easy turn for Torc as he threw it inside. It was real nice, but bounced off something, came back and tried to get it back into the rotation of the corner and bounced back again. So the track definitely is going away as Torc tries inside of Demini. Torc going after our leader.
He's on the long side of this, though. He's on that outside. He'll open the door for Keener if he does. And now he shuts the door there on Keener. So that could have been an opportunity for Gatlin Keener. I thought you said there was some rust forming. I thought you said that. But I said, of course, Keener's been building rust since 1949.
That's a good one, yeah. Man, the top three very equal right now as they've pulled away from the rest of the field.
Look at guarding that inside's Don Demini, and we heard another driver up here earlier, or I heard him say on the victory podium saying guard that inside, and it was hard for him to do, and it may cost him, but it looks like Demini actually did all right by taking that inside line. You don't want to give up that inside and have somebody just steal that lead away from him.
Yeah, he's actually a current points leader. He didn't know by how much, but he was hoping still to have it, and he does. Starting that 12th spot, working his way up to the front. Mitch Dorr currently second in points. He's back in the 6th spot. Man, Danny Beauchamp, he's 3rd points. He's back in the 7th. So some of our top guys got to start working their way to the forward pretty darn quick because this is a very equal field. Right now it looks like Mitch Dorr is in the 4th spot now, and right behind him is Danny Beauchamp. So they are moving forward.
It's now or never for these guys. It's the last race today for the Sportsman. And next time we'll see these guys at Bark River in just a couple of weeks.
Somebody's going up in smoke down in the Polaris gravel pit turn. I couldn't tell it was a white truck up in the corner, and I see him come up, and there's 2 white trucks, so.
That makes it tough.
Yeah.
Don Demini have Matt Torc in the lead, but that cannot be the case. Demini's did not pass, and a black flag being shown for one of the drivers out there as we see the 804 coming across. We got to talk with Jeff Fannin earlier. He was looking for that competition yellow after making a mistake early on, but he's now working his way up through the field.
Well, Mitch Dorr is now starting to pressure the bootlegger, Gatlin Keener, right now. Here they come. Mitch Dorr's got the inside line of that left-hand corner. And it looks like Gatlin may be just giving it up relatively easy to come back and battle for another day, so to speak. Maybe later on in the race. But Mitch Dorr, very, very nice truck. Handles very, very well. As there's a lot of homework done on that thing.
You see Keener trying to get out of the way of Mitch Dorr there. Did not want to get into his roost. That enabled the driver just behind to close in. I believe Danny Beauchamp starting to close in on Keener as well.
I wouldn't be surprised that that old beast is getting a little bit tired. And being 6'5", I wouldn't be surprised if Gatlin's getting a little tired as well.
I'm curious to see if they scaled this truck to see what it would be compared to the other trucks. I mean, they may have. It may be equivocal. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's much wind tunnel testing done.
No, he's racing a brick right now. That's for sure.
Bootlegger. And some smoke still coming out of that one white truck. I'll get you his name.
Don Demini seems to have stretched off that lead a little bit. Mitch Dorr moves up to 3rd, pulled away from Gatlin Keener. Danny Beauchamp now setting the sights on Keener, running in that 5th spot.
It's the 851 that keeps throwing the Masachik. That's the one that keeps throwing McKasick, the one that keeps throwing the mosquito fogger action out there at a time or two.
Man, as strong as Danny Beauchamp looked yesterday, no matter what anybody did, it just didn't seem like anyone had anything for him. It looks like that may be the case today with Don Demini and the rest of the field. So Demini's going up in smoke. Our leader is going up in smoke, coming around turn 1.
Is that coming from the wheel? Oh no, it's motor. It's definitely motor.
He's got a lap and a half. Wait, yeah, he's got a lap and a half. It looks like white flag is coming out this time by. There's no way that truck is going to last. And I am going to, boy, there goes the points lead. If he can't make that thing last, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
You know, his crew's probably talking to him. He kind of stop it just a tad bit there. Maybe a oil line or something maybe coming loose, and it's just...
He's slowing down even. See, the thing is, right, keep in mind, when they start to blow, they start to slow down a little bit at a time, and you lose power. And I think he's going to go for it. There's the white flag.
Oh, he's going for it. He's got a full lap.
He's in it for the championship. He's leading in points right now.
Hey, he's got that thing pinned. He's not backing down either way.
Wow.
He might be slower, but he's still faster in second place right now.
Come on, Ram. What do you get? You got kind of, if you have a dark horse, it's definitely Don right now. Wow.
Is that Dorr in second?
Yeah, that's Dorr.
And Dorr sees that. He knows what's happening. So on a straightaway, he knows he should be able to pull by him. Now watch Dimity take that inside line, but Dorr's going to be in there. Dorr's going to be on that inside line. Dimity trying to shut him. If he brings him around, he might get the back flag on the last turn too. But he should be able to out drag race him down this straightaway. And that is the case.
I think he is right now. Maybe half a truck. He might have a full truck length into turn
No,
one. Don's coming back! Don is coming back to the inside!
And he's on the outside. Dorr should be able to shut the door. And that's the case. Should just out horsepower him.
Now watching the gravel pit turn. Don is going to definitely try to outbrake him going into the corner if he's close enough. And that thing is going up big time right now. How do you make that truck last that long? He's going for the slide job. Here it comes. Mitch Dorr knows it's coming. Don races him clean. He gives him just enough. Yeah, he gives him just enough.
Over-rotated just a bit, but this has to be a win in Dimity's mind. Blowing up with a lap and a half left, and now he's got one more turn to go, and he's going to come across in second. But it looks like Mitch Dorr taking the win. Dimity keeps it going in second. Third place unofficially should be Matt Sjork and Danny Beauchamp are right there again.
Wow.
Everything we say is officially unofficial.
How about that? And the guy that passed for the win is currently second in points. So there's no way Don was going to pull out. I didn't look at it until the last second, but the guy that's Mitch Dorr, second in points, just won this race.
I think Gatlin Keener possibly in fourth place ahead of Danny Beauchamp.
Did Danny Beauchamp have a few words with Sorek? That's interesting. Well, I'm headed to the podium, man. One last time today.
No. Oh, yeah, you got the cup, too. You're going down there to talk to the Sportsman, and we have that cup race coming up. But first, we'll step away for just a moment, hear from our podium when we come back, and then the cup race. Don't go anywhere, whether you're watching around the world or here in Crandon.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and the 100-plus mile-per-hour X01 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store with over 30 vehicles under $300. Get in on the fun with Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. I'd like to thank the people at VP, because VP Racing Fuels is the world leader in fuel technology, and it doesn't stop at the track. Use VP small engine fuel in all of your outdoor power equipment. It's ethanol-free blends, it's easy for me to say, for 2-cycle and 4-cycle tools. Ensure easier starts and worry-free long-term storage. Go visit vp-sef.com for more information. VP Race Fuels, there's nothing better. I don't care if you're in Crandon, Bark River, Sturgis, or in Dallas, Texas, where I'm from. You wake up in the morning after mowing the lawn and you've got, VP Racing Fuels in your lawnmower. It doesn't get any better than that. Let's go down to our final podium for the Sportsman of the Day with our Super Stock winners. They're with Scott Rain right now.
All right, thanks, man. We're going to come over here. Matt, oh boy, what do you say about that race? Could you do it all over again right now, right away, go to that line and do it all over again?
Oh yeah, the truck was hooking up good. The track came in, my spotter was telling me all the lines that were running good, where it was fast, and I was just listening to him. We had a lot of problems early in the season, little bugs and that, and yesterday I rolled it, and everyone was kind of like down, but we're like, hey, we're gonna go out there and give them a show. Just kind of said, forget all the analytical stuff and just drive. So we got her up there.
There was so much action going on in front of you, and you were working your way forward. You were pressuring for the lead there for a couple of laps, and what happened that you faded back a little bit towards the end there?
Well, at the beginning, I don't know, the motor lost power for a little bit, and then it kind of came back, and I was catching back on Demney. Then I came back into the Argonne loop, and I hit a rut, and I thought I was going to go over again, and I kind of saved it, and that's when Mitch capitalized and got around me.
Well, congratulations, Matt. Nice job. That was one of the most entertaining races this weekend so far. We got one left.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's swing over here to second. Mr. Don Demney, you aged about 10 years in that last lap. Move over, man. This ain't your first rodeo. And don't knock her off the podium. I'm sorry, geez. How rude of you. How the heck did you make that Ram last the last 2 laps like you did? I'm not handed. You didn't win the race. You didn't win the race, so you're not getting the microphone.
All right, I tell you what, yesterday we came around in a pile and a battle in that corner, and I hit the wall. And today I said, I'm going to stand on it all the way around the corner. When I think I'm going to lift, I'm going to push a little harder, and I'm going to come all the way around, because you either got to be in the front or you're going to get smashed in the back. I don't know how it was back there, but I didn't want to know. Once we got out, we got a clean run. Track felt good, truck felt good. I said to my spotter, one time can I restart this race? Do I got to wait for him to flap that flag, or can I go right after that first orange? And he says, whatever you want. I said, this truck is ready to go. We're going to go when I hit that orange cone. So away we went, and about 2 laps into it, I thought a storm came in, because I had a full fog inside the engine or
driver's compartment.
Yeah, I couldn't see a thing. Couldn't see a thing. I had oil all over. I don't have no idea. We're running on about 7 cylinders. Just kept it in second, kept it in drive, kept it running. Figured I had a good run, but I didn't know Mitch was coming. I knew someone was coming. I wasn't sure who, and there was no way on 7 cylinders we're going to hold Mitch off. There just ain't no way.
Well, I want to give you a little side note that your wife, Amy, the daughter of the late Farmer John, she was telling me this a moment ago. The last 3 laps, she had her hand on Farmer John's name at the grandstand, and you had some help today.
I tell you what, if it wasn't for luck, we would never get up here, because we probably got the shittiest luck out there, but the truck, that Ram, just keeps running. I just get in it and drive it. I got to thank my dad. He works on that thing 24 hours a day. Randy makes sure I'm safe when I'm get it. I got my whole crew over there. They are just phenomenal. We tore that thing apart last night. We fed them supper, and they said, we'll finish it up in the morning, and the thing was done, and it was flawless. That thing never drove as good as it did today.
Well, congratulations, brother.
I have to thank Cooper Tire. Tell you what, those tires were absolutely phenomenal. When they were watering this track, when we're in line, you guys seen they kept dumping water and kept dumping water. I'm thinking, what is going on here? And threw the thing in gear, and away we went. Hey, you know Cooper Tires. We got to talk about those.
Are you done yet?
Wait till I get on the top.
Are you done?
Wait till I get on.
Are you done? All right. And just so you know, he thanks his crew, but he gives them so much crap at night and in the morning in the pit, so don't let him kid you. Congratulations, Don. Well, not to take anything away from this young man, but Mitch, talk about being very, very stealth out there. You worked right through the field in such a quiet way, but to do it in such a dramatic last lap move, congratulations, man. What a race.
Oh, I guess I was a lucky guy today. I mean, like I said, or like he said, I got lucky when he about tipped it up over the Argonne turn, and then Don, I saw him smoking, and it's like, I better take advantage of this, and it just got lucky, so.
Well, you were not anywhere near the front at the drop of the green flag for the competition yellow, so the second half of the race definitely was your half.
Yeah, we just, you know, I love the restart. It gives you an opportunity. We got a bad start. We're able to come back and win it because of that restart. Had we not had that, there wasn't no way it would happen. So
I got to ask you about that little scar on your nose. Does that happen to be from the race, or were you in a bar fight last night?
No, I wish I could say that. No, I opened my visor. I ran out of tear-offs, and Don had to hit me with a rock, but.
Nice job, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, the last Sportsman race of the weekend. Let's hear it one more time for the Super Stock division up here. We've got Matt Sorek, Don Demity, and Mitch Dorr. Robbie, let's go up top, and let's get ready for the last race of the weekend. The Forest County Potawatomi Chairman's Cup coming up next.
All right, we've got a lot of work to take care of. Scott, get back up here. You see the track workers, all the cat equipment out there, and we're going to speak with one of the men responsible for the cat equipment here in just a moment. But a lot of racing still to come. Don't go anywhere. We're at Crandon, Wisconsin. We still have the final race of the day, the 20th annual Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Challenge coming up. The 2s and the 4s go at it head-to-head.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSL on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSL driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
And you see them lining up now for the final race of the afternoon. Welcome to the Big House Brawl, and they are about to brawl here in Crandon. Stop number 8, round 8 of Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSL. Glad you could be a part of it. Those watching around the world, you can hear the beep, beep, beep of the cat equipment in the background and our natural sound. The Pro 2s and the Pro 4s, you get to pick what you want to drive. We'll see a new entry as well. Keegan Kincaid going to be driving the 47. That will be something special, but let's quickly run through this because I've been told that we will not have a parade lap before this race. So just to give you a heads up, and more people could be added to this, but I have CJ Greaves out of Abrams in the 33, going to be in the Pro 2. Chad Horde in the 9 out of Felch, Michigan in the Pro 2. Jeff Kincaid in the number 4 out of Crandon, Wisconsin in the Pro 2. Nick Tyree in the 91 in the Pro 2. Steve Barlow, number 2 in the Pro 2 out of Temecula, California. Mikey Vandenheuvel in the 77 out of Appleton, Wisconsin. He's going to be in the Pro 2. And Keegan Kincaid in the 47 driving out of Crandon, Wisconsin. So the local Keegan is going to get to test out the Pro 2 of Mike Jenkins. Well, we'll see Mike driving the 47 Pro 4-wheel drive. Mark Jenkins will be in there in the number 2 in the Pro 4s. Johnny Greaves in the 22 out of Abrams. Scott Douglas out of Elkhorn, California in the number 7 will be in the Pro 4s. Mark Kwame in the number 5. He'll be in Pro 4s. Adrian Cheney, who was up here just a moment ago out of New York and South Africa, he'll be in the number 11. Mike Jenkins in the 47 out of Fairview, Texas, which is my old stomping grounds, Lucas, Texas, next door. And Ross Hook in the Pro 4. Those are our entrants in the Pro 4 and Pro 2. Scott Rain now back up here as you see the course workers, some track prep, getting ready, to make this track as good as possible. We've been hearing the beeping in the background, the cat equipment. Without the cat equipment and the crews, these events would not be possible.
And because we have another big guy here in the booth, I have to step aside off cameras because he's so.
No, you can just scoot in. You scoot up in front.
Here we are. I'm video bombing from the side. We got Jason Becker up here from CAT. Jason, I tried to read your business card to what exactly your job title is. It's 2 lines.
It's a lot.
Sneak in there.
I'm off to the side over here. So, but what is your job title with CAT, and how did you come about getting involved with the Torc series?
I do national associations and partnerships with CAT. So how we got involved in Torc, the proposal came through, and I was like, wow, what's Torc? I've been around dirt track racing my whole life, small track modifieds and late models, and this came through. The Cooper Tire folks actually brought it to us and said, this is perfect for you. They use your equipment every week. There's lots of people out there that are your customers or potential customers, so we looked at it and was like, wow, this is a really great opportunity and a great looking sport.
Now, talk about your history when you came into where you went to for your first race to see Torc offer. Was it in Charlotte? Because you had quite the contingent there earlier this summer.
Yeah, we had like 300 people showed up at that race that were either employees, customers, dealer folks, and they had an awesome time. It was one of those moments where when you see it, you realize, wow, this is an amazing sport and something that our people internally loved, but also our customers. And that's really, when we come to these things, it's about our customers and showing them a good time and showing them something new. And the customers had such a great time. A couple of them said, wow, if people knew what this was, they'd never go anywhere else. And we sponsor NASCAR, and NASCAR's been a really great fit for us. But this is something that it's different. I mean, it's a different experience, and it's quick, and it's hardcore. You can see the equipment on the track. Our equipment is here every day making tracks, and the equipment that's out there right now, you can see some of it. All of it, we make equipment all over the world, but all of it was made in North Carolina, some of it in Georgia, some of it in Arkansas, some of it in Illinois. So all the stuff that works here at Torc each week, all made actually in the USA.
You're not going to have an average guy go out and buy a road grader. I mean, you're looking at it for the guys, the businessmen, the industrial purpose. You're not going to see a guy go out and buy a road grader, but some of the earth movers and stuff, those are more the industrial side. But we were up here, and you were talking to guys that have supercross tracks at home that use CAT equipment. That is a guy that may be looking to say, man, I need a new push blade, or I need something to make my track. And they will step up and get that for not for their kids, but help their kids out as well.
The reason we're here actually is we sell a lot of equipment all over the world, but this specific group, we like to move the skid steers, and skid steers are a big part of our business. And pretty much anybody can have a skid steer on their farm, ranch, on their home course, whatever they're doing. So pretty much a skid steer, even Scott could have a skid steer.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah, he could drive one. Even as inept at driving as he could even handle that.
I'd end up in the neighbor's yard tearing up their driveway trying to hang on. How did I do that? Oh, man, no way.
Yeah, very, very likely, actually. Maybe Robbie could have
I definitely can, and I have done one. Well, they're taking care of business here as they're prepping the track, finishing things up on the CAT equipment. We need to talk to our scoop down in the pits, talking about this family event. It is going to be a family race in this Cup event, the final race of the day this afternoon. Kelly Snyder with more.
Well, thanks, guys. This is the first Cup race we've seen here this season, but this Crandon Cup is a new thing to this series. In the 19-year history, only 4 times has a Pro 2 ever won this Pro 4, Pro 2 battle. 2 of those wins were by Jeff Kincaid, who his son, for the first time ever, will be racing a Pro 2 against him in this 2 and 4 Cup race. And guys, a guy who has won 3 times is none other than Johnny Greaves, who's also racing with his son, CJ Greaves. They're in a 2 and a 4. Those guys are both duos that you need to be looking out for. But the most important thing here is that it's late in the day. The track is going to dry out really quickly, which will lead to a very, very dusty track and conditions for these racers. But don't forget about these guys. Look for those spots where those ruts will start to form, as they'll water it, but it'll dry out twice as fast with twice as many trucks. So the 4s will be starting shortly behind these 2s, and let's see what happens. Let's hope, cross our fingers, for not too many yellow flags to keep this battle straight.
Thanks, Kelly. As Cowboys out there on the track, almost getting ready to start here with the final race of the day.
Well, I believe this is your first Cup race here at Crandon, is it not?
It is. It's definitely my first.
It's mine.
Well, you know what? I want to thank you for joining up here. We're probably a minute away from the start, green flag race fans. So I want to thank you, Jason, for coming up here. This is going to be a blast, all right?
I can't wait.
Yeah, go. The best seat in the house is right out front of the window, right out in front. Get off the damn headset and go outside and enjoy the race, man.
I'd rather be out there.
The 20th annual Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Challenge about to go. The Bush Run is what you can.
Brush Run.
Brush
you got
Run.
it, man.
Bush. I was thinking about George. Here we go. The Brush Run. Since
Crandon, this is one of those deals that only happens once in a lifetime. Everybody on your feet, because you're about to witness the wildest race you're going to see here this summer. Faye Stesney is in the flag tower.
Oh, he's
it
hiding.
is now red.
He's hiding down there. What is he doing?
He'll slide it to yellow. And at any moment, we will go green. Pro 2s. Here we come into turn 1.
Chad Horn with a great start to number 9 on the inside.
Look at the launch by Horn.
2 truck length lead heading into that first turn.
Wow.
CJ Greaves in second, no questions about that.
It's Horn, Greaves, Kincaid, Mikey Van Hoovel, and Nick Tyree to the inside.
And now the 4s get released coming into that first turn. I see Johnny with a good start, second to the inside. Both of them keeping it on the throttle. And one of the Jenkins.
Wow!
Neither backing down, and Johnny goes over there in the kart track.
He was forced to the outside by Mark Jenkins. Jenkins burped it on a little bump somewhere, biked it, did not lift, drove right into the side. Johnny basically saved him from going over.
And look who's out in front, Adrian Chinney in the 4, something he told us he needed to do, and he was going to push it. Now the wild man's out in front, but look at Jenkins. He's going at it with the 7. I think Scott Douglas has a little something for him in this race.
Now we got to watch Johnny Greaves. If something happened to that truck, did he get in any way in that incident? Because it looks like he's off the pace. Greaves is off the pace. He is slowing. Has yet to make it around the scoring loop at the Answell finish line. Meanwhile, Chad Horn is back in the section where it's a tight left-hand turn.
Let's take a look at this
Here's
replay.
a replay of what took place with Mark Jenkins and Johnny Greaves. Here they come through turn 1.
Massive bicycle. And
Mark had no choice.
You have to feel for Johnny Greaves. He was in the right place at the wrong time. He was in the perfect race line, doing everything right. And Jenkins, Jenkins owes him a couple of RC cars or trucks. I'll tell you that, because he saved him.
A truckload. But right now, it's all about Chad Horn, CJ Greaves, and Jeff Kincaid.
Chad Horn taking that outside line. Surprised he opened up quite that much room.
What a
room
start.
for CJ.
Wow, what a start. If he had done that in the points race, unstoppable.
So now let's look. Where is Adrian Chinney coming in? He goes to take the back section heading into the gravel pit now and separates himself from the 7 of Scott Douglas. It looks like, yeah, that is Johnny pulling into the hot pit area, and that basically means the end of his day, doesn't it?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but tough break for that man that's actually dominated this weekend. We'll see. Maybe we can take
Tony
get a word with Kelly.
Yeah, Tony Buckover's over there, and
Yep.
Kelly, she may have already went to the podium. Chad Horn, his job is to try and just pull himself away, because he knows the 4s are going to catch up sooner or later, or will they?
Oh, Mike Jenkins off the track right here in front of us. I didn't see it happen, but Mike Jenkins has pulled off the track right here in front of the sound tower.
So you see Horn come across. We're looking for Chinney trying to come into that picture. We have Horn, Greaves, Kincaid, Tyree, Van den Heuvel, then Chinney. And so he's 6 overall as we look at it right now, but on the track quite a ways.
Have you noticed, or is it just me, or have you noticed the intensity of the Pro 2 trucks on the track are a little bit higher in degree than they were in the points race for this today?
They're on it right now, and I don't know, the track seems to be working very well for them right now. I don't know that the 4 looks that much faster of
Okay.
Chad Horde, because
On
you
the
see
last
Cheney
lap-
in the gravel pit right now.
On the last lap, Chad Horde was at the Amsoil finish line. Adrian Cheney was in the middle of the gravel pit turn at the same time.
17:23. We'll see how much he comes out, because we know
It
that Horde was in the
doesn't
lead.
look like Cheney gained on anybody, specifically Chad Horde, at all in that last lap. We'll find out.
No, he did, but we'll see how much it is. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be close to. Yeah, he gained 3 seconds.
He has to
3 seconds a lap. And how many total laps is this race?
10.
8 times 3 is 24. He's going to catch him with about 2 laps left.
But
about 3
as the
laps
track
left.
dries out, the advantage that 404s have goes away a little bit, and Cheney's going through traffic, and Chad Horde isn't.
That's true. It should be in about 5 laps. He should be able to catch up to him.
Whoa, big contact with Barlow, and is that Mike Jenkins or Keegan Kincaid? It was with Kincaid.
Yeah, that's Keegan Kincaid in the 7 now. It'd be the 47. That is Mike Jenkins' old truck.
And that's what I'm talking about, traffic right there. Cheney's got to get around that, where if we go back forward,
Yeah, Chad Horde's
got clean tracks.
smooth sailing, but he should be able to catch up with him with about 2-3 laps. If in all fairness, if you look at the time differential, look at Cheney coming in turn 1.
He still can't get around. He still can't get around. That's been almost one complete lap. He can't get through Pro 2 traffic.
That's because they're too wide. Now here he goes to the inside. He's going to try and let that four-wheel drive work for him, going a little bit underneath. And look at that, got a
right
twofer.
there, yep.
We've got a twofer sale here at Crandon because he just took 2 for 1, got by Kincaid as well as Barlow. Now he's going to make up ground.
And we're losing the Traxxas inflatable right behind the big screen. And say bye-bye the inflatable. Holy cow. Right into Mikey Vanderhoeven. Adrian Cheney. Wow. We saw that once before last year, I believe.
Well, just like
there we go.
yesterday. Oh, it stuck right there in the gravel pit.
On the gravel pit turn.
Hey, that's one heck of a sponsor promotion right there, because we lost tires on the last lap yesterday to Pro 4. Well, that inflatable just lost a tire as well.
So now we've got, it was a gap of 19.25 seconds last time for Chad Horde over Adrian Cheney, the leading Pro 4. That's the gap we're going to watch.
So he lost 3 seconds, right? At least 3 seconds, maybe closer to 5.
And the thing is, Chad is actually pulling away from CJ Grease right now.
Yeah, but look, if we get a 3-second advantage for Cheney in space, that will put it at the last lap. He should close in on it if he can get by these guys. That's exactly what they had planned.
And Chad Horde pulled away even more in that last lap. Chad Horde is pulling away 19.25. Chad Horde just now crosses the line. Now the clock is running on Adrian Cheney. Oh yeah, Chad Horde is pulling away. How about Mikey Vanderbilt right now in that number 77, the Red Flying Dutchman? Had major problems both races yesterday and today. Looking real strong right now, battling with Cheney.
Yeah, Cheney is on the inside here, and this is where he popped the tire earlier off the beat. Vanderhoeven holds him off one more time.
How about that? That's what we're talking about.
He needed to get under and just pluck off drivers, even if, I mean, he has to get them one after another, and that only makes sense, but if the one driver holds you up even for 1 second, that's a second that you can't run at your race pace. So it's almost like losing 2 seconds. So when you get slowed by the driver in front of you a second, you know you're a second faster. That's like losing 2 seconds for every second.
You got to multiply it, yep. And yeah, Chad Horde gained on those a little over 20 full seconds, 20 seconds last time around. Chad Horde has done this exact same thing before. He ran, here's the thing to keep in mind, he's got to run a perfect race. 0 mistakes, none, to win this race against a Pro 4. And he did that exact thing a few years ago.
So he won the Amsoil Cup World Championship race back in 2011 in a 2-wheel drive.
Scott Douglas now coming up on the back of Adrian Cheney. So Douglas may have found an extra gear or so. So it's just over 20-second gap back to Adrian Cheney. We'll find out what it is this time by. 21.2. Chad Horde is still pulling away. 21.2 gap from Adrian Cheney up to Chad Horde.
And Cheney's not even get by Nick Tyree, and good job by Nick Tyree, and Sportsman holding him off this entire time. Tyree needs some of these finishes in his Pro 2. He drives like this in his Pro 2 race.
We have never seen a class sweep in a Cup race where Pro 4s have swept it or Pro 2s have swept it. We are very, very close to seeing it here this weekend. Pro 2s are in the top 4 positions right now, but we're only halfway through the race. And there are no competition yellows. It's zeroed. There will never be a competition yellow in a Cup race.
Cheney.
Whoa, something just blew.
Losing body parts.
Whoa, something just happened. Man, that was a major explosion of some kind.
I couldn't tell if it was just the valves, you know, the back pressure and using up that unspent gases, but he lost body panels at the same time that happened when the front end went a little high.
He's got damage to the right rear. I mean, he's got damage everywhere, actually, except the doors and the roof.
He's not afraid to knock off some body panels. We'll see what the differential is here as he comes across. Adrian Cheney up into 4th place, but his differential is still 21.8 seconds behind Chad Horde. I mean, just look at it. He's 15 seconds behind Jeff Kincaid in 3rd.
21.8 seconds. Again, Chad Horde, gapped it, 2/10? So Cheney, right now, even though we're at the halfway point, is not gaining, not even a tenth, nothing.
When he gained earlier, he gained 3 seconds a lap. Jeff Kincaid's in a hot pit with the right rear flat, so he's out of this. He's not in the picture anymore. He was in 3rd, so there goes your sweep. Cheney now is going to be into 3rd. But even at his best, he was gaining 3 seconds a lap. There's not that many laps left in this race.
And keep in mind, too, you got 900 horsepower per truck. 900 horsepower to 2 wheels, 2 tires. You're going to burn them off a whole lot faster than a 900 horsepower to 4 tires. It's more evenly spread out. So by the end of the race, the advantage that Pro 4s have over Pro 2s is dissipated a little bit because of track conditions, but is it really that much when the power is dissipated over 4 tires and the tire conditions of the racing?
And we're just saying Chad Horde's going to win this thing. CJ Greaves is not saying that. He's only 2.3 seconds behind.
He may have
still,
gained a little bit.
Yeah, plenty of time still left for CJ Greaves with 3 laps remaining in this Cup race. CJ taking a totally different line there. Will it be the right line?
Man, again, if he's going to run a perfect race, it's going to happen right now. And that run I told you about right there at the end of that blue wall, it's back. It is back in the big way.
Blue groove to rut?
They are absolutely bottoming out when they go through that big hole right at the end of the blue groove, yeah.
And that could be a tire popper or tire cutter as well.
Yeah.
Depends on how sharp that edge is.
Because they're slightly on a turn. They're slightly pitched sideways coming around there. Last time by, Cheney was 19.9 seconds back of Chad Horde. 19.9.
What, he made less than 2 seconds, right? In that one lap.
Yeah. And there'll be 2 laps remaining this time by.
Chad's looking for brown or dirt. You notice that? He's trying to stay out of that slick line. He's looking for a little bit looser dirt. Looking for traction. It might be the longer way around, but he's not having to worry about maybe spinning out or pushing off the track.
He's trying to find just inside the fluff. That little curve right inside the fluff. CJ's not gaining on Chad Horde right now either.
Nope,
Was it 2.2 last time? Now it's 2.8.
Steve Barlow back in 7th, unofficially.
Cheney gained a little bit, still 18.2. 18.2 up to Chad Horde in front of Adrian Cheney. It's not going to happen, man, unless Chad Horde, something breaks.
No, it's not going to happen as far as the 4 and 2. I say the race is still Horde and Greaves. That's your only chance of having a lead change. Chad Horde, who that last time around was 2.8 seconds ahead of CJ Greaves, 18 seconds ahead of Adrian Cheney. The white flag should be coming out the next time around.
Mark Kwame, I believe, is the last car on the lead lap coming around. Jeff Kincaid, I believe, is still he probably parked in the hot pits, but he's a few laps down already. So we'll see if they swap the flags. They flip the lap card. Green flag goes in. White flag comes out. Chad Horde now just a little bit more than 1 lap away from his 2nd Cup win of his career. You called it. He's running that outside line up against that berm. There's that white flag.
Don't want to take any chances. That lead is still the same, 2.86 seconds now. But that is a comfortable lead in a Torc race. when you're holding on that much of an advantage over C.J. Grease. C.J.'s fast, but
no, Adrian made about 2.5 seconds last time.
Yeah, he's not going to make up 16 seconds in 3/4 of a lap.
You know what? I couldn't be happier for one of the drivers out there than I am for Chad Hord.
Especially after the weekend he's had the past couple of races.
Well, his daughter, his daughter won a race yesterday. So pretty much.
He rolled the truck at Bark River.
Yeah.
I mean, more than a roll. I mean, that
was his own mistake. He made ownership of it.
Gave up the ghost yesterday.
Mike Jenkins, did he get into
Tyree?
Tyree turned around, or he did it by himself in that big hole right there. Here we go, race fans, one final time. Down that back straightaway, the Walker Evans Racing Lincoln Welder straightaway into the Polaris Racing gravel pit turn. One final time, up over the Traxxas launch zone. Into the final corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup winner, Chad Hord. C.J. Grease will take second in a Pro 2. Here comes your third place finisher and Pro 4 winner out of the Virgin Islands, Adrian Cheney. Wow, what do you say, man? What do you think of Crandon now? How do you like a cup race?
I liked it. CJ just came and gave a little love tap to Chad Hord right there, and they gave thumbs up to each other. But, CJ's happy to see that Pro 2 win as well.
Yeah.
Look at the heat pouring out of that. You don't think it's hot in that cockpit? You don't think he's steaming underneath that helmet, too? He had to have his attention focused on going as fast as he could for those 10 full laps. And Chad Hord proved he was the fastest here today in Crandon.
And I got to throw it out to Mikey Vandenheuvel. What a job by him finishing the top 5 in a Pro 2. He had a horrendous weekend. Didn't finish either race and came back in retribution, top 5 for him.
Adrian Cheney looking for redemption as Chad Hord doing the Crandon Donuts.
You know what? Chad Hord deserves this. Everyone needs to go down to the podium right now. Crowd around that podium and just applaud this young man right here. A true family man. Loves the sport just as much, if not more, than just about anybody else out there. The entire family that live, breathe, and now you got his young daughters racing in this series as well. Man, everyone needs to go down to the podium. We're going to step aside for just a bit for TV, and then head up to Kelly. Head up to Kelly Snyder for our winning interview in just a moment. But in the meantime, we'll step aside for TV, as I said. We'll be back right after this.
Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Well, welcome back. After a long week in a race like that. But welcome back again, everybody. We're here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and we may seem kind of subdued at the moment. We're catching our breath.
Well, we had 137 races this weekend. It's been a long weekend. They definitely got their money's worth.
And the best one was last. I mean, it may have appeared to be a runaway by Chad Horde, but by all means, trust me, it wasn't. And to prove the point, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, the start, we know we started off with the Pro 2s out in front. Pro 4s would start a little bit later. Cowboy was ready to get her done, and he got her done. Good start, a great start by Chad Horde. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that whole shot. I
really think that helped him tremendously, if not gave him the win. That right there, he had clean air right away. Here's the start of the Pro 4, approximately 13 seconds later.
Watch the inside. I mean, Johnny Greaves had the best start. He was gone. And hello, Mr. Jenkins, and adios, Mr. Greaves.
Yeah, you can't really fault Mark Jenkins, though, as well, because he happened just made a mistake. It wasn't his fault. Biked it up on two wheels. He turned it up to save it. There was Johnny.
Yeah, that's what happened. You had an off-camber coming on the inside, and Greaves was on the nice burned portion. CJ Greaves was in second as his father pulls off the track. CJ tries putting pressure on Chad Horde.
Right front flat tire, and it looked like something was bent as he's towed in really bad in that right front.
Yeah, he had a truck hit him at about 90 miles an hour.
A little more action a little bit further back between Steve Barlow and I think that was, Keegan Kincaid.
Yep, Keegan Kincaid driving the Pro 2. Good to see him out there. And you saw Chinny. We saw a rollover, but it was an inflatable rollover, and luckily it got stuck.
Boy, has Mikey Venable got a story to tell the rest of his life, huh?
Yeah, there I was, and his 40-foot truck was coming right at me. The number 9, Chad Horde, Boss Snowplow, he was representing well. The Pro 4, the fastest guy was Adrian Chinny. He was having a hard time working his way through the Pro 2s, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was the perfect storm, I guess, today for the Pro 2s. The advantage going to the Pro 2s, and I don't know why Adrian had such a problem getting through traffic, but when guys are battling so hard with each other, that third-place truck is going to have a problem, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. $30,000 of purse going up for grabs to that man right there, and the guys, second and third behind him.
Yeah, but
I believe he gets $20,000 out of that $30,000, if I remember how the split works.
Yeah, he gets to do the donuts. You know, Amzol's the first in synthetics. Chad Horde the first in the Cup race today. And kudos goes to him. He deserved it. We talked about the hard time that he had up till this point, that major crash we saw at Bark River to end his weekend. He comes back, he's out in front, and something gave up on the truck, had to pull off yesterday. I mean, he deserved it today, and he proved that he was the fastest. I know CJ wanted to win. He was within, 2 seconds most of the race, but just couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, I think there may have been an issue probably with CJ as far as vision, because he's very fast all weekend long in that Pro 2, but he just couldn't reel in Chad to the point where I think something happened earlier, midpoint of the race, where he just couldn't see with the visor, maybe tear off or something along that line.
You see taking the top step on the podium, Kelly Snyder about to get the interview. Adrian Chinny, the one driver that's missing out of that mix. And CJ's not afraid to do a little interview, especially when you got the pretty girls. And I think we're going to hear from Chad Horde, who's with Kelly Snyder. Kelly, it's all yours.
Thanks, guys. We're so excited about this Crandon Cup. We're just going to have to talk to the winner first. So, Chad, what a race that was for you. In the 19-year history of the Crandon Cup, only 4 Pro 2s have ever won. My friend, you just made it 5. Congratulations on that hard-fought win.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. I got to give this one out to my crew. They fought hard all weekend. We struggled, and as the weekend went on, we got better and better. And CJ was, pushing us to get better. But I just got to thank my crew and all these Crandon fans and Crandon for putting this race on in Potawatomi. And just to be here on the box again for Boss Snowplow and Amsoil, Maxxis Tires, and Fox Racing Shocks. And just like I say, everybody involved. I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just pumped to be up here.
Well, I heard your wife, Amy, said she'll probably be sleeping on the couch because this thing will be in bed with you tonight.
Probably, if you see me Wednesday, I'll probably still have this thing on.
Well, guys, we're going to come back and interview second and third place, but let's give it up real quick for the winner of the Crandon Cup 2014 Pro 2, Chad Horde. Guys.
Great job by Chad. You see he's happy, he's enthused, and he knows he gets to come back here in another month or so, and we get to go to his backyard next in Bark River.
Yeah, man, what a race. I can't give it up as much as I should probably for Chad Horde. Such a likable guy. You hear often people say he's such a great guy. This guy's great. Chad Horde really is.
July
really
19th and 20th, we're going to be in his backyard once again, where He was first and he was worst, but we're starting to see him look, really strong as has gone along. If it wasn't for the mechanical yesterday, I mean, he might have had an awesome weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, there's the rest of the field. We got to find out what happened to C.J. Greaves and some of the other guys in Pro 2. Why didn't Adrian Cheney work through the field a little bit quicker than he was? Because there is a decided advantage.
We'll hear from him in just a little bit. We're taking care of business here. We'd like to thank everybody watching online. You have people constantly texting, tweeting to you, telling you what a great time they're having watching. We like to give it up to the crowd watching around the world on the Motortrend channel on YouTube. But throw down on the UP Part 2 coming up next, July 19th and 20th.
That's going to be a blast, and that's a big one for Bark River. The crowds come out of nowhere. I don't know where they come with. We're talking like upwards of 12,000, 15,000 people will pack that hill, and it's such a great time. As wild as it is here on Labor Day weekend, it's just as wild there in Bark River. And they talk about open arms that will welcome you. You were at Bark River once before. You ain't seen it yet.
That's the Throwdown in the UP Part 2 coming up July 19th and 20th. Throwdown in the UP Part 1 you can watch on NBC Sports Network May 1st. And then July 13th, that's going to be our triple showdown where you'll get to see the Throwdown in the UP Part 1, the Big House Brawl, which you witnessed today, as well as the Spring Cup from right here in Crandon, Wisconsin, all on July 13th. It was a good one, Scott Rain. It was my first attempt here at Crandon. and I
like that.
I have to say I was glad to be a part of it. It was an awesome day.
Yeah, I got to throw it out one more time. Colin, we had a great time. I'm glad you enjoyed it. My buddy out in the UK, he's a huge fan of the Torc series. Yeah, in fact, he messaged you. But once again, we thank everybody for tuning in. We hope you had a great time. We saw a historic race this weekend. You know what? We'll be back one more time again later on this season. Tune in on Motortrend channel on YouTube. In the meantime, check out all the videos. Go to torcseries.com and keep up with what's going on. Check out our Facebook page. Man, what more to say?
Hashtag Torc. Let everybody know what a great time you've had at Torc.
Pound sign, brother.
Torc, the off-road championship. Thanks for watching.
We'll talk to you later.